Chapter 1207. The deterrence of Jiang Chen could be expressed with a single sentence and a single glance. Jiang Chen's tone was calm and his gaze wasn't particularly arrogant, but the deterrence he exuded was like an invisible mountain. Even if the four black-clothed men didn't want to, they had to admit that a single glance from this white-clothed young man was enough to make them shiver in fear. The moment Jiang Chen looked at them, they felt as if their souls were about to freeze. Terrifying. Their instincts told them that this young man was terrifying. Being able to survive in Nifa's abyss, they didn't just rely on their cultivation because their cultivation wasn't that strong. After living here for a long time, they were able to discern who they could afford to offend and who they couldn't. People who often wandered between life and death had extremely sharp survival skills. They were fierce and brutal, but they knew their limits. Little brother, we are working for lascivious young master. I hope you won't choose to go against him. The leader of the black-clothed men said. Fuck lascivious young master. Just the name alone is already very lascivious. What's the use of following a lascivious guy? Why don't you follow Master Dog from now on? If the four of you become Master Dog's servants and serve Master Dog well, Master Dog will reward you when he's happy. You'll benefit greatly from that. De Huang Dog almost choked when he heard the words lascivious young master. There's actually someone with this name? He must be a pervert. Where did this dog come from? How dare he disrespect us? One of the black-clothed men snorted coldly. He was full of disdain and disgust towards De Huang Dog. They had been paying attention to Jiang Chen and didn't pay attention to a dog at all. If it wasn't for De Huang Dog's words, they would still have treated De Huang Dog as heir. You ugly bastard, don't you know that it's dangerous to talk to Master Dog like that? De Huang Dog threatened. Answer my question. Did you guys do this to her? Jiang Chen's tone was still as cold as ever. His aura had completely locked onto the four of them. Bullying Yen Qingqing was basically a foregone conclusion for them. So what if I am? Boy, if you dare to be arrogant in front of us, you will die in the end. Our boss has given you a chance to live before, but you don't know how to cherish it. These two girls are our young master's people. If you dare to meddle in lascivious young master's business in this area, you are seeking death. An early heaven immortal expert spoke with incomparable arrogance. In Evil Abyss, there were too many cases of people killing people because of a disagreement. Their hands had been stained with a lot of blood. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe them as executioners. Plus, they were used to being arrogant in this area. They didn't believe that anyone would be so blind to go against lascivious young master. It's good that you've admitted it. De Huang, I'll leave the rest to you. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a sneer. Jiang Chen couldn't tolerate the fact that these lowly people dared to violate Yen Qingqing. He wanted to make them pay for what Yen Qingqing had suffered. Perhaps, dealing with lascivious young master was the first thing he wanted to do after entering the evil abyss. De Huang Dog let out a sinister laugh, then pounced on the black-clothed man who talked back to him. A powerful qi was released from De Huang Dog's body. The four black-clothed men were startled, because they could already feel the qi of De Huang Dog. That was the qi of a late heaven immortal expert, and it was countless times stronger than an ordinary late heaven immortal expert. Such a great demon wasn't someone they could deal with. Arg! De Huang Dog's majestic body pressed down at lightning speed. The black-clothed man let out a cry of alarm. Without any room for resistance, he was pushed to the ground by De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog's sharp claws had pierced through the black-clothed man's shoulder, pinning him firmly to the ground. At this moment, the black-clothed man's face was filled with despair. Although he had killed many people, he had never tasted the feeling of being killed. An early heaven immortal expert like him had no room for resistance in front of De Huang Dog. No, don't kill me. The black-clothed man was scared out of his wits. No one wanted to die. The closer one was to death, the more he could feel the terror of death and the fear it brought to his heart. The sharp pain from his shoulder had already made his nerves numb. However, such begging was useless in front of De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog opened his bloody mouth and bit off the black-clothed man's head. Blood spurted out crazily. The black-clothed man twisted his body for a moment, then stopped moving completely. Upon seeing this, the remaining three black-clothed men gasped. Even the two intermediate heaven immortal experts turned pale. The ferocity and brutality of De Huang Dog had completely stimulated them, making them unable to muster any thoughts of resistance. The girl who was addressed as Sister Ying by Yen Qingqing also opened her mouth wide. She couldn't believe what was happening in front of her eyes. The sudden appearance of this young man and this De Huang Dog were too terrifying. She had rarely seen such a brutal scene. However, the girl's heart had already relaxed. The despair in her heart had also been swept away. She knew that she was saved. She had truly escaped from the devil's clutches. Run! The leader of the black-clothed men didn't say a word. He turned around and began to flee. The remaining 2 black-clothed men didn't dare to be negligent. Facing such a terrifying and brutal Dahuang dog, they had no other way to deal with it other than running away. They didn't have the courage to fight against Dahuang dog, even if it was 3 against 1. Jia, if trash like you can escape from Master Dog's hands, Master Dog won't be able to live in this world anymore. Dahuang dog's ferocious nature was aroused. With a sudden leap, he immediately caught up with the 2 black-clothed men. His 2 claws landed on their backs. The violent impact was accompanied by the screams of the 2 black-clothed men. Their bodies were smashed into pieces and scattered all over the ground. In front of Dahuang dog, there was no difference between an early Heaven Immortal expert and an intermediate Heaven Immortal expert. Even a late Heaven Immortal expert would be defeated in a single move. The leader of the black-clothed men was sent flying, but he still couldn't escape from Dahuang dog's palm. This was because Dahuang dog's speed was too fast. He caught up with the black-clothed man in an instant. His diamond-like head collided with the head of the black-clothed man. The poor leader didn't even have the time to scream. His head was smashed into pieces by Dahuang dog. His broken body fell from the sky and smashed a big tree. Chapter 1208. 4 incomplete corpses were scattered in different places. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Jiang Qin and Big Yellow were still fine, but Yan Qingqing and the black-clothed lady were obviously not used to such a scene. Their facial expression was extremely ugly. Qingqing, it's all right now. Jiang Qin comforted Yan Qingqing. Big brother Jiang, it's great to see you here. Yan Qingqing calmed herself down and left Jiang Chen's embrace. She couldn't help but blush when she thought about how she fell into Jiang Chen's embrace. However, Yan Qingqing was the young mistress of Swallow City and had seen a lot of things, so she quickly recovered. Big brother Jiang, this is Sister Huang Ying. Yan Qingqing introduced the lady in black to Jiang Chen, then said to the lady in black, Sister Ying, this is big brother Jiang Chen that I mentioned to you before. Huang Ying approached Jiang Chen and bowed deeply to him. Thank you, young Master Jiang, for saving our lives today. I really can't repay your kindness. If young Master Jiang hadn't appeared in time, Sister Qingqing and I would have suffered unimaginable consequences. You don't have to be so polite, Sister Ying. I have to do something like this. Besides, you're Qingqing's friend. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I've long heard about young Master Jiang from Sister Qingqing. You're a genius. You're indeed a dragon among men, Huang Ying said with a smile. She had a dignified figure and looked like a lady from a wealthy family, but Jiang Chen didn't know why she would come to a place like the Nifa's abyss. However, Jiang Chen didn't ask too much because Huang Ying's current condition was very bad. It was obvious that she was forcing herself to not collapse. Her injuries were too severe, and the consequences would be unimaginable if they weren't treated as soon as possible. Not only Huang Ying but Yan Qingqing was also severely injured. The most important thing now wasn't to ask Yan Qingqing why she was here, but to treat their injuries. Elder sister Ying Qingqing, the 2 of you have suffered serious injuries. I think it's better if I treat your injuries first. Jiang Chen said and placed his hands on Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying's wrists. As he circulated his energy, an enormous amount of wood spiritual energy gushed into their bodies through their wrists. Hissed to Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying, it was like a dried-up lake suddenly being irrigated by rain. It was like a good rain after a long drought. It was extremely comfortable. Although Yan Qingqing was surprised, it wasn't her first day knowing Jiang Chen. She knew that Jiang Chen was a miracle with many abilities and trump cards, so she wasn't too surprised. However, Huang Ying's expression changed drastically. The way she looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. She had only heard about Jiang Chen from Yan Qingqing. Even when they were dealing with the 4 men in black, Jiang Chen didn't do anything. It was Dahuang dog who did it, so she didn't see Jiang Chen's true abilities. But now, Jiang Chen's healing method had caused her to lose her composure. She knew very well how serious her injuries were, and it was impossible for her to recover in a short period of time. Even with the help of some miraculous pills, it wouldn't be enough. However, Jiang Chen's energy had filled her body with vitality. No matter if it was internal or external injuries, they were all healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Don't speak. Seeing that Huang Ying wanted to say something, Jiang Chen reminded her. Huang Ying immediately calmed her mind and focused on healing her injuries. Jiang Chen's wood spiritual qi gushed into the 2 girls' bodies as if it was free. Huang Ying was getting more and more shocked. In just a few minutes, her injuries had already recovered by half. Moreover, she knew that this spiritual chi was extremely important to her. She had already benefited a lot from it. What a powerful young man. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Huang Ying sighed in her heart. Then she recalled how Yan Qingqing had praised Jiang Chen in front of her. Now it seemed like it was true. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen withdrew his palm. Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying adjusted their breathing for a while and opened their eyes at the same time. After the recovery of the wood spiritual chi, the two girls' condition was completely different. Whether it was their eyes or their aura, they were brimming with energy. Huang Ying bowed to Jiang Chen. What a miracle. Young master's method is truly brilliant. That's for sure. Sister Ying, you still don't know Big Brother Jiang's ability. Now that Big Brother Jiang has come to Nifa's abyss, a storm of blood is bound to rise. Yan Qingqing said with incomparable pride. After leaving Yin City, Yan Qingqing's temperament had changed. She no longer had the arrogance of a young mistress. Now that she had met Jiang Chen in Nifa's abyss, she instantly revealed her feminine side. Qingqing, how did you come to Nifa's abyss? Jiang Chen asked. This was what he was most curious about. Yan Qingqing was born in Yin City, a place that had nothing to do with Nifa's abyss. Jiang Chen couldn't understand why the famous young mistress of Yin City would end up in such a situation. Big Brother Jiang, not long after you left Yin City, my cultivation base had advanced to the early heaven immortal realm. After that, I left Yin City and headed to One Line Sky to look for you. I didn't expect to encounter a spatial storm on the way and was sucked into it. That's how I ended up in Nifa's abyss, Yan Qingqing said. Yan Qingqing said. She shuddered at the thought of what had happened to her during this period of time. As the eldest miss of Yin City, she had always lived like a princess and had never experienced a place as dangerous as the Nifa's abyss. Yan Qingqing left Yin City to look for Jiang Chen. However, there was one thing she didn't say. She couldn't let go of Jiang Chen. She wanted to look for Jiang Chen because she wanted to pursue her own happiness. AI. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Another infatuated girl. He really couldn't handle her anymore. Jiang Chen knew Yan Qingqing's feelings very well. This was also the reason why he left Yin City as soon as possible. In Jiang Chen's point of view, both Yin City and Yan Qingqing were just passers-by in his life. Ever since he left the city lord's mansion, the two of them basically wouldn't meet again. He didn't expect that they would meet again in such a dangerous environment. The Nifa's abyss was too dangerous. Since they had encountered each other, Jiang Chen couldn't just watch Yan Qingqing suffer in this place. It seems like Nifa's abyss is very closely integrated with the outside world. It can't even be separated from the outside world. It can only be considered as an area that surpasses the law of space. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many spatial storms here. Chapter 1209. That's right. The Nifa's abyss is a special space that isn't completely isolated from the outside world. Therefore, it can't really be considered as an alternate space. Once the airflow in the Nifa's changes too much or there's a huge disturbance, spatial storms of varying degrees will appear outside. If someone is unlucky enough to be caught in a spatial storm, they will be sent to the Nifa's abyss. Sister Qingqing and I were extremely unlucky. Huang Ying said with a bitter smile. The Huang dog was right. The Nifa's abyss wasn't a true alternate space. Its isolation from the outside world was even worse than the Qi province's inferno hell. Therefore, when the airflow in the Nifa's abyss changed too much or there was a huge disturbance, spatial storms of varying sizes would be formed outside. If someone was unlucky enough to encounter such a storm, they might be caught in it. However, such situations were rare. After all, spatial storms usually appeared in desolate places. If one was caught in one of these storms, it could only mean that one's luck was too bad. Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying's luck was extremely bad. There were probably many people with bad luck like them in the Nifa's abyss. It seems like not everyone in the Nifa's abyss is evil. There are many people who were unlucky enough to be caught in here. Jiang Chen sighed. That's right. Normally, such people would be oppressed here and wouldn't be able to live for long. The Nifa's abyss is filled with crimes and killings. It's very difficult to survive here. Huang Ying said. She seemed to be deeply touched. Big Brother Jiang, how did you and Da Huang end up in the Nifa's abyss? Yan Qingqing asked curiously. Back then, Jiang Chen and Da Huang dog left Yin City and went straight to One Line Sky. She didn't expect to meet them in the Nifa's abyss today. It was something that Yan Qingqing had never dreamed of. I was punished to come to the Nifa's abyss to train. Jiang Chen shrugged and told them about what happened in Tianyun Pavilion. After listening to him, Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying couldn't help but roll their eyes. Brother Jiang, you really can't be calm no matter where you go. How long has it been? You've already stirred up the great Tianyun pavilion. Yan Qingqing was also somewhat speechless. However, this was the Jiangchen she knew. That arrogant genius would leave his mark wherever he went. No one could cover up his brilliance. But young Master Jiang, the situation in the Nifa's abyss is very complicated. It's far more dangerous inside compared to the outside world. There are dangers and killing intents everywhere. If you're not careful, you might be ambushed and die a miserable death. Huang Ying shook her head. Is there no exit to the outside world? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Yes, but the passageways that connect to the outside world are usually controlled by powerful people. It's practically impossible for ordinary people to walk out from here. Huang Ying said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. It seemed that the situation in the Nifa's abyss was far more complicated than he had imagined. There was actually someone overseeing the Nifa's abyss, and even the exit was monopolized. Sister Ying, tell me about the situation in the Nifa's abyss. Jiang Chen said. He had just arrived at the Nifa's abyss and was unfamiliar with everything here. He initially thought that this place was like the purgatory where there were no rules to speak of. However, it seemed that it wasn't as simple as he thought. There might be some power divisions in the Nifa's abyss. Huang Ying came here earlier than Yan Qingqing, so she had a better understanding of the situation here. For Jiang Chen, he might have to spend a long time in the Nifa's abyss. Therefore, it was necessary for him to understand this place first. There were no rules in the Nifa's abyss. Humans weren't the most powerful beings here, but a different species. They looked like demons but weren't, like devils but weren't. The blood of evil flowed through their veins and they were born for evil. These demons and devils lived by evil. The more people they killed, the greater the evil they committed, and the higher their cultivation. They called themselves the Nifa's clan, and the Nifa's abyss was named after them. Huang Ying explained to Jiang Chen. At the mention of the evil clan, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear on her face. In the past, the Nifa's abyss was ruled by the evil clan. All those who were sent into the Nifa's abyss as punishment or those who were swept into the spatial storm would become food for the evil clan. Their fates were extremely miserable. However, this situation changed after the arrival of the evil lord 10 years ago. The evil lord was incomparably powerful and fought against the evil clan all by himself. He established his own forces and eventually drove the evil clan to the depths of the Nifa's abyss. He also established a certain amount of order in the Nifa's abyss. Of course, the order here is basically useless. Over the years, there have been constant clashes between humans and the evil clan. The leader of the evil clan wants to eliminate the evil lord and regain control of the Nifa's abyss. The evil lord also wants to eliminate the evil clan and completely rule this place. However, it seems that it's impossible for both sides to eliminate each other. Huang Ying was obviously very familiar with the situation here. The evil lord? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He instantly became very interested in the mighty evil lord. Currently, half of the Nifa's abyss has been occupied by humans. The territories that humans have occupied are also divided into the periphery, the middle and the inner area. The forces and battles in each area are different. We are now in the periphery of the Nifa's abyss. Compared to the entire Nifa's abyss, the forces here aren't that powerful, but the degree of danger is the same. Most of the people here are vicious and evil because if you don't act ruthlessly in the Nifa's abyss, you will only be waiting for death. Huang Ying continued, explaining the basic situation of the Nifa's abyss to Jiang Chen. Greetings, do you know the cultivation base of the evil lord? Jiang Chen asked curiously. I'm not too sure about this. Given my strength, I'm still far from being able to touch the territory of the evil lord. However, since the evil lord was able to drive the evil clan to the depths of the Nifa's abyss, allowing humans to occupy half of the territory, I think his cultivation base is at least at the early immortal king realm. Huang Ying said. Early immortal king? Even One Line Sky doesn't have an immortal king. It seems like the Nifa's abyss is really unusual. Chapter 12:10. The Huang dog's tail was wagging non-stop. It could be seen that this dog was extremely excited. He and Jiang Chen were the same kind of people who loved excitement and passion. If the evil abyss was too peaceful, the Huang dog would lose all interest. Huang Ying said a lot more about the situation in the evil abyss, allowing Jiang Chen and the Huang dog to have a thorough understanding of the evil abyss. In short, there were two kinds of competition in this place. One was the competition between humans and the evil clan, and the other was the competition between humans. Even if they had a great enemy like the evil clan, they shouldn't expect the humans here to unite and live in harmony because it was absolutely impossible. No one who could enter this place was a good person. Not only did they have to fight against the evil clan, but they also had to fight against their own kind. Since the evil lord is so powerful, why would a dignified immortal king come to a place like the evil abyss if he could live well in the outside world? Xianxia didn't quite understand. In her eyes, an immortal king was a supreme existence, a pinnacle that she couldn't reach. Such a peerless character could live well anywhere he went. Why did he choose to come to a place like the Nefa's abyss? Wasn't it very curious? Sister Xianxia, you probably don't know about this. For a person, being able to rule a place and become an overlord is a great achievement. Moreover, I can see that the Nefa's abyss is rich in natural resources and there are all kinds of heavenly and earthly treasures here. It would be great if I could rule this place, Xianxia said with a smile. He didn't know the real purpose of the evil lord, but he was very clear about his ambition. If he could rule the evil abyss or even defeat the evil clan, the sense of achievement would be very great. This kind of awe-inspiring achievement would be very beneficial to the improvement of one's cultivation base and concept. By the way, why did those black-clothed men chase after you? And who is this lascivious young master they mentioned? Xianxia asked. This was the most crucial question at the moment. This lascivious young master might be his first target after entering the evil abyss. Xianxia and Huang Ying's faces turned ugly when they heard the name lascivious young master. It was obvious that this name was like a nightmare to them. 8,000 miles away from here, there's a city. Initially, this city didn't have a name, but it was later known as Lascivious City. It's governed by the lascivious young noble. This lascivious young noble is innately lustful and evil, and he cultivates a lascivious cultivation art. It's unknown how many women have been ruined in his hands during these years. He's truly a vicious and evil character. Not long ago, when younger sister Xianxia and I passed by Lascivious City, we were immediately spotted by their people. After that, they chased us all the way here. If it wasn't for young noble Zhang's help, the consequences would truly be unimaginable, Wang Ying said. She couldn't help but tremble at the thought of the consequences of entering Lascivious City. After listening to Huang Ying's words, Xianxia couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the two women didn't enter Lascivious City. Otherwise, if they really fell into the hands of the lascivious young noble, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xianxia immediately set his sights on the lascivious young noble. He hated people who were born with lascivious nature the most. Furthermore, they must pay the price for hurting Xianxia. Moreover, there were no rules in the evil abyss. Whoever was strong would be the king, while the weak were destined to be eliminated and become the stepping stones of the successful. De Huang, it seems like we'll have to start with this lascivious city. Xianxia shrugged as a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Young noble Jiang, are you planning to deal with the lascivious young noble? It's best not to. Although young noble is a genius, his cultivation base is still weak. That lascivious young noble might be a lowly man, but he's not weak. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to rule a city. Huang Ying reminded. She had already seen through Xianxia's cultivation base. He was merely a half-step heaven immortal expert. Even the mighty De Huang dog was only a late heaven immortal expert. How could he fight against the lascivious young noble? What's the cultivation base of that lascivious young noble? Asked Xianxia. Lascivious young noble has already reached the intermediate divine immortal realm. He also has a few early divine immortal experts as his subordinates. Given our strength, only death awaits us if we fight them, said Huang Ying. Intermediate divine immortal? Xianxia knitted his brows. Given his current cultivation base, he could only kill a half-step divine immortal expert in his half-dragon form. With the help of the great divination art, he should be able to fight an early divine immortal expert, but it would be difficult for him to kill an early divine immortal expert. If he encountered an intermediate divine immortal expert, he basically had no chance of winning. It's true that the chance of winning isn't great, but since we're already here, we can't let lascivious young noble live peacefully. De Huang, how about we go and meet this lascivious young noble? Xianxia looked over at De Huang dog. Who's afraid of you? De Huang dog licked his lips. He was usually the first to deal with such matters. Both Huang Ying and Xianxia's facial expression changed when they saw that Xianxia and De Huang dog were really going to fight lascivious young noble. Huang Ying thought that Xianxia was just talking about it casually. She didn't expect that Xianxia would actually put it into action. His courage was unparalleled, but courage alone wasn't enough to deal with lascivious young noble. Young noble Jiang, are we really going to Lascivious City? Huang Ying asked with uncertainty. Of course. I won't let the injuries you've suffered go just like that, Xianxia said and opened the Zulong Tower. With Xianxia and Huang Ying's current cultivation, it wasn't suitable for them to fight. The only thing he could do was to protect them well and send them out when he had the chance to find the spatial passageway in the future. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew out from the Zulong Tower. The door of Zulong Tower appeared out of nowhere. Sister Ing Qingqing, you two go into the tower, Jiang Chen said. The two girls were stunned. They didn't know what the door was for, but Yan Qingqing trusted Jiang Chen 120%. Without any hesitation, she entered the tower. Huang Ying hesitated for a moment, then followed them in. At least Jiang Chen wouldn't harm them. My God. This is a huge space and we can see the situation outside clearly. It's amazing that young noble Jiang has such a treasure. Chapter 12:11. The moment Jiang Chen opened the Zulong Tower, two powerful qi overflowed from the Zulong Tower. Then two extremely strong silhouettes leaped out. They were none other than Ening and Ada and Air. Ah, what a strong qi of sin. There's also a lot of devil qi in it. This qi is just too perfect. I'm going to advance. Yes, the environment here is just too good. I'm going to advance under such stimulation. Ada and Air were incomparably excited. Their qi began to rise unceasingly, pushing towards the divine immortal realm. Ada and Air were ferocious heavenly devil bulls, bloodthirsty and evil in nature. Coupled with the devil qi in their bodies, they actually shared a certain similarity with the overall qi in the evil abyss. Ada and Air had already reached the half-step divine immortal realm after consuming the leaf of the regenerative lotus. However, the effect of the leaf hadn't been completely exhausted yet. During this period of time, they had already reached the peak of the half-step divine immortal realm. Now that the Zulong Tower was opened, they could feel the qi inside. Under the impact of this qi, they were about to advance to the early divine immortal realm. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. They weren't confident in dealing with lascivious young master, or rather, they didn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with him. But now there was a turning point. If Ada and Air could advance to the early divine immortal realm, they might be able to deal with lascivious young master. After all, Ada and Air were twins. When they cooperated with each other, their combat strength could no longer be described as double. If the two of them joined forces, they would be able to deal with any existence that was a level higher than them. It was a great thing for Jiang Chen that Ada and Air could advance to the early divine immortal realm at this time. Inside the Zulong Tower, Huang Ying and Yan Qingqing were observing Ada and Air's situation. I didn't expect young Master Jiang to have two powerful helpers. Huang Ying began to admire Jiang Chen's means more and more. She could clearly feel the strength of Ada and Air, but she didn't think it was enough to deal with lascivious young master. After all, lascivious young master was already a mid-divine immortal expert. The gap between each level was huge. Ada and Air were greatly stimulated. Massive airflow surged into their bodies. In just a dozen minutes, Ada and Air had successfully advanced to the early divine immortal realm. They were no longer half-step divine immortals. Master, this place is great, Ada said to Jiang Chen. Alright Ada and Air, now that you've become immortals, follow me to Lascivious City. If you manage to occupy Lascivious City, you can take whatever benefits you want from it. Jiang Chen said. Thank you, Master. Ada and Air's faces were filled with excitement. For guys like them who were eager to see the world in chaos, fighting was their favorite and specialty. Besides, they had been bored inside the ancestral dragon pagoda during this period of time. If they didn't come out and exercise their limbs, their bodies would become rusty. Let's go. After saying that, Jiang Chen soared into the sky and flew towards Lascivious City according to the direction pointed by Huang Ying. De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen flew side by side, followed by Ada and Air. There was no need to hide anything in the evil abyss. Jiang Chen had used all his trump cards, so there was no need for Ada and Air to hide anymore. Huang Ying was a little surprised to see that Jiang Chen could fly in the sky even though he was not a heaven immortal. However, when she recalled that Yan Qingqing had told her that Jiang Chen could already fly when he was a human immortal, she wasn't too surprised. However, Huang Ying felt that this mysterious and legendary man would probably bring even greater surprises to them. The distance between Lascivious City and the place where they set off from was only 1,000 miles. For Jiang Chen and the others, such a distance was nothing. They could reach it in the blink of an eye. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Extraordinary things would always happen on such a night. In Sin City, almost every night was the same. In front of them was a city. This city wasn't big, only 100 miles in circumference. Moreover, the outer walls of the city gave off a brand new feeling. It was obvious that it had only been built in recent years. Compared to those ancient cities, it didn't have a thick and stable aura. There was no signboard hanging outside the city gate. The whole city didn't seem to have a name. There wasn't even a guard outside the city gate. There were no rules or regulations. Of course, all rules and regulations were useless in Sin Abyss. Jiang Qin and his companions didn't encounter the slightest obstruction as they barged into Lascivious City. "Big Yellow, let's make some noise first," Jiang Qin said. "Got it." De Huang Dog shook his body and spat out a huge fireball at a large building below him. Rumble. The huge fireball fell on the area, and a large area of buildings was instantly overturned, turning into a sea of fire. The movement and the fire in the middle of the night were too big, too dazzling, and it was impossible not to attract attention. However, Big Yellow didn't stop because of one fireball. He opened his mouth and kept spitting out fireballs. Each fireball destroyed a building. In just a few breaths of time, the entire Lascivious City was thrown into chaos. Cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard coming from below. Some of the people who lived in the buildings were killed on the spot. Some of them managed to escape, but they were in a very sorry state. Kaka. De Huang Dog cackled in the sky. He didn't have any qualms about killing anyone in Lascivious City. Most of the people here were vicious and evil. Their deaths weren't to be regretted. Besides, dying in Sin Abyss was a very normal thing. What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble in Lascivious City? Damn it, how dare he cause trouble here? He must be tired of living. Kill him. Curses were heard. Many powerful figures flew out from different directions and instantly surrounded Jiang Chen and the others. However, most of them were only heaven immortals. The people here weren't fools. When they sensed the immortal aura emanating from Ada and Air, they immediately turned tail and fled. Those who were familiar with the rules of Sin Abyss wouldn't simply threaten others because they knew that those who dared to attack weren't afraid of death. Kill them, Jiang Chen said flatly. Since he was here, he would definitely stir up a storm of blood in Lascivious City. Yes, master. Chapter 12:12. Arg. Miserable shrieks sounded in an instant. Those heaven immortal experts didn't even have the chance to escape. Their bodies were smashed into pieces by the head of De Huang Dog. Blood sprayed everywhere as they died on the spot. Huang Ying and Yan Qingqing, who were in the Zulong Tower, saw everything clearly. Although this wasn't the first time they had witnessed the brutality of De Huang Dog, the current situation still made them tremble with fear. However, they knew very well that brutality was never a rare thing in a place like the Evil Abyss. Many people in Lascivious City were also frightened by the scene. Battles often broke out in every region of the Evil Abyss. It was also common for people to attack the city. Lascivious young master had used such a barbaric method to occupy this city. Now that such an arrogant and barbaric man had appeared, everyone knew that Lascivious City wouldn't be peaceful tonight. The City Lord Mansion had been completely alarmed. Numerous experts rushed out of the mansion. Those heaven immortal experts who were about to rush over were scared witless after witnessing Big Yellow's horrifying cruelty. None of them dared to take another step forward. Although death wasn't a big deal in Evil Abyss, those who could stay alive didn't want to die. Although death wasn't a big deal in Evil Abyss, those who could stay alive didn't want to die. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few incomparably powerful figures flew out from the prefecture and arrived in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. There were a total of 5 of them. 4 of them were early divine immortal experts. All 4 of them had the same chi, which was brutality. Even their faces were ferocious. Anyone who saw them would know that they weren't good people. The leader was wearing a bright red robe with all sorts of flowers embroidered on it. It was very flirtatious. Compared to the red robe, the person wearing the red robe was even more flirtatious. He was a man who seemed to be in his late 20s. His face was filled with feminine chi. His thin lips were red, his long eyebrows were arched upwards, and his eyes were filled with obscene chi. He lacked the masculinity of a man. In other words, his yin chi was too strong. This kind of man, no matter how beautiful he was, would make people feel disgusted at first glance. He was neither fish nor fowl. Almost without guessing, they already knew the identity of this coquettish man. He was the lascivious young master. The chi radiating from his body was much stronger than the other 4. That was the chi of a mid-divine immortal expert, the #1 expert of Lascivious City. As soon as the lascivious young master appeared, his eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Even though Jiang Chen seemed to have the weakest cultivation, he could tell that the white-clothed young man was the leader. "How dare you come to this young master's place and behave atrociously?" said the lascivious young master. His tone was extremely feminine, which made people uncomfortable and gave them goosebumps. Sigh. No wonder he's called lascivious young master. This name is really good. Jiang Chen pretended to sigh. Humph. A puny little half-step heaven immortal and 3 demonic beasts want to invade my lascivious city. I don't know if my reputation isn't good enough or if there's something wrong with your brains. Brat, I don't care who you are. You've killed my men and destroyed the buildings in my city. Only death awaits you. I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to fight. So, the 4 of you can kill yourselves in front of me. The lascivious young master harumphed coldly and spoke in a condescending tone. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. After all, the gap between them was just too huge. There was no comparison between a half-step heaven immortal and a mid-divine immortal. Haven't you 4 idiots heard what our young master said? Our young master has already shown you the greatest mercy by asking you to kill yourselves. Hurry up and kowtow on the ground to express your gratitude, then kill yourselves. An early divine immortal expert next to lascivious young master spoke sternly. As soon as these words came out, both Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even Ada and Air couldn't stand it anymore. Asking others to commit suicide became a mercy? How awesome was that? Fuck. For God's sake. There's really nothing to say to this kind of people. Have a taste of Master Dog's fart. De Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. There was no need to use words to deal with such people. Just take my fart. All of a sudden, Big Yellow's sturdy body turned around and aimed his fat butt at the few of them. His action stunned them for a moment, then they were enraged. In their point of view, Big Yellow's action was a blatant provocation, a humiliation to them. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. You're courting death. Kill this dog, peel off his skin and stew it. One of them said, but before they could make their move, De Huang Dog had already released his invincible god's fart. Long. The deafening sound was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens. The intense movement almost deafened everyone's ears. A mass of green air exploded above the heads of lascivious young master and his companions, forming a huge mushroom cloud in the middle of the explosion. It was truly a spectacular sight. The next moment, everyone, including lascivious young master, vomited on the spot. The fart of De Huang Dog was an unacceptable and irresistible weapon. If one was caught off guard and hit by it, the consequences would be absolutely serious. Even if it couldn't kill you, it would still disgust you to death. Damn it. This dog's fart stinks. Ugh, fuck you. I'm going to die from the smell? Damn it. How can there be such a stinky fart in this world? Those supreme divine immortals had completely lost their image and were vomiting in the sky. Lascivious young master was the first to react, but he was also caught in the green air and vomited. De Huang Dog's invincible god's fart was very powerful, but in essence, it couldn't cause any harm to those divine immortals. Of course, De Huang Dog didn't expect to kill them with this invincible god's fart. Even if it couldn't kill them, it would still shock them. The power of this fart was more than enough to make them suffer. Wakaka, Master Dog's fart tastes good, doesn't it? The big yellow dog laughed out loud and it was very joyful. Ada and Air, Yen Qingqing and Huang Ying, who were in the Zulong Tower, had already realized that only De Huang Dog could pull off such a prank. Such a trick was really invincible. Ha, lascivious young master, you call yourself lascivious? But is this invincible god's fart more lascivious, young master? Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Lascivious young master called himself lascivious young master. Perhaps he would be defeated by De Huang Dog today. Ah, lascivious young master roared. He was really angry now. Violent blood light gushed out of his body and dispersed De Huang Dog's fart. Chapter 12-13. Lascivious young master was thoroughly infuriated. He had been tricked by a dog in his own territory in such a despicable way. To him, this was a great humiliation. He had to shred this dog into 1,000 pieces. With so many of his subordinates watching, if he didn't kill all of them, he would lose his face, and how could he convince the public in the future? Damn dog. Die for me. All of a sudden, lascivious young master stretched out a huge blood-red hand, pouncing at De Huang Dog with the force of Mount Tai. Big Yellow's fighting spirit was aroused. The ferociousness of a divine beast was fully exposed. Even in the face of a mid-divine immortal expert, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. His roar was as loud as the roar of a dragon, shaking the heaven and earth. Countless rays of golden light surged out of his body, making him look incomparably valiant and magical. The chi of a divine beast had also been fully unleashed. A golden halo appeared on top of De Huang Dog's head. His body had doubled in size in an instant. It seemed like De Huang Dog wouldn't dare to be careless in the face of a mid-divine immortal expert. After all, he was only a late heaven immortal expert. Any ordinary half-step divine immortal expert was no match for him. An early divine immortal expert was more than enough to deal with him, but he was no match for an intermediate divine immortal expert, especially an expert like lascivious young master. But since he had come to Lascivious City today, he had to show his chi first. De Huang Dog was incomparably ferocious. With his indestructible head, he rammed at the huge blood-red hand. Overestimating yourself. Upon seeing this, lascivious young master couldn't help but sneer. In his point of view, what De Huang Dog did was simply courting death by using his head to block his attack. How could De Huang Dog look down on him? Long. The blood-red palm slapped heavily on De Huang Dog's head, producing a deafening boom. Under the impact of the De Huang Dog's attack, countless cracks appeared on the blood-red palm. The dog's head had always been De Huang Dog's most powerful weapon. Even ordinary immortal energy couldn't compare with it. Although cracks had appeared on the blood-colored palm, De Huang Dog was not in a good state. His gigantic body was sent flying several hundred jianghu away. However, De Huang Dog was a very powerful man. With just a twist of his body, he was able to completely regain control of his body. Motherfucker, this lowly guy is really powerful. De Huang Dog shook his dazed head vigorously. This time he had been beaten to the point that he was in a daze and was staggering. After all, the gap between the two of them was too big. They were not on the same level at all. It was already very amazing that De Huang Dog could beat De Huang Dog to such an extent. What? Lascivious young master's facial expression changed dramatically and he exclaimed. Not only him, the other 4 early divine immortal experts also widened their eyes in disbelief. They knew very well how powerful the attack of lascivious young master was, but Big Yellow was able to withstand it with just his head. Great Yellow, you're right. Initially they thought that De Huang Dog's head would be split into pieces and die miserably on the spot. Never had they thought that the dog's head would be so hard that it was even stronger than an immortal weapon. Lascivious young master's attack didn't cause any damage to De Huang Dog. This was simply unimaginable. Motherfucker. How can this dog's head be so hard? What the hell? There are all kinds of weirdos in this world. How can a dog's head be so hard? This dog is really ferocious. It seems like his bloodline is incomparably powerful. Fortunately, he is only a half-step heaven immortal. If he was a divine immortal, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Everyone was shocked. Although lascivious young master had gained the upper hand, it didn't stop them from feeling astonished by De Huang Dog. Since this dog's head is so hard, I'm going to break it today. Lascivious young master was determined. His target was De Huang Dog, excluding Jiangqin, Ada and Air. Only by breaking De Huang Dog's head could he save his face and relieve his hatred. Ada and Air, you two stop him. Jiangqin said. Yes, master. Without saying a word, Ada and Air turned into 2 streaks of light and stood in front of lascivious young master. The celestial demon barbaric bull's momentum was completely released. The cooperation between the twin brothers could not be matched by any other cooperation. Ada and Air were already early divine immortal experts. If they joined hands, they would be able to deal with an intermediate divine immortal expert. Even though lascivious young master was stronger than an ordinary intermediate divine immortal expert, Ada and Air could still stop him. Jiangqin had always been the most experienced when it came to combat. Today he was going to create some trouble for lascivious young master, but after witnessing the current situation, he changed his mind and decided to occupy the city. That's right, lascivious young master, lascivious young master. His eyes were now fixed on the other 4 early divine immortal experts, because 2 of them were demonic beasts similar to Ada and Air. Jiangqin had a solid foundation. As long as he and De Huang Dog could kill the 2 demonic beasts in the melee, he would be able to refine their demon souls. 2 early divine immortal demon souls would be enough for Jiangqin to advance to the early heaven immortal realm. Although such a method of advancement might have a certain impact on Jiangqin's foundation, it wouldn't affect him too much given his current condition. Once he advanced to the early heaven immortal realm, his combat strength would soar again. At that time, killing the other 2 early divine immortal experts would be a piece of cake for him. Finally, he would have to join hands with Ada and Air to deal with lascivious young master. By then, it would be the death of lascivious young master. Jiangqin never did things that he wasn't sure of, especially in a battle. Plus, he was proficient in the great divination art, which made his divination more accurate. He had already foreseen that lascivious young master would die today. 2 barbaric bulls trying to stop me? You really don't know what's good for you. Lascivious young master didn't put Ada and Air in his eyes at all. Immediately he struck out 2 bloodlights at Ada and Air. Ada and Air were ferocious experts. Now that they had advanced to the divine immortal realm, they weren't afraid of lascivious young master at all. They unleashed their devil nature to the fullest, forming two dark clouds in the sky and pouncing at lascivious young master. Long. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 12:14. I didn't expect these two barbaric bulls to be so hard to deal with, but sooner or later they will die in my hands. The four of you attack together and take down that arrogant brat and that damn dog. Lascivious young master gave the order to his four subordinates. He could already see that the two barbaric bulls had reached a perfect level of cooperation and tacit understanding. They were twin brothers. Such cooperation was the scariest because they could communicate with each other. Their combat strength wouldn't be as simple as a double superposition. Yes. The four early divine immortal experts answered, then fixed their eyes on Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. After sizing them up, a humanoid demonic beast said to the other three, "The three of you finish this quickly and get rid of that dog. Leave this arrogant brat to me." All right. Without saying another word, the other three experts lunged at De Huang Dog. Obviously they didn't want to waste any more time. So they attacked decisively, besieging De Huang Dog from all sides, leaving no chance for De Huang Dog to escape. Three experts were going to deal with Big Yellow while the remaining demonic beast was going to deal with Jiang Chen. In their point of view, such a battle was meaningless. Big Yellow and Jiang Chen would be killed in less than 10 seconds, especially the great demon who was going to deal with Jiang Chen. He felt that it was an insult to himself to fight a half-step heaven immortal with his identity and cultivation base. However, this kind of distribution was what Jiang Chen liked the most. If the four of them attacked him and De Huang respectively, there wouldn't be a winner in a short period of time. After all, given Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, even with the help of the great divination art, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with an early divine immortal expert. However, given his combat experience, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with one of them. So, he was given an opponent, a demonic beast, which was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. As for De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all. De Huang Dog definitely wouldn't be a match for the three early divine immortal experts, but just like Ada and Air, it was unrealistic for them to kill De Huang Dog in a short period of time. De Huang Dog had too many tricks up his sleeves. This mystical guy wouldn't be easy to kill. Even if the three of them were given a day and a night, they still wouldn't be able to kill De Huang Dog. The current situation was very clear. Ada and Air were dealing with lascivious young master, while De Huang Dog was dealing with the other three. All Jiang Chen needed to do was to focus on his opponent. The most important thing in this battle was himself. As long as he could kill the two demonic beasts and advance to the early heaven immortal realm, everything else wouldn't be a problem. Wakaka, you three fellows also want to kill Lord Dog? Don't be ridiculous. It seems like you haven't had enough of Master Dog's fart. De Huang Dog cackled and began to provoke the three. Peel off his skin. The three of them were infuriated. They couldn't help but grit their teeth when they thought of how they were influenced by De Huang Dog's fart. It was too shameful to vomit in front of so many people. Next, they would regain their face by peeling off De Huang Dog's fart. Long. The three divine immortal experts struck at the same time. In an instant, a fierce battle broke out with De Huang Dog. Of course, De Huang Dog wasn't an easy opponent. The light wings on his back spread out. Although his body was majestic, he was incomparably nimble. His shadows flickered during the battle, dazzling his opponents and making it hard for them to track De Huang Dog's movements. Inside the Zulong Tower, Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying watched everything with their mouths wide open. They had never thought that the people brought by Jiang Chen were so abnormal. Putting aside De Huang Dog, even Ada and Air could fight against lascivious young master together. Now, all their attention was on Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen's opponent was a true early divine immortal expert while Jiang Chen was merely a half-step heaven immortal expert. The gap between them was just too huge. Sister Qingqing, do you think young Master Jiang can deal with a divine immortal expert? Asked Huang Ying worriedly. They had just escaped from death. Now Jiang Chen was their only hope, the only thing they could rely on to survive in the evil abyss. I have faith in Big Brother Jiang. He's a genius, the scariest genius I've ever seen. Back when he was just an early Earth Immortal expert, he could already kill an early Heaven Immortal expert. Although he's only a half-step Heaven Immortal expert now, we can't treat him as a Heaven Immortal expert, said Yan Qingqing. Yan Qingqing said. Although she was worried about Jiang Chen, she had a fundamental trust in Jiang Chen from the bottom of her heart. That kind of trust came from Yen City. It was Jiang Chen who turned the situation around in Yen City. Killing a heaven immortal expert while only being an early earth immortal expert? I've never seen such a figure before. I really want to meet him. Ever since Huang Ying saw Jiang Qin, the astonishment on her face hadn't disappeared. She was skeptical about Yan Qingqing's words, but at least she felt a glimmer of hope. The two battlefields had already heated up. The early divine immortal great demon stood in front of Jiang Qin, looking at Jiang Qin with a mocking gaze. Brat, I can see that your blood and qi are very vigorous. To me it's a great tonic. If I were you, I would surrender myself to avoid suffering. It's really pointless to deal with a puny half-step heaven immortal expert. The great demon said. You will find it interesting in a while. Jiang Qin shrugged. He didn't want to waste any more time. A surge of barbaric force burst out from his body all of a sudden. His body transformed instantly, turning into a half-human half-dragon. To Jiang Qin, fighting in this form was much more enjoyable than turning into a dragon. Ah! What a powerful transformation skill. It can actually increase your combat strength by so much. But this isn't enough for you to be arrogant. In front of me, even if your combat strength has increased by so much, it will still be useless. You will still end up dead. Seeing the transformation of Jiang Qin, the great demon was incomparably shocked. This was his first time encountering such a powerful transformation skill. However, it wasn't the reason for him to take Jiang Qin seriously. In his point of view, even if a puny half-step heaven immortal expert had increased his combat strength, he would still end up dead. True Dragon Palm. Chapter 12-15. Seeing that Jiang Qin's attack was so powerful, the great demon's eyes were filled with astonishment. Jiang Qin's power was completely beyond his expectation. As the saying goes, an expert's power would be known the moment he made a move. He had never thought that a half-step heaven immortal could have such a tyrannical power. However, the great demon still didn't take Jiang Qin seriously. Given his cultivation base, it was very difficult for him to take a half-step heaven immortal seriously. Long. A pitch-black sharp claw was cast out by the great demon, colliding heavily with Jiang Qin's true dragon palm. Violent energy overflowed in all directions, causing the void to tremble violently. Dang dang dang. Under such a violent impact, Jiang Qin was forced to take 3 steps back before he could stabilize his body. His body was a little numb, but with the help of the wood's spiritual qi, Jiang Qin's condition was restored in an instant. Such an outcome was within Jiang Qin's expectation. After all, the opponent was a powerful divine immortal. It would be very difficult for him to gain the upper hand in a head-on collision. What? But this situation really shocked the great demon. It was similar to the time when lascivious young master fought De Huang. He couldn't imagine that his violent attack could only push back a half-step heaven immortal without causing any harm to his opponent. Was this a joke? Inside the Zulong Tower, Huang Ying finally witnessed the power of Jiang Qin. From the moment she met Jiang Qin until now, this was the first time she saw Jiang Qin in action. All along, her understanding of Jiang Qin came from Yan Qingqing. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, it was really an eye-opener. Clang. Jiang Qin didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately took out the Heavenly Saint Sword. The blood-red dragon sword was flickering with a bright light. This was a divine weapon. Jiang Qin and the Heavenly Saint Sword's qi had completely merged together. The body of the sword was like a living dragon, it was extremely mystical. At the same time, Jiang Qin's eyes glittered with 7-colored light. He had already circulated the great divination art. Now that his great divination art had reached the heavenly vision realm, it could be used in combat. He had to rely on the great divination art to deal with an early divine immortal expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a match for an early divine immortal expert no matter how hard he tried. Brat, I would like to see how strong a mere half-step heavenly immortal like you can be. The great demon lord was enraged. In his mind, he had only regarded the fact that Jiang Qin was able to block his attack as an accident. A huge black energy ocean came crashing down towards Jiang Qin like a violent storm. But too bad, the great demon lord could only launch half of his attack as the other half was blocked by Jiang Qin. The Heavenly Saint Sword turned into a ray of light and cut right at the center of the black energy, cutting off the great demon's attack. What? The great demon was shocked once again. This time it was more shocking than all the previous times. He looked at Jiang Qin in horror. He had no idea what kind of technique Jiang Qin had used to predict his attack and counter it in advance. Accident. It must be an accident. The great demon could only comfort himself in this way. In this unexplainable situation, he could only think that Jiang Qin was just lucky. However, in the following battle, Jiang Qin continued to cut off the great demon's attack, causing the great demon to only be able to attack half of it. The other half of the attack was forced back by Jiang Chen. This situation affected the power of the great demon's attack the most. When the power of the attack was greatly reduced, the outcome of the battle between Jiang Chen and the great demon was revealed. Wuxia, the great demon yelled in anger. Although he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position, this kind of battle was too stifling, giving him the impulse to go crazy. This was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. He was waiting for his opponent's mind to be disturbed. Then he would launch an all-out attack and kill his opponent. In the Zulong Tower, Huang Ying was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's power had subverted all her previous knowledge. How could a half-step heaven immortal force an early divine immortal expert to the point of going crazy? If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it. This was the biggest joke in the world. Sistering Big Brother Jiang has a lot of means. Just wait and see. This great demon is finished. He will definitely die in Big Brother Jiang's hands. Yan Qingqing said confidently. Apart from admiration and adoration, her eyes were also filled with infatuation towards Jiang Chen. I'm starting to believe it. Wang Ying sighed. After witnessing Jiang Chen's power with her own eyes, she had reason to believe Yan Qingqing's words. Lascivious young master was entangled by Ada and Air. Although he was able to repel the two barbaric bulls every time, their teamwork was just too perfect. Unless he could kill one of them directly, he wouldn't be able to break the situation. Otherwise, judging from the current situation, Ada and Air would be able to entangle him for at least an hour. However, under such perfect teamwork, it was extremely difficult for lascivious young master to defeat them one by one. It was basically unrealistic. On the other side, De Huang Dog had also exerted all his skills to entangle the three experts, not giving them a chance to deal with Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog wasn't a fool. The tacit understanding between him and Jiang Chen had also reached a perfect level. There was no need for them to say much to each other. De Huang Dog had already figured out the situation. Whether they could take down Lascivious City today depended on Jiang Chen. Therefore, the most important thing for him, Ada and Air, to entangle their opponents and create opportunities for Jiang Chen to buy some time. The great demon who was fighting Jiang Chen roared in anger. He had already transformed into his true form. The great demon's true form was a monster that no one had ever seen before. It looked extremely ugly and had 6 claws. Unfortunately, even after transforming into his true form, he still couldn't resolve the situation. At this moment, the great demon's mind was in a mess. There was no order to his moves. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was completely immersed in the abstruse great divination art. The more he fought, the more powerful he became. After 10 minutes of continuous battle, the great demon finally couldn't bear it anymore. Here's my chance. Fusion of dragon and sword, 9 phantom wolves. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He was so experienced in fighting that he could always grasp the best timing to attack. Just like now, when the great demon was in a mess, it was the best time for him to attack. Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite. This was the moment he had been waiting for. 9 phantom wolves was the most powerful skill he had at this moment. Chapter 12:16. In a fight between experts, an instant was enough to be fatal. The great demon's mind was in a mess. Now that he was bewitched by the 9 phantom wolves, he couldn't tell which one was the real Jiang Chen. In desperation, the great demon could only disperse his energy, trying to resist all 9 of Jiang Chen's. This was the common problem of many experts who died under Jiang Chen's 9 phantom wolves. Once the energy was dispersed, the final outcome would be incomparably miserable. This great demon wasn't an exception. Long. The great demon exerted all of his skills. Powerful energy blasts destroyed all 8 of Jiang Chen's. However, those that were destroyed were merely the phantoms of Jiang Chen. The real fatal one was Jiang Chen's real body. Jiang Chen had used all of his strength in this attack. The fusion of dragon and sword was invincible and indestructible. Wuxia. The dragon sword pierced through the great demon's chest. The terrifying sword qi disrupted the qi in the great demon's body, shattering his heart. Puff. This was a fatal blow. The great demon couldn't bear it. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. He could feel the life force in his body flowing away. His eyes were filled with despair. That's right. In the face of death, no one wouldn't feel despair. The great demon was no exception. The higher the cultivation base of a person, the more they didn't want to die. In their point of view, death was just too far away from them. When death really came, that kind of despair was helplessness. No, the great demon couldn't believe it. He really couldn't accept that he would die in the hands of a half-step heaven immortal. This was something that he had never dreamt of. However, everything had become a foregone conclusion. What awaited him was the end of his life. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. Blazing flames surged out from the dragon sword. The flames burned the great demon's body and instantly spread all over his body. The great demon had lost all his life force and died miserably. In a blink of an eye, his huge body was incinerated, leaving only a dazzling demon soul in Jiang Chen's hand. What? The scene made many of them exclaim. Not to mention the spectators, even lascivious young master and the other 3 divine immortal experts were completely dumbfounded. All of them turned to Jiang Chen at the same time. The kind of shock they felt was unimaginable to ordinary people. Among Jiang Chen's group, the one they despised the most was Jiang Chen. To put it bluntly, they didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes at all. A puny half-step heaven immortal was nothing but a fart in their eyes, not worth mentioning. However, this insignificant existence had given them a heavy blow, killing one of their powerful early divine immortal experts. It couldn't be said that the great demon was too weak, but Jiang Chen was just too abnormal. He was so abnormal that they couldn't accept it. My God. In the Zulong Tower, Huang Ying couldn't close her mouth any longer. Her eyes fell upon Jiang Chen with a strange expression. Even though she had high hopes for Jiang Chen, she couldn't imagine that Jiang Chen could really kill an early divine immortal great demon. Sister Ying, this is the true power of Big Brother Jiang. Have you seen it? Yan Qingqing's face was filled with pride. This was the man she had fallen for. A man among men could always bring miracles. A peerless monstrous genius. I have never seen such a genius before. Huang Ying sighed. At this moment she had been completely conquered by Jiang Chen. She was fascinated by this man's manly charm. Courting death. Lascivious young master no longer dared to look down on Jiang Chen. He couldn't ignore a half-step heaven immortal expert who could kill an early divine immortal expert. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's previous performance was too shocking. He had to kill Jiang Chen as soon as possible. Lascivious young master moved with incredible speed towards Jiang Chen, but Ada and Air weren't slow either. The cooperation between the twin brothers was just too terrifying. They blocked lascivious young master's path with one on the left and the other on the right. This was the order given to them by Jiang Chen, which was to stall the lascivious young master and give him a chance. The 3 of you are trash. You can't even handle a dog. What are you waiting for? Go and kill that brat first. Lascivious young master yelled at the other 3 divine immortal experts. Needless to say, the 3 of them had already moved. 2 of them rushed towards Jiang Chen, leaving one to deal with the Huang dog. They were now regretting their decision. If they had sent 2 of them to deal with Jiang Chen, it would be impossible for Jiang Chen to succeed. It was a pity that they didn't think highly of Jiang Chen from the very beginning. They had never thought that the most difficult person to deal with was Jiang Chen instead of the Huang dog. Kaka. Do you think Master Dog is a vegetarian? The wings of light behind Big Yellow's back fluttered, and his sturdy dog head dashed forward. He shuttled back and forth between the 3 great warriors, entangling them and preventing them from dealing with Jiang Chen. The 3 of them didn't have any good ideas at the moment. On the other side, Jiang Chen remained calm. Without any change in his expression, he swallowed the demon soul. With the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the demon soul immediately turned into pure energy and was absorbed. An early divine immortal demon soul was still very useful to the current Jiang Chen. The moment the demon soul entered his body, it began to be refined and new dragon marks were formed one after another. 1,000, 2,000. In just a few minutes, 35,000 dragon marks had been formed in Jiang Chen's Qi, bringing the total number of dragon marks in his Qi to 485,000. This was the power of an immortal demon soul. He still needed 15,000 dragon marks to reach 550,000. As long as he killed the other demonic beast and refined its demon soul, he would have no problem condensing another 15,000 dragon marks. At that time, he would be able to advance to the early heaven immortal realm and take over the lower flow city. Violent energy surged out of Jiang Chen's body. Holding the heavenly saint sword in one hand, Jiang Chen's combat strength was many times stronger than before. Without saying a word, he lunged at the other great demon, wielding the heavenly saint sword with thunderous momentum. The Huang dog no longer paid attention to this great demon. He only needed to focus on dealing with the other 2, because he had already determined that this great demon's fate was destined to be the same as the previous great demons. This was because the current Jiang Chen's combat strength was much stronger than before. Although he wasn't an early heaven immortal expert, he wasn't far from it. Coupled with the great divination art, it would be much easier for him to deal with early divine immortal great demons. Chapter 12:17. The fusion of dragon and sword sent a thunderous roar towards the great demon. The earth-shattering dragon roar turned into visible sound waves that filled the sky above Lascivia City, causing many people's faces to turn pale. Putting everything else aside, Jiang Chen's aura alone was enough to strike fear into the hearts of his opponents. The great demon let out a roar. A dazzling combat weapon appeared in his hand and he used it to block Jiang Chen's dragon sword. Long. Shockwaves soared into the sky. Waves of energy were sent out one after another like ripples. Each wave was like an invisible sharp weapon. If an ordinary person was caught in such a storm, he or she would be shredded into powder immediately and die miserably on the spot. This collision was obviously disadvantageous for the great demon. It should be known that in a battle, everyone was a warrior, and the most important thing for a warrior was morale. If a person's morale fell into a disadvantage, it would produce a psychological collapse, and this kind of collapse would rapidly spread through the collision. Take the great demon for example. His combat strength might be very strong, but he had subconsciously thought that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. Now that he was fighting Jiang Chen, his goal was no longer to kill Jiang Chen, but to not be killed by Jiang Chen. Under such psychological influence, defeat was inevitable. Moreover, under the influence of Jiang Chen's great divination art, the great demon couldn't exert his full strength. Moreover, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had increased by 35,000, causing his combat strength to soar once again. Under such circumstances, the outcome was almost predictable. Under the powerful attack of Jiang Chen, the great demon was sent flying away. The immortal weapon in his hand almost flew out of his hand. The astonishment on the great demon's face reached its peak. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of disbelief. Damn it. He's just a half-step heaven immortal. How can he be so powerful? Damn it. The great demon had the urge to spurt out blood. He was a divine immortal expert and had come all the way from the half-step heaven immortal realm. Therefore he knew very well how big the gap between a half-step heaven immortal and a divine immortal was. However, this gap in cultivation had been completely reversed today. The great demon felt that his entire worldview had begun to collapse. In front of Jiang Chen, he suddenly felt that all his years of cultivation had been wasted. Looking at the majestic De Huang dog, the great demon felt that he was inferior to a dog. Die. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. The instant the big demon was pushed back, he made his move again. With the combination of unity of dragon and sword and 9 phantom wolves, a series of phantoms instantly surrounded the big demon. Although it was the same old trick, it was still effective. Moreover, the effect was very good. Puchi. In the end, the great demon followed in the footsteps of the previous great demon and was unable to escape from Jiang Chen's terrifying attack. The sharp heavenly saint sword pierced through the great demon's glabella, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The great demon's eyes were filled with despair, and it was also the last color of his life. No. The shadow of death shrouded the great demon in an instant. He couldn't believe that he was going to die just like that, but this was the reality. Nothing could be changed anymore. At this last moment, his fate had come to an end. A destructive force burst out from the heavenly saint sword, shattering the great demon's head. A golden demon soul was held in Jiang Chen's hand. This was an early divine immortal demon soul which was very effective for Jiang Chen. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen swallowed the demon soul. Dragon roars resounded from Jiang Chen's chi. New dragon marks began to condense. After refining this demon soul, Jiang Chen's cultivation would be able to break through to the early heaven immortal realm. At that time he would have the ability to deal with lascivious young master. By this time, more than half of Jiang Chen's plan had been realized. The following situation was completely under Jiang Chen's control. Very quickly, 15,000 dragon marks were completely condensed. In terms of advancement, the more difficult it was to condense dragon marks, the more energy it required. Therefore, the first early divine immortal demon soul could help Jiang Chen condense 35,000 dragon marks, but the second one could only condense 15,000 dragon marks. But even so, 15,000 dragon marks were enough for Jiang Chen. This was the number that Jiang Chen needed to advance to the heaven immortal realm. Woohoo! Jiang Chen retracted his flaming wings and directly controlled the airflow in the air to fly. This was the true flight in the air, the symbol of a heaven immortal expert. Even though Jiang Chen already had the strength to kill divine immortals, his cultivation base was still insufficient to truly fly in the air. So this is the heaven immortal realm? Feels great, but this advancement has slightly affected my foundation. Fortunately, it won't affect it and I can recover very soon, but I certainly won't be able to continue using this method in a short period of time. Jiang Chen thought to himself. If it wasn't to deal with lascivious young master, Jiang Chen wouldn't have chosen this method of advancement. The most important thing in the path of cultivation was the foundation. Once it was affected, it wouldn't be good. But in this Nifa's abyss, it was still necessary to increase one's cultivation as quickly as possible. This was an extremely vicious world that was filled with slaughter and evil. Only by becoming stronger could one survive. Not only did Jiang Chen want to survive, he also wanted to make a name for himself in the evil abyss. Currently he was very interested in the evil lord and the evil clan, but Jiang Chen also knew that his current strength was far from enough to meet such an expert. A powerful golden immortal was still in existence that Jiang Chen couldn't touch. Damn it! This bastard actually advanced. Is he still a human? He was able to kill an early divine immortal expert when he was just a half-step heaven immortal expert. Now that he has advanced to the early heaven immortal realm, we are no match for him. Young master is also entangled by those two great demons. If that brat comes to deal with us now, we can already imagine our fate. The two early divine immortal experts who were fighting De Huang Dog turned pale. The battle had just started, but two divine immortal experts had already died in the hands of Jiang Chen. To them this was an unimaginable blow. Swoosh. However, it was useless to be afraid. Jiang Chen's blade-like eyes fell on them. In the next moment, Jiang Chen appeared beside De Huang Dog like a ghost. The two divine immortal experts shuddered. They could already feel the killing intent from Jiang Chen. Under the shroud of this killing intent, their minds were trembling. Kaka. Master Dog will give you two a chance now. Commit suicide at once so that you won't suffer any physical pain. De Huang Dog cackled, returning the words of his opponent. Chapter 12:18. Jiang Chen, who was in his dragon form, stood side by side with De Huang Dog, holding the heavenly saint sword in his hand. He was looking at the two divine immortal experts with a playful look. The faces of the two early divine immortal experts turned incomparably unsightly. Both of them were ferocious and had never been afraid of anything, but this young man in front of them had made them truly afraid. The fact that he could kill two early divine immortal great demons in a row had shaken their hearts and souls, rendering them incapable of resisting. I'll give you two a chance to live. Submit to me now and I won't kill you. Jiang Chen spoke. He had just arrived in Evil Abyss and was now going to occupy Lascivious City to build his first major power. Naturally, he couldn't lack subordinates. If these two early divine immortal experts were willing to submit to him, they would be able to become his capable subordinates. Humph! You two must be tired of living. How dare you submit to someone else? The lascivious young master, who was fighting with Ada and Air from afar, was infuriated when he heard Jiang Chen's words. He was extremely depressed right now. He thought that he would be able to win this battle easily, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen, who he looked down upon the most, would be able to kill two of them in a row and improve his strength during the battle. Lascivious young master can't even protect himself today. He will definitely die in my hands. I don't like to waste time. I won't give you two time to think. If you submit to me now, you can live. If not, I'll kill you two first before killing lascivious young master. Jiang Chen raised the dragon sword in his hand. A blood-red light flickered as he pointed it at the two. The two of them looked at each other, carefully weighing the current situation, and then nodded. All right, we're willing to submit to you. Both of them spoke at the same time. They weren't fools. In Evil Abyss, there was no such thing as absolute submission. Survival was the most important thing to them. They had already seen the situation clearly. If they didn't submit to Jiang Chen, they were afraid that they would die immediately. Although the lascivious young master was powerful, the two barbaric bulls had him pinned down. The dragon man before him was even more terrifying, and the dog was extraordinarily brave. If they joined forces, the lascivious young master would not be able to get away scot-free. In order to survive, submitting to Jiang Chen was their only choice. It was also their last choice. All right, you two are smart. I'll go kill lascivious young master now and establish my prestige. Jiang Chen sheathed the heavenly saint sword, turned around, and charged toward the direction of lascivious young master. As for whether these two divine immortal experts were truly loyal to him, Jiang Chen didn't care at all. In Nifa's abyss, it was an extravagant hope to find the true intention. Jiang Chen was so fast that he joined Ada and Air in an instant. The three of them besieged lascivious young master in a triangular formation. Brat, you're really amazing. But do you really think that you can kill me with just the three of you? Lascivious young master said fiercely to Jiang Chen. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. This dragon man had destroyed the foundation that he had painstakingly built. However, the lascivious young master wasn't afraid. He was still very confident in his combat strength. Even if he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, he would have no problem escaping. However, he wasn't willing to run away just like that because he would become the laughingstock of this region. There would be no place for him in Nifa's abyss in the future. Whether I can kill you or not, we'll know once we try. Anyway, I have no intention of letting you go today. Jiang Chen's murderous intent soared to the sky. His aura had completely locked onto lascivious young master. At the same time, the great divination art was activated rapidly. His whole body was filled with the aura of divination. Then, he swung the heavenly saint sword and slashed at lascivious young master. At the same time, Ada and Air also went crazy. Lascivious young master also attacked violently. A large amount of terrifying blood light shot out. Each of the blood light was like a sharp blood blade that was about to cut the void. However, what happened next made the lascivious young master extremely depressed. He was shocked to find that his attack was forcefully cut off by Jiang Chen using a clever and powerful attack, greatly reducing the power of his attack. Upon seeing this, Ada and Air began to feel excited. Although they had joined hands, they had always been suppressed by lascivious young master. Now that they had the help of Jiang Chen, they suddenly felt exhilarated and began to suppress lascivious young master. This situation was within Jiang Chen's expectation. He was becoming more and more fond of the great divination art. Now that lascivious young master was in a disadvantageous position, it was time for him to die. What Jiang Chen needed to do now was to prevent lascivious young master from escaping. After all, lascivious young master was a mighty mid-divine immortal expert. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he could still escape. Da Huang, deploy a grand formation at once to seal this void. Don't give this despicable thing a chance to escape. Jiang Chen whispered to Da Huang Dog through divine sense. At the same time, he deployed his 5-elemental sphere. This was his first time deploying his 5-elemental sphere in the immortal world. Due to the influence of the laws of the immortal world, he couldn't form his own 5-elemental sphere, but he could still use the essence of the 5-elemental sphere to create a grand formation. Da Huang Dog flew to the sky. He and Jiang Chen had a tacit understanding. The moment Jiang Chen deployed his 5-elemental sphere, Da Huang Dog began to deploy a series of abstruse formations that perfectly matched the 5-elemental sphere. To Da Huang Dog, who was proficient in the heavenly book of source of formations, deploying a trapping formation was an incomparably easy and casual thing to do. As a matter of fact, lascivious young master was already in a precarious situation. If he chose to escape now, he might still have enough time and Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to stop him. If he waited for Da Huang Dog to finish deploying the formation, it would be hard for him to escape. It was a pity that lascivious young master was still immersed in the fury of the battle with Jiang Chen, so he didn't pay any attention to Da Huang Dog's formation. In his heart, he was still incomparably confident. He believed that even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he could still escape successfully at the last moment. However, this was just the beginning. Jiang Chen was getting more and more adept at using the great divination art. In the following battle, lascivious young master was at a complete disadvantage. Although Jiang Chen wasn't a match for lascivious young master, he could still use the great divination art to hinder lascivious young master's performance. The rest was left to Ada and Air. Chapter 12-19. Lascivious young master, who had the upper hand just a moment ago, had turned the battle into a one-sided one in a short period of time. If such a scene didn't happen in real life, no one would believe that a mid-divine immortal expert was being suppressed like this. It was a tragedy in itself. The two girls in the ancestral dragon pagoda were completely dumbfounded, especially Huang Ying. At this moment, all the worries in her heart had vanished. Previously, she was extremely afraid of lascivious young master. When Jiang Chen was about to attack lascivious city, she tried to stop him in every possible way. That's right. However, what she thought was impossible was happening right in front of her eyes. This is truly a miracle. Huang Ying sighed. She could already see that lascivious young master had fallen into a disadvantageous position. If he didn't escape as soon as possible, it was only a matter of time before he died in the hands of Jiang Chen. Huang Ying had been completely convinced by Jiang Chen. She had been watching Jiang Chen's battle from the very beginning. From the moment he killed the two great demons to now, every step of his had amazed her. Just like what Yan Qingqing said, this was a miracle worker. Such a man couldn't be judged by common sense. Anyone who dared to look down on Jiang Chen would end up in a miserable state. A dragon roar shook the sky. Jiang Chen had completely turned into a dragon and merged with the dragon sword. This was his peak combat strength. Apart from his powerful attack, the most frightening thing about him was his qi. Such a surging qi was enough to weaken the enemy before the battle even started. Long. Jiang Chen opened his huge dragon mouth and spat out streams of flames. Each of the flames was infused with the sword qi of the Heavenly Saint Sword. This was the fusion of the Fire Dragon Seal and the Heavenly Saint Sword. Like flaming swords, they filled the sky, ignited the darkness and engulfed lascivious young master in an instant. On the other side, Ada and Air had also gained their qi. Even they had to admit that fighting with Jiang Chen was a very enjoyable thing. The two heavenly devil barbaric bulls had exerted their power to the extreme. The three powerful attacks were earth-shattering, as if they were going to annihilate a part of the starry sky. Lascivious young master's expression changed after seeing such a situation. He could no longer remain calm, because he had sensed a dangerous qi that he had never felt before. Damn it. This bastard is really abnormal. He has just advanced to the heaven immortal realm, but he already has such a powerful attack. With the help of these two barbaric bulls, I'm sure I'm no match for him today. It's better for me to leave first and take my revenge in the future. I still have a few good friends. I'm sure we can kill this brat if we join forces. Lascivious young master cursed in his heart. Although he was unwilling, he wasn't a fool. He knew that it would be extremely disadvantageous for him to continue fighting. It would be better for him to flee for now and take his revenge in the future. Long. Jiang Chen, Ada and Air's attacks fell at the same time. Lascivious young master had used all his strength to resist the attacks, but he had also suffered a tremendous impact. He had already suffered some injuries in the previous battle. Now that he was bombarded by the attacks, his injuries became worse. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Brat, I'll remember what you've done today. It won't be easy to occupy my territory. The next time I come back it will be the day you die. Lascivious young master uttered a harsh word, then turned into a stream of light and flew away. Upon seeing this, a cold smile was revealed at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He had already expected that lascivious young master would choose to escape, but it was already too late. Big Yellow had already completed the deployment of the Grand Formation and it had completely merged with his 5-elemental sphere. It was impossible for lascivious young master to escape instantly. As for Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog's Grand Formation didn't need to stop lascivious young master completely. It was enough to stop him for a short period of time. Lascivious young master, it's too late for you to leave now. Just stay here. Jiang Chen took the opportunity to launch a joint attack with Ada and Air, lunging at lascivious young master. At this moment, lascivious young master sensed that something was wrong. He could feel the existence of the Grand Formation. An invisible barrier had completely trapped Jiang Chen in it. He also saw the detestable Big Yellow baring his teeth at him not far away. That's right. Open. Lascivious young master was infuriated. Immediately, he infused all his strength into the immortal weapon in his hand and slashed at the Grand Formation. Chila. Lascivious young master was, after all, a mighty mid-divine immortal expert. He was able to tear a hole in the Grand Formation with his full strength. Unfortunately, the time it took for him to break the formation was enough for Jiang Chen to attack him. Plus, lascivious young master was at his weakest. Long. The attacks of Jiang Chen, Ada and Air fell on lascivious young master like a storm. Once he split the Grand Formation, he wouldn't be able to stop the attacks from Jiang Chen and the other two. The boundless destructive energy turned into a storm, engulfing the lascivious young master. Arg! A blood-curdling scream was heard from the storm. It was the voice of lascivious young master. Even a mighty mid-divine immortal expert would become a turtle in a jar at this moment. He would be slaughtered by Jiang Chen. Soon, the energy of the storm disappeared, and the lascivious young master's appearance was revealed. At this moment, the lascivious young master was in a sorry state. His red robe was torn by the energy and many wounds on his body were bleeding. His momentum had completely weakened, and there was no trace of the toughness he had before. Countless of them gasped at the sight of lascivious young master's current state, especially the two early divine immortal experts who had submitted to Jiang Chen. Inwardly they were glad that they had chosen to submit. If lascivious young master had ended up like this, it was imaginable what would happen to them if they resisted. Ruthless. He's too ruthless. This young man is simply an abnormal being. Lascivious young master, a mid-divine immortal expert, has been beaten to such a state. Lascivious city is going to change hands again. Lascivious young master is going to die today, but this bastard is too obscene. It's better for him to die now. How can he survive after being beaten to such a state? Chapter 12:20. Regarding the death of the lascivious young master, many people didn't feel anything. There was no affection between the people here and the lascivious young master. For them, the death of the lascivious young master was just a change of master for this city. It didn't affect them at all. In a place like the evil abyss, feelings were the most luxurious thing. Jianghu arrived in front of the lascivious young master. He had already reverted to his true form and was holding the heavenly saint sword in his hand. The current lascivious young master was no longer a threat to him. Killing him would be as easy as pinching an ant. The lascivious young master raised his head to look at Jianghu. His eyes were filled with hatred and fear at the same time. I never thought that I would fall in the hands of a heaven immortal. How ironic. The lascivious young master smiled bitterly. He didn't beg for mercy. To those who knew the rules of the evil abyss, begging for mercy was the last thing they would do because it was useless to beg for mercy here. If they were defeated, they would die. Wuxia. Without uttering a word, Jianghu thrust his sword forward and pierced through the lascivious young master's chest. A destructive force gushed out from the heavenly saint sword, shattering all of the lascivious young master's vitality. In this place there was no need for a reason to kill. To Jianghu he would still attack the lascivious young master even if Xianxia and Huang hadn't encountered him. Since he had come to the evil abyss, he had to do something. The massacre had just begun. The flames spread to the lascivious young master's body, burning him to ashes in the blink of an eye. Seeing the lascivious young master's ashes, the two early divine immortal experts hastily came to Jianghu and bowed to him. Congratulations on becoming the new city lord of lascivious city, young master. The two of us will follow young master from afar and be at your beck and call. The two of them spoke in unison, expressing their loyalty to Jianghu. Now was the best time to do so. The name vulgar city is too unpleasant to hear. Change it to Tianxiang City, and the two of you immediately go and make a plaque for Tianxiang City and hang it outside the gate. Jianghu said. The name, Lascivious City, was not suitable for him. Now that he was the master of this place, he had to change the name. He wanted to change the name from Lascivious City to Fragrant Sky City. Others might not know why, but De Huang Dog understood. Jianghu was a person who valued relationships. Most of his family members were in the lower world. Fragrant Sky City would give him a sense of closeness. It would remind him of his father. Yes, City Lord. By the way, how should I address you? One of them asked. Jianghu. Jianghu revealed his name. From now on, the name Jianghu would be circulated in the Nepha's abyss. One day, this name would become a symbol of the Nepha's abyss that would strike fear into the hearts of countless people. The two of them didn't ask any more questions. They had memorized the name of the city. What they needed to do next was to follow Jianghu's instructions. They didn't care about the name of the city. What they cared about was whether they could survive in the evil abyss. After killing the lascivious young master, Jianghu released Xianxia and Huang. The group then entered the city lord's mansion. This was the first territory Jianghu had obtained after entering the Nepha's abyss, but it definitely wouldn't be the last. Jianghu wanted to label all the cities here as Fragrant Sky City. Inside the city lord's mansion, Huang looked at the young man with a bright smile on his face. He was like a boy next door. She couldn't associate him with the ruthless and tyrannical killing god from before. When she thought of Jianghu's previous methods, she couldn't help but feel a lingering fear even though he was one of them. Young Master Jiang is truly a peerless genius. Huang felt that anything else she said would be superfluous. The young man in front of her was a person with great personality and manly charm. Such a person was a true son of the heavens. His future achievements would be limitless and he would definitely have a place in the Nepha's abyss. Sister Ying, you don't have to be so polite. We'll be on the same side from now on. You and Qingqing will find danger everywhere in the Nepha's abyss. You'll have to stay here until you find a way out. Jianghu said with a smile. Huang and Yan Qingqing were indeed not suited to survive in the Nepha's abyss. The Fragrant Sky City was the perfect place for them to settle down. I wonder when we'll be able to leave this place. Huang shook her head and sighed. This place was simply hell. It wouldn't be easy for them to leave this place. The spatial passageway to the outside world was controlled by the evil lord. The evil lord was a powerful immortal king. Existences at that level weren't existences they could touch. Don't worry, Sister Ying. Big brother Jiang will definitely bring us out of this place, Yan Qingqing said. She had too much confidence in Jiang Chen. In her heart, nothing was impossible as long as Jiang Chen was here. Wang Ying nodded. Although she didn't have much hope of getting out of this place, the appearance of Jiang Chen had given her a glimmer of hope. At least, Jiang Chen's performance today was too outstanding, completely beyond her imagination. Not long after that, the two early divine immortal experts arrived at the main hall of the prefecture. They had already taken care of the signboard of the fragrant sky city. To divine immortal experts, this was a piece of cake. City Lord, I'm Chen Hui and he's Li Si. Chen Hui opened his mouth and introduced himself first. And the two of you have done well. Work hard for me in the future and I won't mistreat you, Jiang Chen said. That's for sure. But I'm afraid that City Lord will be in big trouble after killing lascivious young master and occupying lascivious city, Li Si said. Oh, what kind of trouble? Jiang Chen asked with interest. The evil abyss was very deep. Although he had learned some things from Huang Ying, it was only the general situation of the evil abyss. He didn't know much about this region. City Lord, there are a total of 36 cities in the periphery of the nefarious abyss. Although these cities are independent of each other, they are still connected to each other to a certain extent. Some of the city lords are on good terms with each other, forming an alliance. This is the only way to survive in the chaotic periphery. The lascivious young master is no exception. He has 3 good friends who live in 3 nearby cities. The 4 of them have a good relationship with each other and even call each other brothers. Now that you've killed the lascivious young master, I'm afraid that they won't let you off easily. Chapter 12:21. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but knit his brows. He had never thought of such a situation before, but it made perfect sense. The closer one was to the periphery, the more chaotic it would be. It was impossible for there to be no conflicts and collusion between the 30 cities. What's the cultivation base of those 3? asked Jiang Chen. Same as lascivious young master, mid-divine immortal, Chen Hui said. Young Master Jiang, if the 3 of them come at the same time, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to deal with them, Huang Ying said worriedly. Mid-divine immortal? Jiang Chen said in a flat tone. Just like what Huang Ying said, the situation would be very tricky if the 3 of them appeared at the same time. Given his current strength, it was already very difficult for him to deal with a mid-divine immortal expert. Even with the help of Ada and Air, it was still impossible for him to defeat 3 late divine immortal experts. Furthermore, since Chen Hui and Li Si had told Jiang Chen about it, Jiang Chen was almost certain that the 3 who were on good terms with lascivious young master would come at them very soon. As a matter of fact, they might have sensed the fluctuations of the previous battle, but they didn't choose to lend a hand. From this point of view, it could be seen that the relationship between them and lascivious young master wasn't that good. In the evil abyss, it was common for people to attack cities if they didn't look out for themselves, especially when they were attacked by strangers. Without knowing the strength of the other party, most people wouldn't act rashly. Therefore, the 3 of them would rather watch the tragic death of lascivious young master. However, the news of the previous battle would soon spread out. After knowing Jiang Chen's cultivation base, the 3 of them would definitely choose to kill him and occupy Fragrant Sky City together. Jiang Chen's top priority now was to come up with a countermeasure. He couldn't afford to lose the territory that he had just conquered. If that happened, it would be a huge blow to the morale of Jiang Chen's forces and it would also affect his road to domination. He didn't need any failures in his road to domination. What's your countermeasure? The Huang dog looked at Jiang Chen. Evil clan. A trace of ruthlessness was revealed in Jiang Chen's eyes. At this moment, the only thing he could think of was the evil clan. Are you going to the evil clan? It's too dangerous. The Huang dog frowned. What? To the evil clan? Chen Hui, Li Si and Huang Ying exclaimed at the same time. They looked at Jiang Chen in horror. They didn't know why Jiang Chen would think of the evil clan. In the evil abyss, the evil clan was the most terrifying existence. Ordinary people wouldn't even have time to run away if they encountered the evil clan. However, Jiang Chen was actively looking for the demonic demons of the evil clan. It seemed like he had to enter the territory of the evil clan, which was no different from courting death. Young Master Jiang, the evil clan's demonic beasts are too cruel. Moreover, our current situation has nothing to do with the evil clan, right? Wang Ying said. That's right, City Lord. Our top priority now is to deal with the 3 city lords. We shouldn't provoke the evil clan. Chen Hui also said, not knowing what Jiang Chen was thinking. Chen Hui, Li Si, you two go back first. I will deal with this matter myself. Jiang Chen said to the two. Seeing that Jiang Chen's tone was firm, the two of them didn't dare to disobey and immediately left the main hall. Elder sister Ing Qingqing, you two must be tired. Go and have a rest. I have something to discuss with De Huang. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Huang Ying and Yan Qingqing. The two girls didn't know what Jiang Chen was going to do. However, they knew that Jiang Chen was a man of his own mind. They knew that their opinions wouldn't be able to sway Jiang Chen's decision. More importantly, with their current cultivation base, they couldn't help at all. To put it bluntly, they were the typical burden of Jiang Chen. Little Qinzi, do you really want to go to the evil clan? After the few of them left, De Huang Dog asked. That's right. I have just advanced to the early heaven immortal realm. Even with the help of Ada and Air, it's still impossible for me to fight against 3 intermediate divine immortal experts. The evil clan is neither a demon nor a devil. I can restrain this characteristic the best. As long as I edify a powerful intermediate divine immortal demonic devil with the edifying light, I will be able to use it for my own use. At that time, it won't be a problem for me to deal with the 3 of them, said Jiang Chen. This was the only countermeasure he could think of at the moment. The edifying light had a certain requirement for edifying demonic devils. Given his current strength, he could only edify 1 intermediate divine immortal demonic devil at most, which was an incomparably difficult thing to do. Jiang Chen had just advanced to the early heaven immortal realm. It was impossible for him to advance again in a short period of time. He couldn't use the method of devouring and refining demon souls continuously. His foundation had been slightly affected, but it wouldn't be too serious and he could recover in a short period of time. However, if he continued to use this method, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'll go with you. De Huang Dog wagged his tail. He was very interested in such an exciting and dangerous thing. He was afraid that only Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog could do such a dangerous thing. Other than them, who else would have such courage? No. You can't go. We don't know when those 3 experts will attack us. You need to stay here and defend this place. Do you still remember the 5 elemental Tajura formation that we used to deal with the northern and southern dynasties? You and I will set up this formation again. Then you, Ada and Air, Chen Hui and Li Si will be able to hold off the 3 experts for 2 days. Although 2 days is very short for me, I can still give it a try. Jiang Chen said. The 5 elemental Tajura grand formation was the best defensive formation. If he and De Huang Dog worked together to cast it, it would be perfect. Back when they were in the Nebula sect, it had even withstood the attacks of the northern and southern dynasties. Now that they were in Fragrant Sky City, it shouldn't be a problem for them to hold off the enemy for 2 days. As a matter of fact, other than the enlightenment of the evil clan's demonic devils, Yi Shiwen had another method, the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Ouyang he had left this powerful trump card for him, but he had never used it before. If he were to use the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd with his strength alone, the effect would not be good and the consumption would be too great. Chapter 12:22. In just a few words, Jiang Chen had already formulated a solution. De Huang Dog nodded. He knew Jiang Chen very well. He knew that once Jiang Chen made a decision, it would be very hard to change his mind. Plus, De Huang Dog was very clear about the current situation. The decision made by Jiang Chen was almost the only way. Alright, but you have to be careful. De Huang Dog reminded. Going to the evil clan wasn't a joking matter. He might even lose his life if he didn't do it properly. The evil abyss had already been divided into 2 parts. One part was where the humans lived and the other part was where the demonic devils lived. It was imaginable how dangerous it would be to go to the demonic devil's territory. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. With the help of the Zulong Tower, I'll be safe and sound. Jiang Chen revealed a confident smile. As a matter of fact, his biggest reliance was the Zulong Tower. Without the Zulong Tower, he wouldn't dare to go to the demonic devil's territory even if he was very confident. The Zulong Tower could basically guarantee his safety. This had already been proven in the past. Stealing the regenerative lotus on the heavenly mountain was a good example. Even late golden immortal experts wouldn't be able to find his traces. Therefore, as long as he wasn't particularly unlucky and didn't encounter any immortal king experts of the evil clan, there wouldn't be any big problem. The place that Jiang Chen was going to was definitely just the periphery of the evil clan. He definitely wouldn't encounter any immortal king experts. Moreover, the Zulong Tower had already condensed 14 floors. It still needed to continue to advance. There was still a huge gap before it could reach the 99th floor. This gap needed to be filled up bit by bit. The higher the level of the Zulong Tower, the more powerful its power would be. There was still a lot of unknown energy that needed to be developed. The demonic devils of the evil clan could be regarded as nourishment for the advancement of the Zulong Tower by Jiang Chen. His path of growth in the evil abyss would inevitably be inseparable from the demonic devils. Ada and Air didn't speak. They had always obeyed Jiang Chen's words without expressing any opinion. To put it bluntly, after being edified by the edifying light, they were equivalent to Jiang Chen's slaves. Let's not delay any further. Let's set up the grand formation now. Due to our limited abilities, we can't cover the whole fragrant sky city, or else its power will be greatly weakened. We only need to set up the 5 elemental Tajura formation above the prefecture. Jiang Chen said. What he needed to do was to ensure the safety of the prefecture. He didn't care about anything else. Next, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog acted decisively. This wasn't the first time that they had cooperated with each other. It wasn't the first time that they had set up the 5 elemental Tajura formation. Basically, the 5 elemental Tajura formation had already been set up at dawn. Subsequently, Jiang Chen left the fragrant sky city stealthily and flew towards the direction of the evil clan. He felt more at ease leaving the fragrant sky city to De Huang Dog. The 5 elemental Tajura formation could at least resist the joint attack of 3 mid-divine immortal experts for 2 days. Therefore Jiang Chen had at least 2 days. After all, the 3 city lords hadn't made any movements yet. They were probably still probing the situation and trying to figure out the actual situation of Jiang Chen. In this way it would buy more time for Jiang Chen, which could be considered as a good thing. From here to the territory of the evil clan, we need to cross half of the evil abyss. Even if I speed up with the help of the flaming wings, it will still take me at least half a day. It seems like the evil abyss isn't chaotic enough. It would be great if we could see demonic devils of the evil clan everywhere. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. If his words were heard by others, they would probably die of anger on the spot. What was great about it? The demonic devils of the evil clan were extremely ferocious. If the evil clan really appeared, there would be no space for humans to survive. There was no other way. Without encountering the real demonic devils of the evil clan, Jiang Chen's edifying light wouldn't be effective. However, during the journey, Jiang Chen didn't stay idle. He began to study the Heavenly Dragon 9 Strikes. Although the Heavenly Dragon 9 Strikes had 9 moves, in reality there were only 3 moves. The first 3 moves, the middle 3 moves, and the last 3 moves were all 1 move. According to the records of the Heavenly Dragon 9 Strikes, they were Berserk Dragon Leaves the Abyss, Regretless Descending Dragon, and 9 Dragons Exterminating the World. Among the 3 moves, each move was more terrifying than the previous. Each move was further divided into 3 layers. The power of each layer was stronger than the previous. The most important thing for this powerful combat skill was to be unleashed together with the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. Only then could it unleash unparalleled power. After carefully studying it, Jiang Chen was instantly attracted by these skills. Each of the Heavenly Dragon's 9 strikes was big and powerful, it made his blood boil, and it was filled with the purest yang energy. Furthermore, the characteristics of these skills perfectly matched his dragon transformation skill. To put it bluntly, the Heavenly Dragon's 9 strikes was tailor-made for him. Even Ouyang He, who possessed the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd and the Heavenly Dragon 9 strikes, couldn't compare with Jiang Chen in terms of cultivation. Therefore, Jiang Chen had a unique advantage in cultivating this combat skill. What Jiang Chen was studying now was the first move, Frenzied Dragon Leaves the Abyss. The most important essence of this move was its ferocity. It needed a huge amount of power to support it. This was a combat skill cultivated by golden immortal experts. Jiang Chen was only a heaven immortal now. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to cultivate this move. Not to mention comprehending its essence, he was afraid that he couldn't even reach the entry level. However, Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary person. Putting aside the fact that he was gifted and had a great advantage in cultivating combat skills, the dragon transformation skill alone was enough to support Jiang Chen's cultivation of Frenzied Dragon Leaves the Abyss. The key was the compatibility. Jiang Chen turned into a phantom and flew between the gaps of the mountains and rivers. The route he chose was relatively remote and he rarely met anyone. Even if he did meet 1 or 2, he would cleverly avoid them. He didn't want to clash with experts from other regions because it would be very disadvantageous to him. Especially after he entered the middle region, there were many existences that he couldn't afford to offend. When he arrived at the middle region of Evil Abyss, there were already many golden immortal experts. With Jiang Chen's current strength, he would definitely end up in a miserable state if he tried to rampage in the middle region. Chapter 12:23. Woohoo! The blood-red dragon in Jiang Chen's palm continued to grow in size, but the energy in his body was also disappearing rapidly, rushing towards the dragon in his palm like a tide. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen hastily retracted his energy. He secretly wiped off his cold sweat and couldn't help but sigh. Damn it. This is indeed a combat skill that only golden immortals can cultivate. My current cultivation base is still too weak. It has already consumed such a huge amount of energy to condense the dragon. If I were to use the heavenly dragon combat halberd to complement it, I'm afraid that I will be sucked dry immediately. I have already mastered the first style of the heavenly dragon 9 strikes, but I can't use it unless it's absolutely necessary to avoid wasting energy. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Although this combat skill consumed a lot of his energy, its power was rather terrifying. Jiang Chen estimated that it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill an intermediate divine immortal expert if he exerted all his strength. The prediction ability of the great divination art could only allow him to fight against an intermediate divine immortal expert. It was impossible for him to kill an intermediate divine immortal expert. However, based on the current situation, the frenzied dragon rises from the abyss could only be used when fighting an intermediate divine immortal expert alone. Once this move was used, Jiang Chen would immediately fall into a period of weakness. Although this period of weakness was very short and could be recovered at any time, it would be fatal if there were other experts nearby. Therefore, the frenzied dragon rises from the abyss could only be used as a trump card. It couldn't be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he would be putting himself in a difficult position. Recollecting his thoughts, Jiang Chen didn't continue to study the heavenly dragon 9 strikes. To him, the frenzied dragon rises from the abyss was already enough. Currently, he had already entered the middle region of evil abyss, where dangers lurked everywhere. He had to be extra careful. It would be too depressing if he was killed before he could even come into contact with the evil clan. Not far away there was a deep valley. This valley was very well hidden. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to find it at all. With one look, one could tell that it was a place with few people. Because the valley was too deep, it was very difficult to discover the movements coming from inside. However, at this moment, there were waves of battle coming from inside the valley. Although the movement of the wave was not big, it could not escape the general's perception. There are experts fighting in that valley. I'll go take a look. As Jiang Chen spoke, his body flashed and flew towards the valley. He had completely restrained his aura and was moving like a ghost. From the fluctuations of the battle, he could tell that the one who attacked was definitely an expert. At the very least, it was not someone that he could fight against right now. Out of curiosity, Jiang Chen had to go and check it out. However, he had to do it secretly so that he wouldn't be discovered by his opponent. In terms of concealment, Jiang Chen was very confident. There was no need to mention the concealment function of the Zulong Tower. Even without the help of the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen could easily hide himself from a late divine immortal expert. Moreover, the opponent was engaged in a fierce battle and wouldn't pay attention to anything else. Victory and defeat were usually decided in an instant. Therefore, most experts would go all out in a battle without being distracted. Very quickly, Jiang Chen approached and saw 2 human experts fighting an incomparably majestic demonic devil. The demonic devil had an incomparably frightening appearance. It had a vertical eye between its eyebrows that emitted a dim light from time to time. The chi emitted from its body was similar to that of a demon and a devil. The demonic devil had an incomparably majestic body that was at least 30 meters tall. Its body was filled with devil chi and its black scales were emitting cold light, sending chills down people's spine. Is this the demonic devil of the evil clan? Jiang Chen murmured. The only thing that could be related to the appearance of this demonic devil in evil abyss was the evil clan. Not only was the demonic chi radiating from its body, there was also a strong sin chi and slaughter chi. If one had to find a word to describe it, it would be ferocious. This demonic devil's cultivation base is extremely strong. It has already reached the late divine immortal realm. I have no idea why it would appear in the territory of humans. Those 2 humans also look incomparably ferocious and have reached the late divine immortal realm. I have no idea why they are attacking this demonic devil together. Jiang Chen had a panoramic view of the 2 humans and the demonic devil of the evil clan. All of them were late divine immortal experts, surpassing lascivious young master. There was no way for Jiang Chen to deal with such experts. Long. The three experts clashed once more. The powerful energy wave almost evaporated the pond below. Under the joint attack of two late divine immortal experts, the demonic devil couldn't withstand it and was pushed back a few hundred meters. However, this situation shocked Jiang Chen, not because the demonic devil was pushed back, but because it was merely pushed back. One should know that the demonic devil was besieged by two late divine immortal experts at the same time. Judging from the demonic devil's qi, it must have done something to obstruct the flow of its blood and qi, or perhaps it had consumed too much of its energy, making it unable to exert its most powerful attack. It was undeniable that the demonic devil's physique was too strong. The demonic devil of the evil clan sure is powerful. If it was in its peak state, the two humans wouldn't be a match for it even if they joined forces. Jiang Chen thought. Due to the physique of demonic devils, they were much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. This situation made him admire the evil lord even more. The fact that he could occupy half of the evil abyss despite facing such a powerful demonic devil showed how powerful the evil lord was. Demonic devil, how dare you nourish the soul essence in the territory of the human race? You've got guts, but you have already consumed more than half of your energy. You're no match for us now. I advise you to hand over the soul essence and the spiritual spring. Perhaps you can keep your life. One of them said. That's right, demonic devil. As long as you hand over the soul essence and the spiritual spring, we will let you go. What do you think? The other man said. Judging from their tone, the two humans had decided to compromise. Compromise was rare in the evil abyss. Most of the time, it would be a life-and-death battle. However, the two of them weren't fools. They knew that even if they could win in the end, they would have to pay a certain price. Their target was the soul essence and the spiritual spring. They didn't want to fight the demonic devil to the death. Roar. Chapter 12:24. The demonic devil's voice was as loud as a bell. It spoke in human language. Then, the two of them argued with the demonic devil for a while. Jiang Chen, who was hiding in the dark, understood the whole story in an instant. It turns out that the reason why this demonic devil chose such a remote place was to nourish his father's soul essence. I've heard of an ancient demonic magic. Before a demonic beast died, it would use a certain method to integrate all of its memory and soul into the demon soul, forming a rare soul essence. This soul essence could be nourished by energy, giving it a chance to be reborn in the future. However, this method only existed in the legends. I never thought that a demonic devil of the evil clan would be able to use it. Jiang Chen thought to himself. After all, he was an experienced man. He thought of this legendary secret art. Obviously, this demonic devil was using this method to nourish his father's soul essence. This place was indeed very secluded. Ordinary people wouldn't be discovered, but no matter how careful they were, they would still be discovered, which led to the current battle. To the two humans, a soul essence was a good thing. Ordinary humans couldn't refine a demon soul directly, but a soul essence was a different story. The soul essence contained the essence of all essences. Since the demonic devil's soul essence was so attractive to two late divine immortal experts, it meant that the soul essence itself was at least left behind by a half-step golden immortal expert or even a golden immortal expert. At the thought of this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This soul essence was very useful to him. If he could get it, he wouldn't have a problem advancing to the intermediate heaven immortal realm. The problem of having an unstable foundation caused by refining the demon soul could be solved. Oh, they mentioned something called spiritual spring. That's right, they said that there was a spiritual spring. It seems like this demon found a natural spiritual spring here, which is why it did not hesitate to take the risk to nourish the soul essence in human territory. The spiritual spring is a natural thing, and if it is forcibly moved, it will affect the nourishment, so the spiritual spring must exist somewhere. Once the soul essence is soaked in the spiritual spring, before it is completely nourished, it cannot be taken out. Therefore, the soul essence and the spiritual spring must be hidden somewhere, and not on the demon. Given how smart Jiang Chen was, no clue could escape his intelligence. He couldn't help but lick his lips when he thought of the existence of the spiritual spring and the soul essence. It seemed like he was really lucky to encounter such a great thing while he was in a hurry. On the other side, the two of them and the demons once again engaged in a fierce battle. The two of them seemed to be determined to obtain the spirit spring and the spirit essence, and with the ferocious nature of the demons, it was impossible for them to compromise. Therefore, this was a battle of life and death that could not be avoided. That demonic devil's condition is getting worse and worse. He's definitely not a match for the two of them. Once they kill the demonic devil, I'll take advantage of the situation. If the Zulong Tower absorbs the blood essence and chi essence of the late divine immortal demonic devil, the 15th level will be condensed immediately. It might even be possible for it to condense the 16th level. However, I have to find the spiritual spring and the soul essence while they are fighting. I will be struck by lightning if I miss this opportunity. Jiang Qin slowly casted out his soul power and circulated the great soul derivation technique to search for the traces of the spiritual spring and the soul essence. The two late divine immortal experts were in a fierce battle with the demonic devil, so they didn't have the time to pay attention to anything else, nor did they know that there was a guy who was fishing in troubled waters. Very soon, Jiang Qin found a cave not far away. It was located halfway up the mountain and was covered by thick vines. If one wasn't observant, he wouldn't be able to find it. Unfortunately, no matter how hidden a place was, it couldn't escape from Jiang Qin's senses. Completely concealing his chi, Jiang Qin summoned the Zulong Tower and slowly moved towards the cave using the invisibility ability of the Zulong Tower. During the whole process, he wasn't detected by the three divine immortal experts, let alone the three late divine immortal experts. Back in Heavenly Mountain, when Jiang Qin moved to the location of the regenerative lotus using the ancestral dragon, none of the 8 late golden immortal experts discovered him. He was only discovered when he was about to pluck the regenerative lotus. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin entered the interior of the cave. The interior of the cave was like a completely different world. It was completely different from the dark and gloomy place that he had imagined. Upon entering the cave, he could feel the strong chi of pure energy drifting in the air. Just a simple sniff of it would make him feel refreshed and comfortable from head to toe. There was a pool in front of him that was surrounded by messy stones. The pool wasn't big, it was only the size of a square meter. There was some liquid squirming in it. It was crystal clear and there was white mist drifting in the air. It didn't look like an ordinary thing at first glance. Sure enough, it's a high-grade spiritual spring. This kind of spiritual spring is formed by the law of the immortal world. It's incomparable to the spiritual spring in the lower world. If this spiritual spring is brought to Saint Origin World, a drop of it is enough to make a 9th-grade great saint ascend to the immortal realm. Jiang Qin's eyes glowed with a strange brilliance. This spiritual spring was a natural treasure and its effect was extremely strong. A drop of it was enough to make an early heaven immortal like Yan Qingqing advance to the intermediate heaven immortal realm. This is good stuff. Jiang Qin felt that his luck was off the charts. The sight of this spiritual spring reminded him of the gluttonous De Huang dog. If De Huang dog was here, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and rush out to have a feast. After swallowing a large amount of spiritual spring, De Huang dog would have no problem advancing to the half-step divine immortal realm in a short period of time. Aside from the energy spring, Jiang Qin's eyes also fell on a crystal floating in the middle of the energy spring. The crystal was also crystal clear and it was shining brightly. There was saliva moving within it, and the aura it emitted was enough to make one's heart race. This is the soul essence of an early golden immortal. Motherfucker. I'm going to be rich this time. Even with Jiang Qin's temperament, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Even if he couldn't edify a demonic devil in the end, the spiritual spring and the soul essence would make this trip worthwhile. These treasures would bring him endless benefits. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Jiang Qin laughed heartily. Then he grabbed the spiritual spring and threw it into the Zulong Tower. The moment Jiang Qin took away the spiritual spring, the radiance of the cave dimmed instantly. Chapter 12:25. Trying to run away with the spiritual spring and the soul essence? You won't have the chance anymore. Upon seeing this, the two divine immortal experts thought that the demonic devil couldn't withstand their attacks and chose to escape. It wasn't easy for them to injure the demonic devil when he was weak. How could they let him go so easily? Almost as soon as the demonic devil made his move, the two divine immortal experts attacked from both sides with their sharp swords, blocking the demonic devil's way. Roar. Bastard. Despicable human. The demonic devil bellowed. He didn't have the mood to continue fighting, but how could he withstand the joint attack of two late divine immortal experts? He tried his best to block one of the swords, but was slashed by the other expert's sword. Even though the demonic devil's body was incomparably hard, it still couldn't withstand the sharpness of the immortal sword. A bone-deep gash was left on his body, causing blood to gush out. The demonic devil let out a blood-cursing scream, cursing the despicable human. Because he had a certain connection with the soul essence, he knew that someone was eyeing the soul essence in the cave. Under such circumstances, he would naturally associate it with the two divine immortal experts outside. From the demonic devil's point of view, the people inside the cave must be in cahoots with the people outside. Two experts had joined hands to attack him while the third sneaked into the cave to collect the spiritual spring and the soul essence. However, no matter how angry the demonic devil was, he couldn't change the current situation. Instead, his anger had seriously affected his mind. Coupled with the injuries on his body, he couldn't exert his combat strength at all. He didn't even have the chance to enter the cave to snatch the soul essence after being blocked by the two experts from the front and back. Such a situation was witnessed by Jianghu. He was so happy that his mouth was crooked. In his heart, the two divine immortal experts were really good people. If they weren't there to stop the demonic devil, he wouldn't be able to deal with them once the demonic devil rushed into the cave. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Jianghu's situation was exactly like this. The demonic devils thought that they were in cahoots with each other, and the two great warriors didn't even know about Jianghu's existence. If they knew that all their hard work had ended up benefiting someone else, perhaps they would be so depressed that they would vomit blood on the spot. Outside, the demons roared again and again as they engaged in the final battle with the two experts. Even though they were already heavily injured, the demons were still ferocious and domineering. The two experts did not dare to be careless. However, the two divine immortal experts were obviously experienced in battles. They were not in a hurry when fighting the demonic demon. They wanted to slowly grind the demon to death. The situation in front of them was completely under their control. The demonic demon was bound to die. The spiritual spring water and the soul essence must be in the cave. Therefore they were not in a hurry. As long as they killed the demonic demon, the spiritual spring water and the soul essence would naturally be theirs. After obtaining the spiritual spring, Jianghu was supposed to leave this place as soon as possible as he had already obtained great benefits. But after seeing the situation outside, he decided to stay and continue watching. The late divine immortal demonic devil was the best tonic for the Zulong Tower. After the two divine immortal experts killed the demonic devil, they would at most take away its demon soul but not its body. Jianghu was now waiting in the dark, waiting for the demon to be killed. Then he would be the fisherman to reap the benefits. Thinking about it, it was perfect. Chila, the battle was getting more and more intense. Finally, the demonic demon could no longer withstand the attacks. The two divine immortal expert swords kept leaving wounds on the demonic demon's body. The demonic demon's chi was declining rapidly and its combat strength was weakening. Under such circumstances, the demonic demon could only hold on for 2 more minutes at most before it died in the hands of the two experts. What a pity, what a pity. Jianghu shook his head and sighed inwardly. The death of a powerful late divine immortal demonic devil was indeed a pity. The purpose of Jianghu's trip to the evil clan was to edify a demonic devil for his own use. It would be perfect if he could edify the demonic devil while it was still severely injured. He wouldn't have to take the risk to go to the evil clan. However, Jianghu also understood that the two divine immortal experts wouldn't spare the demonic devil's life. So, he still had to go to the evil clan. Finally, after persisting for a minute, the demonic devil couldn't hold on any longer. Its huge body fell into the pool below, splashing up a layer of water. After killing the demonic devil, the chi of the two experts became a little chaotic. It was obvious that they had consumed a lot of their energy. Damn it. The demonic devils of the evil clan are really ferocious and hard to deal with. This guy has already consumed a lot of his energy. It took us a lot of effort to kill him. If he was at his peak condition, we wouldn't be a match for him. However, the demonic devil's demon soul is also a rare treasure. The demon soul of the evil clan is different from ordinary demonic beasts. It contains a powerful evil chi that can enhance our ferocious nature. One of them spoke. He couldn't help but feel a lingering fear when he thought of the terror and ferociousness of the demonic devil. Let's ignore the demon soul for now. Let's go and get the spiritual spring and the soul essence first. Those are the real good things. I have already found out that the soul essence was left behind by a powerful early golden immortal demonic devil. After we refine it, it won't be a problem for us to break through to the half-step golden immortal realm. The other expert said. The soul essence and the spiritual spring were their main objective. The demonic devil's demon soul was just a trivial matter. Without hesitation, the two of them entered the cave in a flash. But immediately, their faces were filled with astonishment. The situation inside was too different from what they had imagined. What's going on? Why is there nothing here? One of them was incomparably shocked. Look here. There's a depression here. It seems to have been dug out by someone not long ago. No, there's still the chi of the spiritual spring here. This must be the location of the spiritual spring. That demonic devil has already taken the spiritual spring away. The other expert saw the place where the spiritual spring was taken away by Jiangchen. His face was instantly filled with anger. Now that the spiritual spring and the soul essence were gone, it was impossible for them not to be angry. Presently, Jiangchen was hiding in the Zulong Tower, watching their reactions leisurely. It's not the demonic devil. In order to nourish the soul essence, the demonic devil must have placed the soul essence in the spiritual spring. Plus, there's nothing left on the demonic devil's body. Look at the traces here. Obviously, it has just been dug away. The demonic devil has been fighting with us for a long time. It's definitely not his doing. Just now, the demonic devil suddenly ran towards the cave. It means that he sensed that someone was going to take the soul essence. Damn it. The soul essence and the spiritual spring must have been taken away by someone else. Chapter 12:26. Anger surged out from the two divine immortal experts. Sensing that an outsider had stolen the fruits of their labor, the anger they felt was unimaginable. Immediately, they released their divine sense and carefully scanned the surroundings, not letting go of any corner. Let's go out and check. I'm sure that person hasn't gone far. How dare he steal our fruits of labor? Find him and tear him to pieces. That expert was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Both of them flew out of the cave in a stream of light and began to search the entire valley. In their point of view, the person who stole the spiritual spring and soul essence couldn't have a high cultivation base. If the culprit's cultivation base was higher than theirs, he wouldn't be sneaky about it. After all, this was the evil abyss where it was normal to steal treasures. A half-step golden immortal expert wouldn't be afraid of them. He could just rob them or even kill them. Why would he do something so stealthily? Jiangchen saw all of this while hiding in the Zulong Tower without making a sound. The two great experts circled around the outside several times, almost sweeping through the grass and trees within a radius of 1,000 miles with the valley as the center. In the end, they did not find any trace of anyone. The two of them had no choice but to return to the cave. Seeing that the spirit spring and the soul essence had disappeared, they gritted their teeth in frustration. Damn it! Who the hell did this? Damn it! Damn it! Our efforts were in vain and we got nothing in the end. If we catch the culprit, we will surely tear him to pieces. Both of them were infuriated. There was no way they wouldn't get angry in such a situation. It was already good enough that their lungs didn't explode. In the end, the two of them had no choice but to leave. Let's go. I'm afraid that person has already escaped. This time it can be considered as drawing water with a wicker basket. In the end, it was all for naught. One of them said, "We can't do this for nothing. That demonic devil's demon soul is also a good thing. Dig it out." The other man flew out of the cave and dug out the demonic devil's demon soul. Jiangchen saw all of this but didn't feel any pity. He had already gained tremendous benefits. Compared to the soul essence of an early golden immortal, the late divine immortal demon soul was nothing. Plus, the ancestral dragon pagoda didn't need the demon soul. As long as the two bastards didn't destroy the demonic devil's body, it would be fine. It was obvious that the two of them had no interest in the demon's body, nor did they want to waste their emotions to destroy it. After obtaining the demon's spirit, the two of them left the valley and disappeared. Inside the Zulong Tower, Jiangchen's lips curled into a smile. Although the two great experts had left, he was not in a hurry to come out. He just waited quietly. 10 minutes later, the two late divine immortal experts had a relapse. After checking, they shook their heads and left with a sigh. This time, Jiangchen walked out of the Zulong Tower in a flash. As an old fox among old foxes, the little tricks of the two were just child's play. They were not even worth mentioning. I've earned big this time. Kaka. Jiangchen laughed heartily. With a sway of his body, he walked out of the cave. With a claw, he grabbed the demonic devil's body and took out the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower would automatically devour the chi of blood it came into contact with. The 30 meters tall demonic devil's body was instantly sucked dry and turned into powder when the wind blew. Long. After absorbing the enormous energy, the Zulong Tower let out a rumbling sound. The 15th level was condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The energy contained in a late divine immortal demonic devil was extremely enormous. As the Zulong Tower continued to condense, Jiang Chen had also benefited greatly from it. Dragon marks began to condense in his body. That was the energy that the Zulong Tower distributed to Jiang Chen. It was the purest energy. Furthermore, the absorption of this energy wouldn't affect Jiang Chen in the slightest, unlike Jiang Chen who devoured demon souls, which would greatly affect his foundation. Very quickly, the 15th level of the Zulong Tower was completely condensed. However, the demonic devil's energy wasn't exhausted yet. The 16th level began to condense slowly, stopping only when a quarter of the tower was condensed. At this moment, 10,000 dragon marks had been condensed in Jiang Chen's body, increasing the number of dragon marks from 500,000 to 510,000. His combat strength had increased by a lot. Wing. The Zulong Tower let out a buzzing sound. After condensing to the 15th level, the brilliance of the Zulong Tower became even more intense. The dragon marks on its surface became even clearer. The ancient Qi of Desolation was so powerful that no one dared to look at it directly. The Zulong Tower itself had also become stronger. Jiang Chen's desire to condense the Zulong Tower as soon as possible. The more levels of the Zulong Tower were upgraded, the more help it would bring to him. Moreover, Jiang Chen believed that as the Zulong Tower continued to level up, there would surely be more magical uses for it. This was what he was looking forward to the most. My foundation has almost recovered. If I refine some of the soul essences with the help of the spiritual spring, it won't be a problem for me to advance to the intermediate heaven immortal realm. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He was incomparably confident about the soul essences. Soul essences were different from demon spirits. They were the purest things. Any cultivator who refined them would gain unparalleled benefits. Jiang Chen didn't want to stay here any longer. He flew towards the direction of the evil clan. The situation in the periphery of the evil abyss and the 36 cities were far more complicated than he had imagined. Given his current strength, even if he could advance to the intermediate heaven immortal realm with the help of the soul essences, he still wouldn't be able to fully control the situation in the periphery. Therefore, it was important for him to edify a demonic devil as a helper. Jiang Chen began to refine the soul essences along the way. This was the soul essence of an early golden immortal. Jiang Chen couldn't refine it all at once, because he needed to advance to the intermediate heaven immortal realm. He only needed enough energy to advance to the intermediate heaven immortal realm. The remaining soul essences would be useful in the future. With the help of the energy spring water, Jiang Chen started absorbing the soul essence. New dragon marks started forming in his Qi once again, and the energy kept rushing through his meridians and internal organs. It was like a tidal wave, one wave after another. It was an extremely pleasant feeling. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This spiritual spring is really good. It's incomparable to the spiritual spring in the mortal world. It's also very beneficial to my body. I'll refine some of it and leave it for others to use. It will be much more beneficial to others than to use it on me. Jiang Chen said. The spiritual spring itself was a natural treasure, but Jiang Chen's body was already too abnormal. Ordinary things wouldn't have much effect on him, but if it was used on people like Yan Qingqing, the potential of the spiritual spring would be developed to the extreme. Chapter 12:27. Jiang Chen's current dream wasn't too big. It would be good enough if he could advance to the intermediate heaven immortal realm. As long as he reached the intermediate heaven immortal realm, he would be able to edify a late divine immortal demonic devil. Given his current combat strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with an ordinary intermediate divine immortal demonic devil, but he had the greatest advantage in dealing with demonic devils. Whether it was the edifying light, the true thunder fire or the true dragon fire, all of them were the nemesis of demonic devils. With the help of the great divination art, he would be able to suppress the demonic devils. If he could edify a late divine immortal demonic devil, the situation in Fragrant Sky City would basically be stabilized. A late divine immortal demonic devil would be enough to sweep across the outer region of Evil Abyss. Since there were only 2 days left, Jiang Chen didn't dare to slack off as he had already wasted a lot of time in the valley. Therefore he hastened his journey even faster. Wing. Buzzing sounds kept coming out from his Qi, as if the ocean waves were rolling. New dragon marks were forming, and Jiang Chen's strength was increasing. 1,000, 3,000, 5,000? The number of dragon marks increased very quickly. In just a few minutes, it had already reached 550,000, which was the number of intermediate heaven immortal dragon marks. When the number of dragon marks reached this number, the bones in Jiang Chen's body produced cracking sounds. Once again his body underwent a qualitative transformation. Intermediate heaven immortal realm. This feeling of power is really good, but I can't completely refine the golden immortal soul essence right now because my body won't be able to bear it and it will affect my foundation. In the path of cultivation, the most important thing was to progress step by step. The dragon transformation skill that Jiang cultivated was already abnormal enough. Compared to others, his speed of advancement was like the difference between the heaven and the earth. Jiang would never be greedy and rash. He would only make a decision after weighing his own foundation. Just like now, after the number of dragon marks in his body reached 550,000, Jiang condensed another 10,000 dragon marks, bringing the total to 560,000. His cultivation base stabilized at the mid-heavenly immortal stage before stopping. Only 1/5 of the soul essence of an early-stage golden immortal had been consumed after the advancement. The remaining soul essence was kept by Jiang. As a golden immortal expert who had already comprehended the profound meaning of Grand Luo, the energy contained in his soul essence was far beyond that of an ordinary immortal. This soul essence is really good stuff. The demonic souls of the evil clan are stronger than those of the same level. It seems like this trip to Nifa's abyss wasn't in vain. I'll be able to obtain a large amount of demonic souls in the future. The corners of Jiang's mouth rose. He was full of anticipation for this trip to the Nifa's abyss. The stronger the opponent, the more excited he was. The Nifa's abyss was a huge space. Originally, this place was ruled by the demonic devils of the evil clan. Because of the arrival of the evil lord, humans occupied a place here, but the terror of the demonic devils of the evil clan couldn't be ignored. Although the evil lord was powerful, he couldn't destroy the evil clan in the past 10 years. From this, it could be seen that the evil clan was deeply rooted in this place. First of all, the environment here gave them endless advantages. Due to the delay on the way, it was already evening when Jiang arrived at the border of the evil clan. Ooh! A gloomy and cold demonic wind whistled. The environment here had changed drastically. It was gloomy and cold, and the soaring demonic chi had obscured the sun and the stars in the sky. This place and the other half of the Nifa's abyss were like two different worlds. Sure enough, this is the hinterland of the demonic devils. Although the environment isn't as bad as the devil world, the strong demonic chi is enough to make people fearful. If I'm not wrong, the territory of the evil clan should be similar to the territory of the human race. It should also be divided into the outer, middle, and inner regions. The place I'm at now should be the outer region. There shouldn't be too many powerful demonic devils here. I'll hide and check the situation first. Jiang's eyes flickered. He completely concealed his aura and began to slowly sneak into the territory of the evil clan. For this region, the evening was equivalent to the middle of the night. The soaring demonic chi was enough to cover the faint light of the evening. The roars of the demonic devils could be heard everywhere, causing the souls of those who were in the area to tremble. Jiang followed the direction of the nearest roar. In the wilderness dozens of miles away, he met 3 demonic devils with black scales all over their bodies. These 3 demonic devils were traveling together, and the demonic chi they emitted was enough to make one's heart palpitate with fear. However, the cultivation base of these devils wasn't very high. The strongest one was only at the late heaven immortal realm, while the other 2 were only at the intermediate heaven immortal realm. Jiang didn't put them in his eyes at all. He could kill them with a wave of his hand. The 3 demonic devils were walking on foot, completely unaware of the approaching danger. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew. A blood-red dragon claw descended from the sky, enveloping the 3 demonic devils completely. An enormous pressure as heavy as Mount Tai pressed down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. The 3 demons roared and released all of their power. They wanted to break through the blood-red dragon claw above their heads. Unfortunately, the dragon claw was too powerful for them. Compared to the dragon claw, their power was like an ant trying to shake a tree. Bang! The bodies of the 2 intermediate heaven immortal demonic devils exploded all of a sudden, turning into a mist of blood, which was instantly absorbed by an invisible door. 2 demonic devils had died without leaving any remains. Such a scene could no longer be described as horrifying. The other late heaven immortal demonic devil was petrified. Such a scene was too terrifying. Even though the evil clan was an extremely ferocious clan, they had never seen such a brutal way of death. After their bodies exploded, not even a drop of blood essence was left. How could they believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? You'd better behave yourself, otherwise you will die a worse death than them. An indifferent voice sounded out. After that, a handsome young man in white clothes appeared in front of the demonic devil. When the demonic devil saw Jianghu, its eyes were filled with anger, but it quickly turned into fear. This demonic devil wasn't an idiot, it had the same intelligence as a human. Naturally, it could guess that the scene just now was related to this young man in front of it. Human, how dare you come to the territory of the evil clan? Chapter 12:28. Tell me, how many late divine immortal demonic devils are there in this area? Jianghu asked straightforwardly. He didn't want to waste any more time with the demonic devil. He believed that the demonic devil would tell him the truth, because the demonic devil knew very well that he was doomed to die. That was why he wanted to seek divine immortal experts to avenge him. There's a tribe 300 miles ahead of us. I belong to that tribe. The chief of that tribe is a powerful late divine immortal expert. Sure enough, the demonic devil answered Jianghu's question without hesitation. How many late divine immortal experts are there in total? Jianghu asked. From the demonic devil's words, it wasn't hard for him to guess that the demonic devils of the evil clan must be distributed in different tribes, and these tribes must be divided into different levels. A late divine immortal demonic devil could only be considered as the lowest level tribe. Just like the 36 cities in the outer region of the evil clan, this tribe belonged to the lowest level of power, which couldn't be compared to the big cities in the middle region or the super cities in the inner region. What Jianghu was concerned about now was how many late divine immortal experts were in this tribe. If there was only one late divine immortal demonic devil, he would strike without hesitation and flatten the entire tribe. If there were more than 2 late divine immortal demonic devils, he would have to be extra careful. Given his current cultivation base, he could only deal with 1 late divine immortal demonic devil. 1. The demonic devil answered truthfully. You are a human who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Given your cultivation base, if you dare to go to the tribe, you will surely be eaten by our clansmen. Don't even think about leaving this area alive. The demonic devil seemed to have calmed down completely, because he knew that he was going to die. That's not something you should worry about. Jianghu didn't waste any more time. He exerted force with his dragon claw and killed the demonic devil on the spot. Then he circulated the Zulong Tower to absorb all of its blood essence and qi. The Zulong Tower was a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled to the peak of 99 floors. Therefore Jianghu wouldn't let go of any resources. Next, Jianghu's goal was very clear. He would go straight to the tribe of the evil clan and start a massacre to upgrade the Zulong Tower to the 16th floor. Then he would find a way to edify the leader of the demonic devil tribe before returning to Fragrant Sky City. This process seemed simple, but it was actually extremely difficult. It involved a matter of time, because if he made too much noise in the tribe, it was likely to attract the attention of the demons from other tribes. After all, this was the territory of the evil clan. Once he was surrounded by experts, it would not be a joke. Therefore, Jianghu didn't have much time left for himself. It wasn't realistic to refine the entire tribe. My main target is the late divine immortal demonic devil. Jianghu's eyes were filled with determination. Then he flew towards the direction of the tribe. 300 miles away there was a black castle. The size of this castle was similar to Fragrant Sky City, but its qi was completely different. The sky above the castle was filled with dark clouds that were condensed from devil qi, giving people a very gloomy feeling. Apart from the devil qi, there was also an invisible qi. It was the smell of sin, full of crime and slaughter. It was equally breathtaking. Without the slightest hesitation, Jianghu rushed towards the castle. He transformed into his dragon form and held the heavenly saint sword in his hand. His whole body was exuding an incomparably sharp qi. A casual movement of his was filled with a domineering aura. A few demonic devils were the first to discover Jianghu. Immediately they let out earth-shattering roars that tore the darkness apart. The demonic devils of the evil clan had a common characteristic. They were extremely ferocious. Immediately they pounced on Jianghu. Swoosh! Jianghu raised his sword. The sword light turned into a blood dragon that tore through the night sky. The sword light streaked across the bodies of the demonic devils, cutting them into halves on the spot. They didn't even have the time to let out a wail. Immediately the Zulong Tower rushed out and enveloped the bodies of the devils. In a blink of an eye, it absorbed all of them, leaving some dried corpses that fell from the sky. After killing a few devils, Jianghu swung the heavenly saint sword once again. The razor-sharp sword energy was unstoppable, and the gigantic body of a blood dragon descended from the sky, slashing the main gate of the castle in half. Jiang Chen had to use a thunderous method as soon as he arrived. Only in this way could he attract the leader and achieve his goal. This huge movement alarmed the entire tribe. For a moment, the sky above the castle was filled with roars. One after another, strong devils flew up into the sky. At first, there were dozens of them, then hundreds. They were densely packed and swarmed towards Jiang Chen like a tide. The only way for the evil clan to deal with this uninvited guest was to kill him with the most ferocious method. All the devils rushed towards Jiang Chen like a storm. If it was any other ordinary person, they would have been scared stiff by such a vast array of forces. How could they still have the desire to fight? Haha, come on. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. This was the effect he wanted. The more devils, the better. He didn't refuse any of them. He killed all of them and then absorbed them into the Zulong Tower. Most of these devils were heaven immortals. No matter how many of them there were, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to Jiang Chen. Rumble. Jiang Chen immediately took out the Zulong Tower. The towering blood-red pagoda filled the sky. Countless blood dragons were revolving around the pagoda, making the whole pagoda incomparably mystical. An ancient aura overflowed from the pagoda, causing countless devils to feel a spiritual pressure. Jiang Chen controlled the Zulong Tower and smashed it forward. Bang bang bang. Those fiendish devils with sturdy bodies couldn't withstand the ancestral dragon pagoda's attacks. The ancestral dragon pagoda was so sturdy that even if it was used as an ordinary combat weapon, it still wouldn't be something that ordinary people could withstand. One after another, those powerful fiendish devils were smashed into powder, and their blood mist was instantly absorbed by the pagoda. Rumble. The ancestral dragon pagoda had completely turned into the most barbaric mountain. Every time it smashed down, at least dozens of devils would die tragically. Their essence and blood chi would be completely absorbed. After a few smashes, 200 devils had become dead souls under the pagoda. A large number of devils were still rushing towards this place. There were at least tens of thousands of devils in a tribe. Once their ferocious nature was stimulated, it would be uncontrollable. Chapter 12:29. Innumerable demonic devils acted as if they weren't aware of the danger. They fearlessly charged towards the Zulong Tower, slaughtering everything in its path. No matter how many demonic devils there were, they wouldn't be able to fill the Zulong Tower. In just a short period of time, the benefits that Jiang Chen had obtained from the Zulong Tower had helped him condense 1,000 dragon marks, which further improved his combat strength. The Zulong Tower had turned into a mountain, crushing everything in its way. No matter how many demonic devils there were, they weren't enough to kill them. Large batches of demonic devils were devoured by the Zulong Tower. Even though their cultivation base wasn't high, there were still a lot of them. In just a short period of time, at least 1,000 demonic devils had died under the Zulong Tower. This was an incomparably huge number. The blood and chi essence of 1,000 heaven immortal demonic devils had almost completely condensed the 16th floor of the Zulong Tower. The death of so many fiendish demons was an irreparable loss for the entire tribe. The fiendish demons behind finally understood the situation. Many fiendish demons began to retreat. Although the fiendish demons of the evil clan were ferocious by nature, they weren't fools. They knew that this kind of meaningless death could be avoided. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The commotion had finally alarmed the higher-ups of the tribe. One after another, powerful chi flew out from the center of the castle. There were at least a dozen of them. These demonic devils had huge and sturdy bodies. Their cultivation base was also the most terrifying. All of them were divine immortal experts. The strongest of them was the same as the one Jiang Chen had encountered in the valley, a terrifying late divine immortal expert. Damn it. What's that? How dare they come here and start a massacre? They're simply courting death. The chief was infuriated when he saw the number of demonic devils dwindling. His eyes instantly locked onto Jiang Chen. His killing intent soared up to the sky. That thing is half human and half beast. It must be some kind of secret technique that the human cultivates. This human is truly arrogant and audacious. A mere heaven immortal dares to attack our tribe? Chief, let me go and take his head back. An early divine immortal demonic devil's chi soared up to the sky. As soon as his voice faded, his body had already flown out. He didn't put a heaven immortal in his eyes at all. In his eyes, this heaven immortal was just like an ant that he could crush easily. Get out of the way. The early divine immortal demonic devil bellowed. Those demonic devils who were fighting with Jiang Chen dared not delay any longer. Immediately they retreated far away. Each of them gritted their teeth, wishing that they could eat Jiang Chen alive. However, they had already predicted the outcome of Jiang Chen. Since all the divine immortal experts of their tribes had joined the fight, a mere heaven immortal would surely die. This pagoda looks like a mystical object. It just so happens to be mine. The fiendish demon looked at the mysterious Zulong Tower hovering in the air with greed in his eyes. He reached out a huge black palm and grabbed at the Zulong Tower. "I'll condense the 16th level after killing you," Jiang Chen bellowed. He grabbed the body of the Zulong Tower and hurled it at the demonic devil. Given his current combat strength, an early divine immortal expert was completely vulnerable in front of him. Plus, the skills and techniques that Jiang Chen used were extremely effective against demonic devils. The attack of this early divine immortal demonic devil was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted to see. Currently, the 16th level of the Zulong Tower was only one step away. If he could devour an early divine immortal demonic devil, the 16th level would be completely condensed. Long. The ancestral dragon pagoda let out a rumbling sound. Under this rumbling sound, there was a deep roar of a dragon that originated from the inside of the pagoda. It was as if there were 10,000 true dragons hiding in the pagoda. The prestige of the divine dragon was everywhere. Not good. When the arrogant demonic devil was about to come into contact with the ancestral dragon pagoda, his facial expression changed drastically. He could feel the power of the pagoda. More importantly, the vast dragon might that was emitted from the pagoda and the pure yang qi of the heavens and earth had a fundamental suppression on his demonic nature, causing him to be unable to exert his full combat strength. An early divine immortal devil wouldn't be able to resist Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower even if he was in his peak state. Bang! Even though the demonic devil knew that he was in danger, it was already too late. The speed of the Zulong Tower was just too fast. It smashed heavily on the demonic devil's body. Despite being an early divine immortal demonic devil, his giant body was smashed into pieces on the spot. Ooh! The demonic devil was completely devoured by the Zulong Tower. The 16th level lit up in an instant. It was the kind of dazzling light. The moment the early divine immortal demonic devil was completely devoured, the 16th level had finally condensed into a substance. The light it emitted was even more dazzling than before. What kind of treasure is that? How could it be so powerful? I can sense a sacred and ancient qi from the pagoda. That kind of qi of extreme yang has the ability to suppress our evil clan. But this brat was able to kill an early divine immortal expert with his intermediate heaven immortal cultivation base. This is too miraculous. Chief, even though this pagoda can restrain us, it's still a rare treasure. Since this brat has delivered himself to us, we have to accept his gift. Those divine immortal experts were shocked. They had never thought that a puny little heaven immortal could be so powerful just by relying on a pagoda. Their divine immortal experts died tragically in the blink of an eye. Apart from that, they had also lost at least 1,000 demonic devils. To the entire tribe, this was too great a loss. If they could get their hands on this blood-red pagoda, they might be able to make up for this loss. Let me test him. A mid-divine immortal expert made a move. He took a step forward and appeared opposite of Jiang Chen, but just as he was about to attack the Zulong Tower suddenly disappeared. It had been kept away by Jiang Chen. The 16th level of the Zulong Tower had been condensed. His first goal had been achieved. Next, he didn't need the Zulong Tower anymore. A mid-divine immortal demonic devil. It's a good chance to test my combat strength. Jiang Chen didn't refuse any of them. Given his current cultivation base, it was more than enough for him to deal with a mid-divine immortal expert, let alone a demonic devil that was being suppressed by him. Howl. The heavenly saint sword let out an earth-shaking howl. Sword chi soared into the sky. Under Jiang Chen's control, the body of the sword turned into a blood-red dragon and slashed at the mid-divine immortal expert. Chapter 1230. The originally imposing demon suddenly felt an incomparably great pressure. Without any hesitation, he took out his demon weapon and blocked the heavenly saint sword with it. Long. The violent collision shook the heaven and earth, tearing everything apart. Boundless wind waves spread in all directions, carrying endless destructive qi. Under Jiang Chen's powerful attack, the demonic devil couldn't exert his full strength due to the suppression of his body. He was no match for Jiang Chen and was sent flying by Jiang Chen's sword. Barf. The mid-divine immortal demonic devil spurted out a mouthful of blood. The devil weapon in his hand trembled violently. Blood flowed down from his wide palm. He had been defeated in a single move. However, this demonic devil was after all a mighty mid-divine immortal expert, an ordinary early divine immortal expert. Although he was injured, he was still unscathed and wasn't killed by Jiang Chen in a single strike. Nevertheless, the scene was already shocking enough. At least, all the demonic devils in the tribe were shocked, including the chief. None of them could imagine that a mid-heaven immortal human could have such a ferocious combat strength. How could this human brat be so powerful? Isn't he a little too terrifying? Motherfucker. Is this bastard really only a mid-heaven immortal expert? Our evil clan has a strong physique, which gives us a great advantage over humans of the same level. Although this brat has the means to restrain us, it's still unbelievable that he could defeat a mid-divine immortal expert in a single strike. This brat is heaven-defying. He might be sent by the evil lord. The emergence of the evil lord in the evil abyss is already a headache. If this brat is allowed to grow, he will become a great threat to our evil clan. We have to eliminate him today. Let's attack together and get rid of him. All the demonic devils were shocked. Those demonic devils who attacked earlier finally calmed down and began to retreat. They weren't fools. They only knew that an enemy was attacking them, so they charged forward ferociously. After witnessing the tragic death of the first demonic devil and witnessing the terror of Jiang Chen, none of the demonic devils dared to attack again, because Jiang Chen's power had told them that no matter how many of them attacked, they would all die. Those divine immortal experts began to get restless, especially those mid-divine immortal experts. They were ready to attack at the same time, determined to kill this abnormal human. All of you stand back. Let me handle this. The chief stretched out his arm, stopping all the demonic devils who were about to attack. His eyes fell on Jiang Chen like a cold blade. In the beginning he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. In his eyes, a mid-heaven immortal expert was as weak as an ant. There was no need for him to attack, but now he couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen in a different light. A genius who could defeat a mid-divine immortal expert, only a late divine immortal expert like him had the confidence to kill him. Seeing that the chief was about to attack, Jiang Chen revealed a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Without saying a word, he turned and ran away. He had to move the battlefield as soon as possible. After all, this was the territory of the evil clan, which wasn't suitable for a large-scale battle. This was also the reason why he attacked the moment he arrived. His goal was to attract the chief's attention. If the chief didn't attack, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. If the chief didn't attack, Jiang Chen would be in deep trouble. You came to my tribe and killed so many of my tribesmen. Do you still think you can run away? Seeing Jiang Chen running away, the chief harumphed coldly. Without any hesitation, he turned into a black ray of light and chased after Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's escape had strengthened the chief's confidence in killing Jiang Chen. Psychologically, he no longer put Jiang Chen in his eyes. In his point of view, the reason why Jiang Chen ran away was because Jiang Chen was afraid of him. If Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of him, why would he run away? Come on. Jiang Chen flapped his dragon wings and disappeared from the sky of the tribe in the blink of an eye. The chief followed closely behind him and disappeared in an instant. Should we go after him together? Asked a mid-divine immortal demonic devil. No need. That brat will surely die once the chief takes action. Given how heaven-defying that bastard is, he's very likely to be a follower of the evil lord. Let's protect the tribe well. Perhaps other humans will come to attack us. Another demonic devil spoke. Apart from having confidence in their chief, they were basically certain that Jiang Chen was dead. After all, Jiang Chen had chosen to run away. 1,000 miles away in the wilderness. Jiang Chen stopped and turned around, waiting for the chief who was chasing after him. This desolate place was very suitable for a battle. Plus, the battlefield had been moved 1,000 miles away. Therefore, Jiang Chen had nothing to worry about. Why aren't you running anymore? The chief caught up with him and asked Lung Lung. If you run away now, you might still be able to make it. Jiang Chen shrugged and teased. Upon hearing this, the chief was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Brat, are you out of your mind? You have killed so many people of our tribe. I'll give you a chance now. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me, I promise to give you a quick death. You definitely don't know that you're not the first person to say something like that to me. Everyone who said something like that to me is now dead, without exception. Perhaps I won't kill you because you're still useful to me. Jiang Chen said plainly. His words sounded arrogant, but it was a fact. It wasn't the first time that the demonic chief had said such words. Similarly, just like what Jiang Chen had said, All those who had said such words to him were dead. There was no exception. Courting death. Obviously, the demonic chief didn't want to talk nonsense with Jiang Chen anymore. Immediately, he unleashed his tyrannical chi and struck out a black devil cloud. The devil cloud was like a substantial mountain, crashing down on Jiang Chen's head. This was an incomparably violent attack. No one knew how much energy it contained. The chi of a late divine immortal expert was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even an intermediate divine immortal expert would be severely injured by this attack. Honglong. Chapter 1231. What did this brat use? How could it have such a great restraining effect on me? The demon chief was shocked. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. Such a situation was too rare for him. He was a powerful late immortal expert, and there was an insurmountable gap between him and a mid-heaven immortal expert. But now, he was actually suppressed by a mid-heaven immortal expert to such an extent. This was something he had never dreamt of. Chila. The true dragon palm collided with the dark cloud. With a chila sound, the dark cloud was torn into pieces. Jiang Chen was just too ferocious. Given his current combat strength, even if he circulated the great divination art, it would still be somewhat difficult for him to fight a late divine immortal demonic devil, but if his opponent was a demonic devil of the evil clan, it would be a completely different story. Under this kind of natural restraint, the difference in combat strength between him and the late divine immortal demonic devil would be greatly reduced. Although it would be somewhat difficult for him to get rid of the late divine immortal demonic devil, he still had the confidence to edify it. The demon chief's body trembled, but he didn't lose. But he didn't dare to show the slightest disrespect towards Jiang Chen. Evil Wheel. The demon chief unleashed his trump card, the powerful Evil Wheel. This was a unique combat skill of the evil clan. Its attack power was extremely tyrannical. The huge wheel was as big as a house and was surrounded by sharp teeth. It was filled with a strong evil chi. At the center of the wheel was a face full of evil. It looked extremely gloomy and terrifying. Honglong. The evil wheel issued a roar and attacked Jiang Chen. It wasn't a real devil weapon, but something that the evil clan had completely transformed using energy. It was as if it had a substance and possessed extremely cruel lethality. Come on. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The strength of his opponent had aroused his fighting spirit. The heavenly saint sword in his hand also began to roar, issuing waves of dragon roar. It had completely transformed into a blood-red dragon. The divine might of the dragon sword was accompanied by endless flames. That was the fusion of the true thunder fire and true dragon fire. A dragon's roar shook the sky as the heavenly saint sword descended like a heavenly tribulation, slashing at the wheel of sin. The wheel of evil originally possessed an unparalleled imposing aura, but the moment the heavenly saint sword was unleashed, half of that imposing aura dissipated like a tide. It was the same situation as Mo Yun. Such a scene made the Hellion chieftain almost spurt out a mouthful of blood. For him, such a battle was undoubtedly very frustrating. Rumble, the heavenly saint sword directly collided with the wheel of sin, producing a deafening sound. The formation was like heavenly thunder, lighting up the entire sky above the wilderness. All the demonic chi within a radius of 100 miles was instantly incinerated. The heavenly saint sword was simply too powerful. After being promoted to the heaven tier immortal tier, its power was countless times stronger than before. In this clash, it cleaved the wheel of sin into two halves. However, the heavenly saint sword was also greatly shaken and was bounced back. What a powerful human brat. It seems that if I don't use my trump card, I really won't be able to deal with you. The Hellion chieftain was thoroughly shocked. Even after unleashing the wheel of sin, he still couldn't kill Jiang Chen. He couldn't even cause the slightest injury to his opponent. This made him no longer dare to underestimate Jiang Chen. However, the Hellion chieftain couldn't back down because he still had an even more powerful means to attack. Wheel of Sin. The demonic chief roared again. His entire body was filled with demonic might. His demonic aura soared to the sky, and a dense evil aura shrouded and covered everything. His body suddenly expanded by 3 times. The demonic chief once again struck out with his wheel of evil. However, this time it was not 1 but 3 black wheels. His aura was even stronger than before. Seeing such a fierce attack, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. He could have directly unleashed the great divination art to forcibly cut off the Hellion chieftain's attack halfway. In that case, the Hellion chieftain would be in an invincible position under the double suppression. However, Jiang Chen didn't use the great divination art because he wanted to test his own combat strength. Seeing the Hellion chieftain unleashing the 3 black wheels, Jiang Chen decisively put away the heavenly saint sword. However, this wasn't because Jiang Chen wanted to fight the Hellion chieftain with his bare hands. Almost at the same time he put away the heavenly saint sword, a golden halberd appeared in his hand. This was the heavenly dragon combat halberd that Ouyang had given him. Jiang Chen had already mastered the first style of the heavenly dragon 9 strikes, the mad dragon rises from the abyss, when he was in the early heaven immortal realm. Now that he only had one opponent, it was a good time to test the power of the mad dragon rises from the abyss. Naturally, Jiang Chen wouldn't miss this opportunity. This was also the reason why he didn't use the great divination art. However, Jiang Chen still had some scruples about using the mad dragon rises from the abyss because this move was too powerful. It would be meaningless if the Hellion chieftain was killed in one hit. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't think that the possibility of that happening was very high. After all, the Hellion chieftain was a powerful late immortal expert. With his current combat strength, he couldn't display the true power of the mad dragon rises from the abyss. However, after using this move, the Hellion chieftain would definitely be seriously injured. Then Jiang Chen would take this opportunity to enlighten the Hellion chieftain and complete his objective. Xuanhuan. The moment the heavenly dragon combat halberd appeared, it emitted a rumbling sound. Layers upon layers of sound waves overlapped each other like a tsunami. The infinite energy in his chi began to madly rush towards the heavenly dragon combat halberd as if it was free. After receiving the attention of the powerful energy, the heavenly dragon combat halberd emitted incomparably dazzling light and its chi became even more vigorous. Finally, the energy in Jiang Chen's chi was completely drained. Jiang Chen's face turned pale. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. The price of using this move was really not small. But now the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring. He had no choice but to rely on this move. The heavenly dragon combat halberd emitted a dragon roar. The roar was like an overturning sea. Jiang Chen was like a peerless war god. He raised the golden heavenly dragon combat halberd high up in the air. At the tip of the halberd, an incomparably violent dragon suddenly rushed towards the opponent, bringing with it a devastating aura. After using this move, Jiang Chen immediately kept the heavenly dragon combat halberd. Then he began to swallow a large amount of immortal metastones to restore his energy. The consumption was too great. He had to recover as soon as possible. The dragon's might was vast and mighty. The violent dragon wreaked havoc in everything. The moment the 3 wheels of evil came into contact with the violent dragon, they were completely destroyed by the violent dragon. The last wheel of evil was swallowed by the violent dragon. The scene was extremely terrifying. After destroying the 3 wheels of evil, the violent dragon's might didn't diminish. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed towards the Hellion chieftain. What? Chapter 1232. This was the first time that the leader of the fiendish demons felt fear. He could feel the boundless destructive aura from the heavenly dragon combat halberd. It was the smell of death. He felt that even if he tried his best, he wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. The leader of the fiendish demons roared wildly. He turned around and wanted to escape, but his aura had been completely locked by the heavenly dragon combat halberd. It was too late for him to escape now. He had no choice but to resist the attack. However, he had just displayed the ultimate sinful wheel. Now that he was in danger, he no longer had the same imposing manner as before. Coupled with the fear in his heart, the attack he displayed was even more vulnerable. Rummel. The attack of the heavenly dragon combat halberd was extremely powerful. It instantly shattered all the resistance of the leader of the fiendish demons. Then, the attack landed heavily on the body of the leader of the fiendish demons. The leader of the fiendish demons let out a blood-curdling scream. His huge body was struck down from the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which was very eye-catching in the dark night. In fact, this was because Jiang Chen had held back at the last moment. He only let the heavenly dragon combat halberd hit the non-vital parts of the fiendish demons. Otherwise, the leader of the fiendish demons would have been killed on the spot. Even if he didn't die, he would have been severely injured. That was not the ending that Jiang Chen wanted. The edifying light. Jiang Chen said softly and struck out the edifying light. The Buddha-like edifying light was like a spiritual snake. It pierced through the darkness and entered the mind of the leader of the fiendish demons. After doing all this, Jiang Chen became weak. The frenzied dragon out of the abyss had consumed too much of his energy. Fortunately, he had used the right time to edify the leader of the fiendish demons. Otherwise, he would have been in great danger in his current state. The leader of the fiendish demons let out a blood-curdling scream. He seemed to be fighting against the edifying light. However, the edifying light was too much of a restraint on him. If he was at his peak, he might be able to resist and block the edifying light from entering his body. However, it was too late now that the edifying light had already entered his body. In fact, the demon leader could only blame himself for this situation. If he had sent all the immortal experts from his tribe, Jiangchen would not have dared to use the frenzied dragon rises from the abyss. He was afraid that the demon leader would attack him when he was weak. The demon leader only lasted for a minute before he was completely conquered by the edifying light. He trembled as he came to Jiangchen's side and bowed respectfully. "Master." The demonic chief's wounds were still spurting blood. His injuries weren't light either. Fortunately, the evil clan's physique was incomparably strong, so he didn't faint on the spot. Jiangchen brought the demonic chief and flew 1,000 miles away. This place had already gone beyond the territory of the evil clan. When they arrived at the edge of the territory, Jiangchen found a quiet place and began to recover his energy. During the process of Jiangchen's recovery, the demonic chief stood at the side and guarded him obediently. He didn't care about his injuries at all. After being edified by the edifying light, the fiendish demons were equivalent to Jiangchen's slaves. Unless Jiangchen took the initiative to remove them, they would have to obey Jiangchen for the rest of their lives. In their hearts there was only one master, and that was Jiangchen. Jiangchen's eyes sparkled with vigor. He glanced at the demonic chief. At this time he had to help the demonic chief recover as soon as possible and then return to Fragrant Sky City. Now the demonic chief was the strongest force. With the help of the demonic chief, it would be enough for Jiangchen to sweep the 36 cities in the periphery of the evil abyss. "Leader, I'll help you recover now," Jiangchen said. "Thank you, master." The demonic chief didn't dare to be negligent. He once again bowed deeply to Jiangchen. In his eyes, Jiangchen was the only one. He was sacred and inviolable. Jiangchen's words were the absolute imperial edict that couldn't be disobeyed. Even if Jiangchen wanted the demonic chief to commit suicide in front of him, the demonic chief wouldn't hesitate at all. Jiangchen poured out a large amount of wood essence which flowed into the demonic chief's body like a tidal wave. The demonic chief's body trembled. He felt as if he was bathing in a spring breeze. He could feel his injuries recovering rapidly. The healing effect was even more miraculous than divine pills. The demonic chief was incomparably shocked and worshipped Jiangchen even more. "Enter the Zulong Tower now. We'll return to Fragrant Sky City. I'll help you recover along the way," Jiangchen said and directly opened the gate of the Zulong Tower. On the way back they would have to pass through the human gathering place in the evil abyss. It would be better if he was alone, but if the demonic chief appeared directly, it would cause a lot of trouble. Therefore it was safer to enter the Zulong Tower. "Yes, master." The demonic chief's body flashed and directly entered the Zulong Tower. Jiangchen's body and the Zulong Tower were one. Therefore, even if the demonic chief entered the Zulong Tower, Jiangchen could still help him recover at any time. Jiangchen, who had completely recovered, began to fly at top speed in the direction he came from. It had been more than a day since he left Fragrant Sky City. With his current speed, it would only take him about 2 days to return, which was more or less what he had expected. He didn't know whether the 3 city lords had attacked Fragrant Sky City or not. The worst-case scenario was that they were attacking right now. He believed that with De Huang Dog's protection, the 5 elements Tajura formation would be able to resist until he returned. Once he returned to Fragrant Sky City, it would be the time for him to start a massacre. The entire outer region of Evil Abyss would no longer have peaceful days. Currently, Fragrant Sky City was in complete chaos, just like what Jiangchen was worried about. It could be said that it was on the brink of crisis. Not long after Jiangchen left Fragrant Sky City, the 3 city lords had already launched their attack. They weren't the only ones who came to attack Fragrant Sky City. There were also a lot of early divine immortal experts. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook. Those divine immortal experts launched their most ferocious attacks, which landed heavily on the 5 elements Tajura formation. Instantly, the formation produced cracking sounds as if it was going to break at any time. At this moment, most of the buildings in Fragrant Sky City had been destroyed except for the mansion of the city lord. However, with the continuous and ferocious attacks of the divine immortal experts, the 5 elements Tajura formation seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. De Huang Dog, who was in charge of the entire formation, was starting to feel a little powerless. Damn it. These guys are really ferocious. If only Tyrant was here. That stone tablet of his could stabilize the formation. It wouldn't be a problem for it to hold on for 7 days. Chapter 1233. De Huang Dog, Ada and Air, Xuanhuan and Li Si were doing their best to maintain the grand formation, instilling all their energy into it. Even Yin Qingqing and Huang Ying had joined in. Many experts of the City Lord Prefecture had joined in as well. Although their strength was limited, they wanted to do their part. After all, if the grand formation was broken, they would surely end up in a miserable state. Yin Qingqing and Huang Ying in particular had a better understanding of the three city lords. As the saying went, those who could make friends with lascivious young master weren't good people. Given their beauty, if they fell into the hands of the three city lords, their ending wouldn't be any better than falling into the hands of lascivious young master. Outside the grand formation, there were at least a dozen divine immortal experts attacking with all their might. Under the leadership of the three mid-divine immortal city lords, their offensive power couldn't be underestimated. As a matter of fact, De Huang Dog and the others were having some difficulty in maintaining the 5 elemental Tajura grand formation. The three city lords were also feeling very depressed. Each of them began to curse in their hearts. Up until now they had been attacking for more than a day, but they still hadn't broken the grand formation. It would be a lie if they said they weren't depressed. Plus, this situation had dealt a huge blow to their morale. Motherfucker. What kind of formation is this? How could it be so strong? I don't think there's a decent expert supporting this formation. That dog is the core of this formation. That dog is merely a late heaven immortal expert. There's an insurmountable gap between us and him, but he could actually sustain this formation for such a long time. It seems like the person who set up this formation isn't ordinary. Why don't I see that Jiang Chen? Lascivious young master was killed by him. Could it be that this bastard is hiding like a tortoise? Don't think too much about it. He won't be able to hide for long. We must destroy this formation today. They won't be able to hold on for much longer. We've been attacking a mere formation for so long. If word of this gets out, it'll be an incomparably shameful matter. It'll also be a blow to our reputation in the outer region. The three city lords gritted their teeth. After finding out the truth about Jiang Chen, they immediately launched an attack. Initially, they thought that it would be a piece of cake to take down Fragrant Sky City, but they didn't expect that they would encounter such a huge obstruction. They had been attacking with all their might for more than a day, but they still couldn't break the grand formation, let alone kill the people inside. At this time, both sides were giving it their all, especially the three city lords. They kept yelling and calling on their subordinates to continuously increase the strength of their attacks. In their eyes, it was an incomparably shameful thing to be unable to break through a spell formation after such a long time. The matter of Fragrant Sky City had already caused an uproar in the outer region. Perhaps the people from other cities were also secretly paying attention to it. Such a battle had already caused the three of them to lose a lot of face. If they couldn't break the grand formation as soon as possible and kill the people inside, then they would become the target of ridicule in the outer region. They would become a laughing stock, and they might even be bullied by others when they returned. The evil abyss had always been a cruel place. The weak could only be bullied. Only the fierce could rise to power. Every person in power had to step on the shoulders of others, or rather, step on the corpses of others. Rumble, colorful attacks floated in the sky. Every attack would leave a lot of cracks on the 5 elements Tajura grand formation. De Huang Dog was very busy repairing the cracks. However, how could his speed of repairing be faster than the speed of his opponent's attacks? More and more cracks appeared, and it seemed that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. What should we do? The grand formation can't hold on for much longer. I wonder when young Master Jiang Chen will return. Huang Ying began to worry. Don't worry, big brother Jiang will definitely make it back in time, said Yin Qingqing. Yin Qingqing said. She still had unparalleled confidence in Jiang Chen. De Huang, how much longer can we hold on? Chen Hui clenched his teeth. He had already consumed more than half of his energy. Maintaining the 5 elements Tajura grand formation was a very strenuous task. We can still hold on for 2 more hours. De Huang Dog said. He didn't want to lie. With his current ability, holding on for 2 more hours was already his limit. If it was someone who didn't understand the grand formation, let alone 2 hours, they wouldn't even be able to hold on for 10 minutes. 2 more hours. Can the city lord make it back in time? If not, we're finished, Li Si said worriedly. The opponent's attack was too strong and he couldn't see any hope. You two bastards, shut up. Little Qinzi will definitely make it back in time. De Huang Dog said impatiently. These two fellows were afraid of death. This could be seen from the fact that they took the initiative to seek refuge with Jiang Chen. However, De Huang Dog wasn't worried that these two fellows would betray him again. After all, although these two were afraid of death, they were smart people. They should be able to see the situation in front of them. The three city lords didn't plan to let any of them go. Even if they surrendered now, there would only be one outcome for them: death. Moreover, Chen Hui and Li Si were completely shocked by Jiang Chen. Under the situation where Jiang Chen couldn't make it back, they didn't dare to do anything to harm Jiang Chen. Otherwise they would definitely die a horrible death. In desperation, the two of them could only continue to inject energy into the formation and help De Huang Dog to support the formation. Ada and Air didn't need to be mentioned. As beings who had been enlightened by Jiang Chen, their only mission in life was to be loyal to Jiang Chen. They would use their lives to complete the tasks that Jiang Chen gave them. This was the difference between them and Chen Hui and Li Si. An hour had passed. Countless cracks had appeared on the 5 elements Tajura formation. It looked like it was going to break at any time. However, De Huang Dog's methods were brilliant. He could still hold on. This situation made the 3 city lords even more depressed. While they were horrified by how terrifying De Huang Dog was, they couldn't wait to rush forward and tear De Huang Dog into pieces. Damn it, this dog can really hold on. Everyone put in more effort. The formation can't hold on for much longer. One of the city lords cursed and attacked fiercely. Rumble, heaven and earth shook and the weather changed. The entire fragrant sky city was covered in colorful energy. Everything here was shrouded in the smell of death. Chapter 1234. It seems like I have to speed up. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened, casting out the flaming wings in an instant. He had already deduced the dangerous chi of Fragrant Sky City through the great divination art. Fragrant Sky City must be in danger right now. If he returned too late, he was afraid that something big would happen. This was the evil abyss, which was fundamentally different from the outside world. There was no morality here. Jiang Chen was almost certain that once the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation was broken, none of the people in the prefecture would be able to survive. All of them would die. This was the rule of the evil abyss. In the Fragrant Sky City, De Huang Dog's forehead was already beaded with sweat. He was constantly wandering around the different positions of the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation, trying his best to mend the cracks. Even so, the number of cracks was still increasing. If it was someone else who was in charge of the Grand Formation, the formation would have already been broken. Even if it was De Huang Dog, he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. At this time, it wasn't only De Huang Dog who was exhausted. Ada and Air were also in the same state. All the experts who joined the battle were exhausted and couldn't hold on for too long. If this situation continued, they would die when the 5 elemental Grand Formation was broken because they didn't have much combat strength left to continue the battle. Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying's faces were pale and their bodies were shivering. Their cultivation base was relatively weak, so they couldn't hold on any longer. At this time, many people in the Fragrant Sky City began to despair. Their only hope was that Jiang Chen would appear in time. He was their last hope. Half an hour later, the Grand Formation finally couldn't hold on any longer. Large areas of damage and cracks began to appear. Outside, under the lead of 3 mid-divine immortal city lords, a dozen divine immortal experts attacked once more. Each and every one of them was infuriated. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. It would be abnormal if they weren't angry after such a long battle. Everyone go all out. They can't hold on any longer. Let's break their Grand Formation with one strike. A city lord yelled. Ah! The other experts bellowed at the same time. Each of them exerted their full strength, ready to break this hateful Grand Formation. Rumble, violent energy poured down like a torrential storm, landing heavily on the center of the 5 elements Tajura Formation. The power it created was like the roar of thunder from the 9 heavens, causing people to tremble in fear. Kacha. After resisting for nearly 2 days, the 5 elements Tajura Formation finally couldn't hold on any longer. Under the enemy's final fierce attack, it shattered on the spot. Wow! The destruction of the formation was a huge blow to everyone who was supporting the formation. Everyone coughed out blood and their auras instantly weakened. Many people were sent flying and fell heavily from the sky. Some people even smashed a large hole in the ground. Not to mention them, even the incomparably powerful De Huang dog was no exception. The current De Huang dog had consumed too much of his energy. Blood could be seen at the corner of his mouth and eyes, but he possessed a powerful divine beast bloodline after all. Even though he was severely injured, he could still continue to hold on and wouldn't fall from the sky. But as the core figure of the entire 5 elements Tajura formation, he naturally suffered the greatest backlash when the formation was broken. Presently, De Huang dog had lost all of his combat strength. Any early divine immortal expert could easily kill him. Damn it. We're finished. City Lord still hasn't returned. We're all finished. Xuanhuan couldn't help but curse. He covered his chest with his hand and barely managed to stand on the ground. The intense consumption and the backlash from the formation had greatly affected them. Even though they were divine immortal experts, they didn't have much combat strength left. Despair. Many of them were in despair. In the sky above Fragrant Sky City, the divine immortal experts of the 3 cities looked down. At this moment they felt that it was time to vent their anger. However, they weren't in a hurry to kill because the best way to vent their anger wasn't to kill, but to torture. Killing a person directly was far less satisfying than making the opponent suffer a fate worse than death. Their eyes were filled with mockery. The eyes of the 3 city lords fell on De Huang dog at the same time. Even though the formation was broken and they were enemies, they couldn't help but raise their thumbs up to this dog to express their admiration. Where's Jiangchen? Ask him to come out. One of the city lords, Lung Lung, said. Don't worry. He'll come. But when he comes, it'll be the time of your death. De Huang dog said while wagging his tail. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear on his face. Regardless of whether others had confidence in Jiangchen or not, in De Huang dog's heart, Jiangchen was a miracle. Even at the most critical moment, Jiangchen would definitely appear. This point had been proven in various battles and crises in the past. Moreover, Jiangchen had mastered the great divination art. He could predict the crisis of Fragrant Sky City. City Lord, this dog is too arrogant. City Lord, this dog is too arrogant. In my opinion, that Jiangchen must have fled out of fear. We can't wait for Jiangchen now. Let's get rid of these people first, especially that dog. We must torture him thoroughly. The reputation of our 3 cities has been ruined by this dog, said Jiangchen. Yes, we must not let him die too easily. We must torture him slowly to death. Only then can we dispel the hatred in our hearts. First, peel off the dog's skin, then suck his blood essence. I can see that this dog's qi and blood are very vigorous. He's not an ordinary demon beast. If we absorb his blood essence, we might be able to obtain some benefits. The experts of the 3 cities said mockingly. They had already sentenced De Huang dog to death. They couldn't think of any reason why De Huang dog wouldn't die. They had besieged Fragrant Sky City with so many experts, but they were stopped by a dog using an array for 2 days. This had seriously damaged the reputation of their 3 cities. Therefore they must torture De Huang dog well. They must not let him die too easily. As for Jiangchen, many people had already given up on him. In their opinion, Jiangchen must have escaped by now. Alright, this city lord will capture this dog first and torture him well. There are still 2 peerless beauties down there. At that time we can all enjoy ourselves together. A city lord smiled sinisterly. Huang Ying and Yan Qingqing had already noticed them. Such peerless beauties were a fatal temptation for them. The city lord acted decisively. He suddenly stretched out his big hand and enveloped De Huang dog's head. Chapter 1235. Who's there? The city lord's expression changed as he shouted towards the sky. To be able to shatter his attack so easily, the newcomer must be an expert. At the very least, his cultivation base shouldn't be lower than the city lords. Could it be that their attack on Fragrant Sky City had attracted the attention of other experts? Kaka. You fools want to skin Master Dog's skin? Just wait for Master Dog to skin you. Now that Jiangchen is back, your doomsday has arrived. De Huang dog laughed out loud. He saw the sword light clearly. It was the unique light of the heavenly saint sword. Since Jiangchen was able to break the attack of a mid-divine immortal expert so easily, it meant that Jiangchen's cultivation base had also improved by a level. The worry in De Huang dog's heart vanished instantly. Jiangchen was back. What was there to worry about? Jiangchen was the best at turning the tide. In the distance, a blood light moved faster than a meteor, leaving behind afterimages. It arrived in front of the enemies in a blink of an eye. The newcomer was half human and half dragon. He had a majestic body. The aura he emitted was enough to make people tremble. That was the unique aura of a superior being. It was the true aura of a king. It wasn't something that anyone could possess. It's big brother Jiang. Yan Qingqing was incomparably happy. She knew that Jiang Chen would definitely appear at the last moment. It wasn't the first time that Jiang Chen had done such an exciting thing. Every time he would bring new hope to them. It was an incomparably exciting feeling. Although she had experienced it several times, she still felt that it was very exciting and thrilling. Following such a man, she would never lack a sense of security. City Lord is back. City Lord has advanced to the mid-heaven immortal realm. He's really a monster. It's only been 2 days, but he has already advanced to the next level. I have never seen such a terrifying advancement speed before. That's right. I remember that the City Lord killed lascivious young master when he was still an early heaven immortal. Now that he has advanced to intermediate heaven immortal realm, that intermediate divine immortal expert is no longer his match. It seems that the outer region of evil abyss won't be peaceful anymore. When Chen Hui and Li Si saw Jiang Chen appear at the crucial moment, they couldn't remain calm. It wasn't that they hadn't seen geniuses before, but it was their first time seeing a peerless genius like Jiang Chen. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's strength had given them hope. If the 3 city lords were to be dealt with by Jiang Chen today, then the outer region would never be peaceful again. Jiang Chen's eyes were as sharp as blades, landing on the group of divine immortal experts in front of him. Perhaps there was no need for the demon leaders to deal with these people. He could deal with them himself. Seeing the state of De Huang Dog and the others, Jiang Chen couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He secretly thought that he wasn't too late. If he was any later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Take the attack just now as an example. If he hadn't appeared in time, De Huang Dog wouldn't have been able to resist at all. You're looking for me. I'm here now. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. You're Jiang Chen? The city lord was a little surprised. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so young. Although Jiang Chen had the appearance of a half-dragon half-human, he could still see that Jiang Chen was an incomparably young genius. What surprised him even more was that Jiang Chen's cultivation base was really only at the heaven immortal realm. That's me. The heavenly saint sword in Jiang Chen's hand shone brightly. Boundless killing intent constantly gushed out. Facing these divine immortal experts, Jiang Chen was ready to attack at any time. He's just a mere mid-stage heaven immortal expert. We don't put him in our eyes. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him directly. Another city lord spoke. His entire body was shrouded in killing intent. Those who could establish themselves in evil abyss were all extremely vicious and evil people. Alright, let's attack together. The third city lord also agreed. Although they weren't afraid of a mid-stage heaven immortal expert, lascivious young master had indeed died in the hands of this freak in front of them. Therefore they didn't dare to be careless. If they had come alone to fight Jiang Chen, they might not have the courage to do so. But now, 3 against 1, they had the courage to do so. It's useless no matter how you attack. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these people. In evil abyss there were no rules to speak of. Killing had always been a very simple and common thing. 5 elements battle dragon seal. Jiang Chen was the first to attack. He struck out the 5 elements battle dragon seal. In an instant, dragon roars shook the sky. More than 10 majestic true dragons roared out and hovered in the sky above heavenly fragrant city. It was as if a real divine dragon had descended to the world. Such might was incomparably frightening. One must know that even in the high and mighty immortal world, dragons were only existences in legends. They were even more noble creatures that were revered by countless people. They were myths and legends. However, the 3 city lords didn't panic too much. They had never seen a true dragon before. But this kind of dragon form formed by battle techniques was not rare. Attack. When the trio sensed Jiang Chen's domineering and inviolable aura, their expressions turned solemn. They didn't dare show the slightest bit of negligence when dealing with Jiang Chen. Without hesitation they took out their combat weapons and channeled all their combat strength into them. After that, they charged toward Jiang Chen. The dragon roar was too powerful. The heavenly dragon circled. The 3 city lords still underestimated the power of the 5 elements battle dragon seal. These 5 types of battle dragons had different colors. The attack power they possessed was also different. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. When fused together it was even more irresistible. Even if the 3 city lords tried their best, it would be extremely difficult for them to completely resist this attack. After all, the current Jiangchen was no longer the previous Jiangchen. With 560,000 dragon marks and the help of the great divination art, it was enough to kill a mid-divine immortal expert. After displaying the 5 elements battle dragon seal, Jiangchen didn't stop. He merged with the sword and rushed into the battle. More than 10 heavenly dragons completely surrounded the 3 city lords. Jiangchen's dragon sword was aimed at one of the city lords. Although the 3 city lords were friends on the surface, their cooperation wasn't very good. It could be said that they didn't have any experience in cooperating with each other. Now that they were being attacked by more than 10 heavenly dragons, they were instantly thrown into disarray. How could they care about their companions? The speed of the dragon sword was too fast and its power was too strong. When combined with the 5 elements battle dragon seal, it was simply invincible. The city lord who was targeted by the heavenly saint sword had a drastic change in his expression because he could feel a strong aura of death. No. Chapter 1236. Wuxia. There was no resistance. Under Jiangchen's ferocious bombardment, all resistance was useless. The dragon sword was too sharp. Any kind of energy was useless against it. The middle of the city lord's eyebrows was pierced by the heavenly saint's sword in an instant. Blood spurted out wildly. A mid-divine immortal expert had died a violent death. What? The other 2 city lords exclaimed on the spot. They widened their eyes and couldn't believe what they saw. They were very confident in their cultivation base. As intermediate divine immortal supreme experts, they had never been afraid of anything, but today an intermediate heaven immortal genius had truly widened their horizons. The death of their comrade was like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, waking them up completely. At the same time, it also made them realize how foolish their decision to attack Fragrant Sky City was. Escape. That's right. The only thing they could think of at this moment was to escape. Nothing was more valuable than life, even if they had to abandon a city. In Evil Abyss, life was the most luxurious thing. Even though there were 2 of them, after witnessing Jiangchen's terrifying strength, they immediately made the decision to run away. They weren't fools, they could naturally see the gap between them and Jiangchen. If they stayed and continued to fight, they would end up like the previous city lord. There was no doubt about this, they believed it without a doubt. The frenzied dragon was still roaring. It was impossible for them to escape from Jiangchen's 5 elemental combat dragon seal. If they wanted to escape, they had to break through the attack of the combat dragon. Putting aside the difficulty of doing so, Jiangchen wouldn't give them any chance to escape. Howl the heavenly saint sword roared once more. In a blink of an eye, it reached one of the city lords. That man tried to defend himself in a flurry, but how could he be a match for Jiangchen? All his defenses were so fragile under the might of the heavenly saint sword. Wuxia. Like before, the sword pierced through the city lord's chest. The destructive force carried by the heavenly saint sword instantly crushed the vitality of the city lord, killing him on the spot. The war dragons still hadn't completely disappeared. The remaining war dragons had all entered the heavenly saint sword. With a sway of his body, the sharp tip of the heavenly saint sword was already pressed against the throat of the last city lord. At that distance, as long as he pushed the sword forward, he would be dead. Don't kill me. The city lord panicked. He didn't want to die. Even though he knew the rules of the Nifa's abyss, he still begged for mercy. He wanted to get a chance to live. There was no way to escape now. Even though he had absolute strength, he knew that it was basically impossible to escape from the hands of this young man in front of him. I won't kill you, but release your divine sense and become my slave from now on. Jiangchen said. What? The city lord exclaimed. His face instantly turned pale. Jiangchen was implanting his divine sense seed in his sea of consciousness. From now on he would become Jiangchen's slave, serving Jiangchen wholeheartedly. His every thought and thought would be known by Jiangchen. As long as Jiangchen willed it, he could die a graveless death. To a mid-divine immortal expert, this was an incomparably cruel thing. From now on he would lose his freedom. But given the current situation, this was his only chance of survival. I don't want to give you too much time. If you don't agree, you will die immediately. Jiangchen was incomparably cold. There was no need for him to be polite to such a person. The heavenly saint's sword flickered with sword light, ready to kill the city lord at any time. The city lord gritted his teeth. In order to survive, he had no other choice. I agree. As soon as the city lord finished speaking, he released his sea of consciousness. Jiangchen formed a divine sense seed and implanted it into the city lord sea of consciousness, completely controlling him. Master. The city lord didn't dare to neglect Jiangchen anymore, and he didn't dare to have any ill intentions towards Jiangchen, because Jiangchen could clearly know what he was thinking. Very good. What's your name? Jiangchen asked. As a city lord of the outer region, he must have a better understanding of the situation in the outer region. Having such a loyal follower would be extremely beneficial to his future development in the evil abyss. Jiangchen nodded. That's right. Master, my name is Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng didn't dare disobey Jiangchen's order. The scene of Jiangchen killing two mid-divine immortal experts in a thunderous manner and subduing the last one and turning him into a slave stunned the people on both sides. The situation, which was supposed to be irreversible, was instantly reversed by Jiangchen, turning defeat into victory. My God! Young Master Jiang has become so powerful in just 2 days. He can kill mid-divine immortal experts without relying on the two heavenly devil barbaric bulls. Huang Ying had been completely conquered by Jiangchen. She had already given up all hope, but the appearance of Jiangchen at the last moment had given her hope of rebirth. This is too terrifying. It seems like we can only follow the city lord wholeheartedly from now on. That's right. I can already foresee that the evil abyss is destined to be chaotic because of the arrival of the city lord. At least, the outer region won't be peaceful anymore. The remaining city lords won't be able to sleep peacefully anymore. Chen Hui and Li Si were also completely convinced by Jiangchen. Initially they had some complaints about submitting to Jiangchen, but now not only did they no longer have any complaints, they had become completely loyal to Jiangchen. On the other side, those early divine immortal experts who had followed their city lord to attack the fragrant sky city were standing there awkwardly. Apart from that, their eyes were filled with fear. They couldn't accept the scene in front of them because it was completely different from what they had imagined. It was something that they had never dreamt of. Lu Sheng, I'll leave these people to you. Come and see me in the mansion after you're done. Jiangchen said to Lu Sheng, then flew towards the mansion below. The current Jiangchen had already reverted to his human form, but from the surface, it was hard to associate this delicate-looking youth with the devil god of slaughter. After Jiangchen left, he came to the front of those early divine immortal experts and immediately displayed his imposing manner. In front of Jiangchen he was a slave, but in front of these people he was a high and mighty city lord. Some of them were even his subordinates. Listen up, all of you. I, Lu Sheng, have already pledged my allegiance to my master. Now, you all have the chance to pledge your allegiance to him as well. If any one of you is unwilling, you'll have to die immediately. Lu Sheng said sternly. Chapter 1237. As soon as Lu Sheng's words fell, those early divine immortal experts immediately expressed their willingness to follow Jiangchen. Such an outcome was already very good for them. They knew very well that it didn't matter who they followed. Besides, some of them had followed Lu Sheng before. Now that Lu Sheng had become Jiangchen's slave, there was no reason for them to refuse. Besides, refusing meant death. No one wanted to die. Being able to survive after being defeated in the evil abyss was already a kind of fortune. At least they thought that they were lucky. Furthermore, they weren't fools. They had already seen Jiangchen's potential in today's battle. He was a monstrous genius who could kill a mid-divine immortal expert at the intermediate heaven immortal realm. He was also a ruthless and decisive person. Such a person was the most suitable to survive in the evil abyss. His future achievements were destined to be limitless. Today, Jiangchen had taken control of 4 cities in the outer region. This had never happened before in the outer region. Judging from Jiangchen's attitude, he wouldn't give up just like that. In other words, these 4 cities were just the beginning. Under Jiangchen's command, the 4 cities were reorganized and the sign of Fragrant Sky City was hung on all of them. Judging from Jiangchen's behavior, he was going to put up the sign of Fragrant Sky City in all 36 cities. He wasn't just going to be the city lord of one city, but all of them. In the prefecture, Jiangchen was sitting on the main seat with the Huang Dog and Yan Qingqing on both sides. Huang Ying, Ada and Air, Chen Hui, Li Si, Lu Sheng and the group of early divine immortal experts were all present. They were now Jiangchen's subordinates. Apart from the 2 city lords that he had killed, almost all of the higher-ups of the 4 cities were gathered here. Such a force should be one of the best in the outer region. Of course, there were also a few powerful cities in the outer region that had powerful divine immortal experts. They wouldn't be easy to deal with. Congratulations, City Lord. Congratulations, City Lord. The City Lord has directly taken control of the 4 outer cities. This is the first time in the entire outer region. Li Si came forward and flattered. What are 4 cities? With the city lord's strength and talent, it is not impossible for him to sweep through the entire outer region. I believe that day will not be too far away. Chen Hui's bootlicking was clearly louder than Li Si's. On this point, Li Si's face was full of admiration. Little Chinzi, looks like you've gained quite a bit of benefits from this trip. You've advanced to the mid-stage heavenly immortal stage directly. De Huang Dog said. That's right, I've indeed obtained a lot of benefits from this trip. You guys have done a great service in protecting the Tianxiang city, and I will certainly reward you accordingly. Let me help you recover from your injuries first. As Jiang Chen said this, he waved his hand and a large amount of wood spiritual energy rushed out. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with a strong sense of vitality. Yan Qingqing, Huang Ying, De Huang Dog, Li Si, Chen Hui, Ada and Air, everyone fell into the range of the wood spiritual energy. They greedily absorbed the spiritual energy, and their injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a powerful spiritual energy. It actually has such a miraculous recovery effect. Chen Hui and Li Si couldn't help but be astonished as this was the first time they came into contact with the wood spiritual energy. They weren't the only ones who were shocked. Lu Sheng and the others also widened their eyes. If they didn't see this scene with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. They knew a lot of healing pills and had some healing pills with them, but they had never seen such a miraculous healing technique. In just 10 minutes, everyone's injuries caused by the destruction of the formation had fully recovered. Every one of them was as good as new. At this time, the way they looked at Jiang Chen had changed, especially Chen Hui and Li Si. The feeling they had when they followed Jiang Chen was completely different from the feeling they had when they followed lascivious young master. They followed lascivious young master just to save their lives and live a better life in the evil abyss, but following Jiang Chen had changed their mind. Like I said, I will reward you according to your contributions. Since all of you have contributed a lot this time, I have some spiritual spring water here. I will distribute some to all of you. After consuming it, it will bring you great benefits. Chen Hui, Li Si, both of you have already reached the peak of early divine immortal realm. With the help of this spiritual spring, it won't be a problem for you to advance to the intermediate divine immortal realm. Jiang Chen said. He had a lot of spiritual spring. It wouldn't be a problem for him to distribute some. He had just arrived at the evil abyss and his foundation wasn't stable yet. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. Jiang Chen took out some spiritual spring and distributed it to each of them. The moment the spiritual spring appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. Each of them stared at the spiritual spring in Jiang Chen's hand. They could feel the extraordinary nature of this spiritual spring. It was a true treasure. It's really a treasure. This spiritual spring has a great effect on one's cultivation. Given our current condition, we will certainly advance to the intermediate divine immortal realm after consuming this spiritual spring. Thank you so much, City Lord. Chen Hui received the spiritual spring and bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. After receiving the spiritual spring, he and Li Si no longer had any stubbornness towards Jiang Chen. They were now completely obedient to him. Jiang Chen had a clear sense of reward and punishment, which was very rare in the evil abyss. He was even willing to give them something as precious as the spiritual spring. If it was lascivious young master, he would never give them a drop of it. This was the gap between them. Sister Ying, Qingqing, this spiritual spring is the best for the two of you. Your current cultivation base isn't high. If you make good use of this spiritual spring, you will be able to advance to the late heaven immortal realm or even the half-step divine immortal realm. Jiang Chen said. This spiritual spring was a natural sacred item. It could be described as priceless. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to make two late divine immortal experts and a demonic devil fight so badly. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Huang Ying could only express her gratitude. Everyone knew how precious the spiritual spring was. However, she had to accept it because she and Yan Qingqing needed to improve their cultivation base and strength. Otherwise, they would only become Jiang Chen's burden. Huang Ying had no choice but to accept the spiritual spring because she and Yan Qingqing needed to increase their cultivation base and strength. Ada and Air listened to Jiang Chen's orders. Naturally, they were happy to receive the spiritual spring. The two barbaric bulls giggled at each other. What the fuck? Why didn't you give it to Master Dog? Don't tell me that Master Dog's contribution is not great? De Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Chen had distributed the spiritual spring to everyone, but in the end he didn't get a share. How could he, the greatest contributor, accept this? What's the hurry? I'll give you something better later. Chapter 1238. Upon hearing this, De Huang Dog grinned and stood aside obediently without saying a word. Since Jiang Qin said that he had something good for him, it must be something more precious than the spiritual spring. De Huang Dog was really looking forward to it. Watching Jiang Qin distributing the spiritual spring to them, Lu Sheng and the others could only feel envy and jealousy. Of course, they wouldn't dare to ask for it as they had just joined Jiang Qin's side and they were enemies before this. As long as all of you follow me and perform well in the future, you will be rewarded handsomely. Jiang Qin said. Yes, City Lord. All the divine immortal experts answered in unison, showing great respect to Jiang Qin. They could already see that although this young man was cruel and merciless, he was also fair in rewards and punishments. Following a man like him would bring them great benefits and a brighter future than following the other city lords. Now let's talk about our next plan. Fragrant Sky City wants to expand an evil abyss. These 4 cities are just the beginning. Jiang Qin said. Now that the crisis had been completely resolved, he still had a late divine immortal demonic devil as his trump card and the heavenly dragon combat halberd. These trump cards were enough for him to gain a foothold in the outer region. After listening to Jiang Qin's words, Lu Sheng's spirit was lifted. He knew that Jiang Qin wouldn't give up just like this. How could such a figure be willing to be ordinary? According to Lu Sheng's estimation, it was only a matter of time before Jiang Qin killed his way into the middle region or even the inner region, let alone the 36 cities in the outer region. Master, there are a total of 36 cities in the outer region. We naturally don't put ordinary cities in our eyes as we can annex them at any time and make them part of Fragrant Sky City. However, there are 4 cities that aren't so easy to deal with. These 4 cities are basically the core of the 36 cities in the outer region. Each of them is guarded by a late divine immortal expert and they have a certain relationship with the big cities in the middle region. They will pay tribute to them regularly. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for us to fight them with our current strength. Lu Sheng said. That's right, those 4 cities are indeed powerful. Many of the resources in the periphery are under their control. Normally we don't dare to offend them. But now that Tianxiang City has suddenly risen up, it's very likely that it will attract their attention. If we go and attack other cities, those 4 cities won't just stand by and watch. In order to control the periphery, they want to maintain a basic level of peace. They don't want to see chaos in the periphery. They don't care about the battles between cities, but they won't allow a large-scale annexation like ours. Another person said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. If it was in the past, he might restrain himself a little and consider resting and building up his strength. But now he didn't care. Even if the opponent was a late divine immortal expert, he wouldn't put them in his eyes. Furthermore, since he had come to the evil abyss, he might as well not come here in the first place. There was only one purpose for Jiang Qin to come to the evil abyss, and that was to improve his cultivation base. He had to work hard to improve his cultivation base. Jiang Qin's enemies were just too powerful. They could make him feel endless pressure at any time. Therefore, he had to improve himself as soon as possible. Not to mention the northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Qin still didn't know the true cultivation base and status of the northern and southern dynasties in the immortal world. At least, they weren't something that a place like One Line Sky could compare with. Jiang Qin estimated that the cultivation base of the northern and southern dynasties had already surpassed the immortal king realm, reaching the immortal emperor or even immortal venerable realm. That realm was unimaginable to the current Jiang Qin. Putting aside the northern and southern dynasties, the enemy in front of him, Tian Muyun, wasn't easy to deal with. Although Tian Muyun was a half-step immortal king, Jiang Qin knew very well that given Tian Muyun's talent, Tian Muyun would already be a true immortal king expert by the time Jiang Qin had the strength to fight against him. Moreover, a genius like Tian Muyun couldn't be compared to an ordinary expert of the same level. Therefore, Jiang Qin had to make use of this trip to the evil abyss to improve his cultivation base. His target wasn't just this small human force. His real target was the evil clan. The origin of the evil clan was too useful to him. Of course, food must be eaten one mouthful at a time. Cultivation base must also be improved step by step. Ever since Jiang Qin came to the immortal world, it was already very heaven-defying for him to improve his cultivation base to this extent. It doesn't matter. There's no need to care about them. Lu Sheng, go and issue a declaration of war to the neighboring city. Tell them to surrender to me within 3 days and take the initiative to hang the signboard of Fragrant Sky City on the gate of the city. Otherwise, 3 days later will be their doomsday. Jiang Qin stood up from his seat. The aura of a superior had become very strong. It was the aura that came from his bones. The current Jiang Qin had the noblest bloodline in this world. No one would dare to disobey him. Yes, master. I'll get it done right away. Lu Sheng bowed to Jiang Qin, then left the main hall with his men. The outer region was finally going to be in chaos. The previous peace would soon be completely broken. Such a situation made people fearful, but also filled them with anticipation. If they could follow Jiang Qin and accomplish the feat of unifying the outer region, they would be incomparably proud. The few of you can leave now. Hurry up and refine the spiritual spring, improve your cultivation base and wait for the great battle 3 days later. At that time, whoever contributes the most will be rewarded. Jiang Qin said to Qin Hui and the others. Thank you, City Lord, for your guidance. We will definitely do our best and die 10,000 times for you. Qin Hui's voice was sonorous and powerful. His blood that had been silent for a long time had been ignited because of Jiang Qin's arrival. Qin Hui, Li Si, Ada and Air had all left. They had obtained the benefits of the spiritual spring, and now they were anxious to digest it. Yin Qingqing and Huang Ying also walked out of the main hall. Their cultivation base was slightly weaker, so the effect of the spiritual spring was much better for them. Not only could it improve their cultivation base, it could also improve their physique. This was something that ordinary pills couldn't do. After everyone had left, De Huang Dog came up and asked impatiently, "Hurry up, take out the benefits of this master dog." De Huang Dog couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to know what Jiang Qin had brought back. As soon as Jiang Qin turned his palm, the demonic soul essence appeared. Seeing this soul essence, De Huang Dog's eyes lit up and his saliva began to drip down. This is something left behind by a golden immortal expert. How did you get it? De Huang Dog asked. You have good eyesight. This is the soul essence left behind by an early golden immortal demonic devil of the evil clan. It was nourished in the spiritual spring, and I obtained it by accident. I have refined a bit of this soul essence, which is the reason why my cultivation base improved. I'll give the rest to you. This thing will be more useful to you. Chapter 1239. Jiang Qin knew very well that although the soul essence was precious, it wouldn't be of much use to him in a short period of time. Given the current situation where he needed to improve his strength, the soul essence would only be useful at the most crucial moment. Without a doubt, De Huang Dog was the most suitable candidate. First of all, there was no need to mention the relationship between De Huang Dog and Jiang Qin. Both of them were brothers of life and death. Otherwise, Jiang Qin wouldn't have taken out such an important treasure so easily. Furthermore, De Huang Dog possessed a powerful divine beast bloodline, which gave him a strong physique that was incomparable to ordinary demonic beasts. If this soul essence was completely refined by De Huang Dog's cultivation base would probably break through to the early divine immortal realm. Once he advanced to the early divine immortal realm, De Huang Dog's combat strength would soar to an incomparably terrifying level. At that time, he would even be able to fight against an ordinary late divine immortal expert. Wow! You're truly a good boy. This thing is really beneficial to Master Dog. But do you still have any more of that spiritual spring? It looks really good. Big Yellow was beaming with joy. After obtaining the soul essence, he was in a great mood. However, he was still thinking about the energy spring water that Jiang Qin took out just now. As much as you want. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes, then took out some spiritual spring and gave it to De Huang Dog. He was speechless about this dog. How could this dog describe the spiritual spring as delicious? Jiang Qin knew that the reason why this dog wanted the spiritual spring was to eat it. There's a lot. Did you go to the evil clan this time? De Huang Dog asked. Of course. The harvest this time is not small. The demonic devils of the evil clan are simply my nourishment. The Zulong Tower has already reached the 16th level and my cultivation base has reached the intermediate heaven immortal realm. This time, I almost destroyed a tribe of the evil clan and edified their chief, a late divine immortal supreme demonic devil. Jiang Qin said. He had nothing to hide from De Huang Dog. Very good. After obtaining this soul essence, I won't have any problem breaking through to the early divine immortal realm. At that time, I'll be able to easily kill a mid-divine immortal expert and fight a late divine immortal expert. Furthermore, your spiritual spring might also allow Ada and Air, Qin Hui and Li Si to advance a level. In this way, the strength of Fragrant Sky City will be enough to sweep across the outer region. The Huang dog's eyes shone brightly. He couldn't help but feel excited about finally being able to make a name for himself in Nifa's abyss. That's right. Since we're already here, we can't keep a low profile. We have to do something big. Since the name of the Fragrant Sky City has already been added, many of the city gates must be hung with the Fragrant Sky City's emblem. You should go into seclusion to refine the soul essences. After 3 days we will begin to attack the surrounding cities. Jiang Qin said. It was imaginable that the entire outer region of Nifa's abyss would no longer be peaceful. The arrival of Jiang Qin was bound to set off a reign of terror. Since this place wasn't a friendly place, Jiang Qin had no scruples in doing things here. Fragrant Sky City was quiet, but there were a lot of guards outside. There were very few guards in the cities of Nifa's abyss, but after the appearance of Fragrant Sky City, everything seemed to be more regular. Jiang Qin and the group of people had all gone into seclusion. They wanted to improve their overall strength by a large margin within 3 days. After Lu Sheng was subdued by Jiang Qin, he didn't dare to neglect Jiang Qin's words. In these 3 days he had been issuing battle tactics to all the major cities, ordering all the city lords to surrender within 3 days. In addition, the other 3 cities had already hung the emblem of Fragrant Sky City outside their gates. For a time the entire outer region was in turmoil. Everywhere was talking about Fragrant Sky City. The names of Fragrant Sky City and Jiang Qin suddenly appeared in the sky above Nifa's abyss and entered everyone's ears. It was impossible to say that the destruction of 4 cities in a row didn't have a deterrent effect. The deterrent effect was extremely strong. Damn it, who the hell is that Jiang Qin? Does he want to conquer the entire outer region by himself? For cities have already hung the emblem of Fragrant Sky City, and now he only gives us 3 days to surrender. He doesn't put us in his eyes at all. I heard that Jiang Qin is only a celestial immortal, but he has the means and strength to kill immortals. It's simply unimaginable. Such a monstrous character would be one of the top geniuses even in the super sects outside. Why would such a character come to Nifa's abyss? Could it be that he's a genius from some super sect who came here to gain experience? That can't be right. You should know that the super sects in ethereal immortal domain won't be interested in such a place. They have their own places to gain experience. No matter who he is in Nifa's abyss, even if he's a dragon or a tiger, he has to lie down. This isn't the outside world. It's normal for people to die here. Ever since the evil lord ruled Nifa's abyss, he has divided this place into 3 parts. The outer region, the middle region, and the inner region. It's all for the sake of balance. It's impossible for Jiang Qin to dominate the outer region. That's right. Jiang Qin is too arrogant. Even if he can deal with us, there are still 4 super cities in the outer region, each of which is guarded by powerful late divine immortal experts. Jiang Qin won't be able to deal with those cities. Plus, those cities are supported by the forces in the middle region. Jiang Qin is courting death by doing this. All the major cities were debating about Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had become the common enemy of the entire outer region. However, it had to be said that Jiang Qin had exerted a tremendous amount of pressure on them. Under such pressure, they weren't as calm as they appeared on the surface. After all, they knew very well that those who came to Nifa's abyss were all cruel and merciless people. The fact that Jiang Qin had destroyed 4 cities in one go was enough to show how brutal and overbearing Jiang Qin was. Jiang Qin had given them 3 days, but none of the city lords came forward to surrender. Such an outcome was within Jiang Qin's expectation. After all, those who could become a city lord in Nifa's abyss were all ferocious people. Such people would rarely surrender so easily. Furthermore, once they surrendered, it would bring about a great impact to themselves. It would be difficult for them to mingle in Nifa's abyss in the future, and they would be ridiculed by others. Many of the cities that had friendly relations with each other had begun to form an alliance of their own accord. They wanted to use this alliance to resist Jiang Qin's strength. More importantly, in the hearts of these city lords, Jiang Qin's claim to rule the entire outer region was merely a boast. Even if he was given more courage, he wouldn't dare to do so. After all, the current situation in Nifa's abyss was created by the evil lord. If Jiang Qin went against this, he would be going against the evil lord. In Nifa's abyss, even the most arrogant person wouldn't dare to go against the evil lord. Chapter 1240. The atmosphere in the outer region was tense. All the major cities were preparing for the attack of Fragrant Sky City 3 days later. There were also some cities that didn't make any preparation at all. They didn't even form an alliance with other cities. It had to be said that these city lords were really ambitious. They firmly believed that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to launch a large-scale attack in the outer region. In fact, this firm belief was even more arrogant than Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, they didn't understand Jiang Chen's character and means. Anyone who had a little understanding of Jiang Chen would know that the smartest thing to do at this moment was to rush to Fragrant Sky City and surrender. What they were doing now was just waiting for death. In Fragrant Sky City, after 3 days, all the people who were in seclusion had come out, except for De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog had refined the soul essence, a treasure left behind by a golden immortal demonic devil. It wasn't easy to refine it, so it would take a long time. Outside the prefecture was a spacious square. At this moment, all the experts of Fragrant Sky City were standing here, facing Jiang Chen. Each of them seemed incomparably excited, especially Chen Hui and Li Si. After receiving the reward from Jiang Chen, their cultivation base had improved a lot. They had advanced from the peak early divine immortal realm to the intermediate divine immortal realm, which was something they didn't even dare to imagine before. One should know that it was extremely difficult to advance even a little bit after reaching the divine immortal realm. Both of them were in a bottleneck state, which made it even more difficult for them to break through the bottleneck. However, Jiang Chen had helped them break through the bottleneck easily. This situation made them feel very fortunate that they had made a wise choice to submit to Jiang Chen. Intermediate divine immortal. Such a cultivation base was enough to become a city lord in the outer region. Of course, that was in the past. Now that Jiang Chen had arrived, intermediate divine immortal realm was nothing to him. Even a city lord like Lu Sheng would have to submit to Jiang Chen and become his slave. Otherwise he would have to die. Not only them, Ada and Air had also advanced to the intermediate divine immortal realm. Both of them possessed great demonic nature, which was the same as the demonic devils of the evil clan. The environment of Evil Abyss was very suitable for their cultivation. Plus, they had a telepathic connection with each other. Therefore, after receiving the spiritual spring from Jiang Chen, they advanced to the intermediate divine immortal realm very quickly. Jiang Chen cared a lot about Ada and Air. These two guys were different from ordinary demonic devils. Their tacit understanding with each other had reached a perfect level. Now that they had advanced to the intermediate divine immortal realm, it wouldn't be a problem for them to fight a late divine immortal expert. They had become one of the most important forces for Jiang Chen at present. In addition, Yan Qingqing and Huang Ying's cultivation base had also improved by leaps and bounds. From the early heaven immortal realm, they had advanced to the peak late heaven immortal realm. Such rapid progress made the two girls incomparably happy and excited, especially Yan Qingqing, whose eyes were filled with infatuation when she looked at Jiang Chen. To Huang Ying and Yan Qingqing, meeting Jiang Chen in a place like Evil Abyss was an incomparably lucky thing. That's right, it was a kind of luck in itself. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they wouldn't be sure what their fate would be like right now. They were afraid that they would still be suffering inhuman torture and humiliation, let alone advancing their cultivation base. Lu Sheng and the others were also very excited. Although they didn't receive any benefits from Jiang Chen, they could see the benefits. The fact that all of them had advanced to the next level proved everything. If they wanted to survive in the Evil Abyss, nothing was more exciting than advancing their cultivation base. Lu Sheng and the others were also very excited. Although they didn't receive any benefits from Jiang Chen, they could see the benefits. The fact that all of them had advanced to the next level proved everything. In order to survive in the Evil Abyss, nothing was more exciting than advancing their cultivation base. At this moment, a thunderous roar rushed out from the prefecture. Immediately, a golden beam of light soared into the sky. De Huang Dog flew up as well. At this moment, De Huang Dog looked extremely mystical. A virtual image of a dragon horse appeared on the surface of his body. Good, De Huang has advanced to the early divine immortal realm. We have gained another powerful force. Seeing that De Huang Dog had successfully advanced to the early divine immortal realm, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel happy. He knew very well how terrifying De Huang Dog was. Even though he was only an early divine immortal expert, if De Huang Dog exerted his divine power, he could easily kill a mid-divine immortal expert and a late divine immortal expert. How mystical. This dog really isn't as simple as he looks. He actually possesses an extremely powerful bloodline. Our combat strength is getting stronger and stronger. Given our current strength, it's enough to sweep across the outer region. De Huang Dog's advancement had boosted their morale. Every one of them was an expert. Naturally, they could tell how terrifying De Huang Dog was. Plus, they had fought De Huang Dog personally when they attacked Lascivious City. So, they knew how terrifying this dog was. Lu Sheng and the others had a deep impression of De Huang. Although they hadn't fought De Huang Dog yet, the fact that De Huang Dog was able to stop them for 2 days with just a grand formation was still fresh in their minds. Now that De Huang Dog had advanced 2 levels consecutively, even the mid-divine immortal experts could feel their soul trembling. If they were to fight De Huang Dog head-on, they were afraid that not many of them would have the courage to do so. De Huang Dog swaggered around in the sky, then flew down to Jiang Chen's side. "Well done." Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head and praised. "Tell me, when are we going to fight?" De Huang Dog's chi surged like a rainbow. He couldn't hold back his surging heart any longer. "Master, 3 days have passed. Not a single city lord has come forward to surrender. What should we do now?" Lu Xing asked. "What's the reaction of those cities?" asked Jiang Chen. This situation was within his expectation, so it wasn't strange at all. "Master, the reputation of you and Fragrant Sky City has spread far and wide. Many cities have joined forces, seemingly ready to fight against Master." Chapter 1241. De Huang Dog was very restless. Under Jiang Chen's calm exterior, there was a cruel smile on his face. He understood very well why those people didn't put him in their eyes. It was because of his relationship with the evil lord. In the eyes of many people, what he was doing now was going against the evil lord. However, Jiang Chen didn't think so. He was very interested in the evil lord and even longed to get in touch with him. However, with his current strength, it was obviously impossible for him to get in touch with the evil lord directly. A powerful immortal king expert wouldn't pay attention to a celestial immortal. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to find a way to attract the attention of the evil lord. The best way to attract the attention of the evil lord was to create chaos in the periphery of the evil abyss. Jiang Chen was a smart person. He understood what the evil lord wanted. What the evil lord wanted was to eliminate the evil clan and completely rule the evil abyss. However, even if the evil lord was a powerful immortal king expert and had extraordinary means, it was impossible for him to eliminate the evil clan completely. This could be seen from the fact that the evil lord had only been able to resist the evil clan after 10 years of hard work. If the evil lord wanted to fulfill his wish, he had to rely on himself. Only by helping the evil lord would he have the chance to rule the evil abyss. Moreover, Jiang Chen could also use the evil lord's hand to obtain the greatest benefits. Jiang Chen had already deduced through the great divination art that he and the evil lord wouldn't become enemies in the end because they both needed each other. This was something that the evil lord would understand sooner or later. Therefore, Jiang Chen's current actions were completely unscrupulous. "City Lord, what should we do now?" Xuanhuan asked. "Since we have already released the order, we naturally have to complete it. Since they don't want to surrender, I will go and chop off their heads." Jiang Chen said indifferently. He seemed incomparably calm, as if killing people was nothing to him. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They knew very well how terrifying this young city lord was and how cruel and merciless he was. It wasn't hard to imagine that from today onwards, the outer perimeter would be in chaos. Those who didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes were destined to have a miserable end. The 3 city lords had already served as an example. De Huang, take Lu Sheng and eliminate those cities that don't belong to the alliance. Remember, the others can surrender, but the city lords won't give them the chance. Hang the heads of their city lords and the plaque of Fragrant Sky City outside the city. Jiang Chen always had a calm expression when giving orders, but any order that came out of his mouth was destined to lead to a reign of terror. It was enough to hand over ordinary cities to De Huang Dog alone, let alone with the help of Lu Sheng. As for the city lords in the periphery, Jiang Chen had already sentenced them to death. He never liked to give people second chances. These 3 days were the opportunity that he was giving to those city lords. Since they didn't know how to cherish it, there was no need for him to be polite. Jiang Chen wouldn't feel the slightest bit guilty if he killed anyone in the evil abyss. "Alright, don't worry, leave it to Master Dog. I guarantee that those cities will have their heads flying everywhere." De Huang Dog danced with excitement. He had just advanced to the immortal realm and was in high spirits. He was about to start a massacre to show his arrogance. De Huang Dog's majestic body disappeared in a flash. Lu Xing hastily followed behind De Huang Dog. De Huang wasn't aware of the locations of those cities. Only Lu Xing knew about them, as he had already investigated them thoroughly. "The rest of you follow me. Today, I want all the cities in the periphery to hang the signboard of Fragrant Sky City. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Jiang Chen's black hair fluttered in the wind. The qi that was emitted from his body was like that of a god of war. He soared into the sky and led all the remaining divine immortal experts towards the outskirts of Fragrant Sky City. Ada and Air followed closely behind him. Qin Hui, Li Si and the other early divine immortal experts followed closely behind them. Each of them had towering qi and was filled with murderous intent. All of them seemed incomparably excited. Putting aside everything else, just the qi of Jiang Chen alone was enough to make Jiang Chen fight Jiang Chen very enjoyable. Furthermore, all of them had witnessed Jiang Chen's means and knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Now that Jiang Chen was going to attack the other cities, they could almost foresee the fate of those city lords. Before they set off, Lu Sheng had ordered his men to prepare a lot of signboards of Fragrant Sky City so that they could hang them in front of the city gates. Perhaps from today onwards, the layout of the periphery would be changed. Jiang Chen and the others flew at a very fast speed. In just a few minutes they arrived at a city not far away from them. The atmosphere in the city ahead was tense. The number of guards that were rarely seen had increased. With a sweep of his soul power, Jiang Chen could sense that there were at least 5 intermediate divine immortal experts in the city. "What's the city ahead?" asked Jiang Chen. "City Lord, the city ahead is the desolate slope city. However, the experts of 6 cities have already gathered here. In other words, this is an alliance of 6 major powers to fight against us." Qin Hui stepped forward and said. "In other words, there are 6 intermediate divine immortal experts in the city." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a faint smile. He didn't care about intermediate divine immortal experts at all. With such a camp, even if he didn't take action, his subordinates would be enough to deal with it. Ada and Air, plus Qin Hui and Li Si, were already 4 intermediate divine immortal experts. The combination of Ada and Air would be invincible in the same realm. No matter how many intermediate divine immortal experts there were, they wouldn't be able to kill them. "Yes, City Lord, but such a camp is simply not worth mentioning in front of City Lord." Li Si flattered Jiang Chen. "Ada and Air, it's all up to you now," Jiang Chen said without turning his head. As soon as his voice faded, Ada and Air rushed out like 2 whirlwinds. Although these 2 barbaric bulls were as docile as rabbits in front of Jiang Chen, they were extremely savage and ferocious when they fought. The 2 barbaric bulls let out a heaven-piercing roar. 2 black light beams were shot out, smashing a few buildings in the city with a loud rumble. The huge commotion immediately startled all the experts in the city. They had been nervous for 3 days. Now that someone had suddenly come to attack them, even a fool would know that it was Jiang Chen who had come. Swoosh. Now that it was 2 against 2, there was no chance for them to win. Needless to say, they would end up like the other 2, being torn apart by the barbaric bulls. Chapter 1243. Tila. Ada and Air didn't care about the state of their opponents. They only had one thought in their mind, and that was to listen to Jiang Chen's command unconditionally. If Jiang Chen asked them to kill everyone, all of these city lords would have to die. None of them would be able to live. After the 3rd city lord was torn apart, the rest of them were paralyzed with fear. At this point in time, none of them had the slightest desire to continue fighting, including those early divine immortal experts. Each and every one of them was shivering with pale faces. "Stop fighting. Stop fighting. We surrender. We surrender. We surrender. Stop fighting." The 3 city lords had completely collapsed. Immediately, they threw away the combat weapons in their hands and surrendered unconditionally. At this point in time, they had no other choice but to surrender. If they continued to resist, it was imaginable what would happen to them. This scene made Qin Hui, Li Si, and those early divine immortal experts who followed Jiang Chen feel incomparably excited. Their faces were filled with excitement. This was the first time they had experienced such an enjoyable battle. The whole process was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Their enemies couldn't even withstand a single blow. They had to admit that fighting with Jiang Chen was an incomparably pleasant thing. Ada and Air stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Jiang Chen, waiting for Jiang Chen's next instruction. "What are the 2 of you looking at? Did my words fall on deaf ears?" Jiang Chen glared at Ada and Air. He had no intention of letting any of the city lords go. In the evil abyss, one had to be ruthless. Only by being ruthless would one be able to show off one's might and establish one's ferocious name, making everyone's soul tremble when they talked about him. Ada and Aer didn't dare to be careless, and they immediately charged at the three city lords like madmen. Ark. Along with three blood-curdling screams, the sky was filled with blood mist. Three intermediate divine immortal experts had died tragically in the hands of Ada and Aer. The scene made the rest of the people shudder in fear. Each of them stood there, not daring to make a sound. Their bodies were trembling violently in extreme fear. This was too brutal. This Jiang was a brutal man, and he did what he said he would do. He didn't leave anyone alive. This was the consequence of going against Jiang. Jiang had given them a chance, but they didn't cherish it. If they had surrendered to Fragrant Sky City 3 days ago, they wouldn't have ended up like this. City Lord, what should we do with the rest of them? Xianhui asked. Don't kill us. We are willing to serve you wholeheartedly. That's right, I hope the City Lord can understand our situation. We are following them and can only listen to their commands. We really don't want to be enemies with the City Lord. City Lord, please have mercy. We are willing to serve you sincerely. These people were completely terrified. Jiang means were too terrifying, and they didn't have the slightest chance to resist. Any resistance would result in death. No one wanted to die, especially in a place like Evil Abyss. It wasn't easy to survive. Therefore they cherished every chance they had to survive. Allow them to surrender. Go to your respective cities and hang up the signboard of Fragrant Sky City. Jiang said with a flick of his finger, giving everyone a chance to live. Thank you, City Lord. We are willing to follow you even if it means sacrificing our lives. These people were extremely excited. They had never been so happy in their lives. Perhaps they had never thought that they would one day surrender to a heaven immortal, but the moment they did so, they felt so comfortable, as if a huge stone had been lifted from their hearts. Xianhui, go to the next city? Jiang said to Xianhui. Yes, City Lord. Xianhui's face was filled with excitement. Today's incident was too exciting for him. He had never experienced such an exciting thing in his life. He had been in the Evil Abyss for quite some time now. He was afraid that Jiang was the second person who had caused such a huge commotion in the Evil Abyss. That kind of lawless, arrogant and domineering chi that was exuded from his body was enough to make anyone submit to him. Under Xianhui's lead, Jiang and his men continued to advance towards the next city. So far, 10 of the 36 cities in the outer region had been completely subdued by Jiang. The fate of the remaining 26 cities couldn't be changed, including the 4 cities that were guarded by late divine immortal experts. Jiang's goal was very simple. He wanted to unify the entire outer perimeter within a day. He was afraid that only he, Jiang, had the ability to accomplish such an unimaginable feat, and only he had the courage to do it. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. While Ada and Aer were fighting, De Huang Dog and Lu Sheng had arrived at the top of a city. This city was incomparably calm. On the surface, it looked exactly the same as usual. There wasn't even a single guard or alliance with the other cities. For God's sake. They really don't put us in their eyes at all. Master Dog can't tolerate such a situation. De Huang Dog was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. He liked the feeling of others being afraid of him. How could this city remain so calm despite knowing that he was going to attack? Wasn't it a little too arrogant? Please calm down, Master Dog. The city lord of this city probably believes that we won't dare to attack them on a large scale and that we won't dare to go against the evil lord. That's why he is so calm. Of course, now that Master Dog is here, their doomsday has arrived. Lu Sheng said, not daring to show the slightest neglect to De Huang Dog. He was very respectful. He was different from the others who had submitted to Jiang. Although Xianhui and Li Si had submitted to Jiang, they were still free, unlike Lu Sheng. He had the divine sense seed of Jiang in his sea of consciousness, which made him a slave of Jiang. Knowing the relationship between De Huang Dog and his master, he didn't dare to disrespect De Huang Dog, because that was equivalent to courting death. Since they are courting death, they must die. Surnamed Lu, you go and challenge them. De Huang Dog swung his strong tail and said arrogantly, Yes, Master Dog. With a sway of his body, Lu Sheng came to the sky above the city, mustered his strength and shouted, The people inside, listen up. Come out and face your death now. As a mid-divine immortal expert, Lu Sheng was very imposing. Moreover, he was shouting with all his strength. His voice was echoing in the sky above the city. It was impossible for people not to hear it. Chapter 1244. City Lord, this isn't good. Jiangchen is really coming. Someone sensed that something was wrong and immediately stood up from his seat. Everyone on the scene couldn't remain calm anymore. Damn it. How dare this Jiangchen ignore the rules of the evil lord and attack the other cities in the outer region. Let's go out and have a look. I don't believe that he has the guts to go against the evil lord, unless he doesn't want to live anymore. The city lord gritted his teeth. He still didn't believe in Jiangchen's guts. So, under the lead of the city lord, a few early divine immortal experts flew out of the city. They didn't see Jiangchen's army but a dog in Lu Xing. Lu Xing, you good for nothing. How dare you submit to a brat? This is too shameful. Why didn't that Jiangchen come himself? Could it be that you think that you can fight against us with just a dog? That's too childish. The city lord said sarcastically. My master is going to unify the outer region. He has already given you a chance to live, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Today is the day you die. Lu Xing clamored. Bullshit. That Jiangchen is simply courting death. Do you think that the outer region can be unified by anyone? What you're doing has offended the evil lord. Do you know what will happen to you? The city lord said loudly. Cut the crap. You will die today. As for the others, Master Dog will give you a chance to submit to me. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to Master Dog and agree to be Master Dog's human pet, you may be able to keep your lives. De Huang Dog came to Lu Xing and spoke arrogantly. Upon hearing this, the other party was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Damn it! Where did this dog come from? How dare he be more arrogant than us? He even wants to be a human pet. What a joke. Damn dog. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? How dare a dog talk big? Catch this dog and stew it. He's too arrogant. Obviously, they didn't know the scariness of De Huang Dog. That was why they made such a fatal mistake, especially those early divine immortal experts who had wasted a chance to live. Looking at their reactions, Lu Xing, who was at the back, could not help but shake his head and sigh. Others might not understand De Huang Dog, but he knew him all too well. This dog was definitely not someone to be trifled with. When he was still a heaven immortal, he could already use a formation to stop their attacks, let alone now that he was close to becoming a divine immortal. He didn't know how strong De Huang Dog was, but the fact that Jiangchen was at ease letting him clean up these scattered cities by himself was enough to show how strong De Huang Dog was. Courting death. Sure enough, De Huang Dog was enraged. This dog had a bad temper to begin with, and he was one that was not to be trifled with. The reactions of these people had undoubtedly provoked De Huang Dog. One could imagine their fates. All of them would definitely die a horrible death. De Huang Dog let out an angry roar, turned into a golden light and rushed out. How dare a dog be so arrogant? I'll kill him myself. The city lord was incomparably arrogant. He waved his hand and struck out a dark cloud at De Huang Dog. In the face of the powerful attack of an intermediate divine immortal expert, De Huang Dog didn't even cast a glance at it. His head glowed with golden light and rammed against the dark cloud. Upon seeing this, the city lord couldn't help but sneer. He knew all too well how strong his attack was. An early divine immortal demonic beast wouldn't be able to withstand it even if it used its full strength, but this dog actually used its head to block it. Wasn't he courting death? However, before the smile on the city lord's face disappeared, it froze completely, because his so-called powerful attack was utterly vulnerable under the attack of De Huang Dog's head. It was destroyed like a piece of tofu. De Huang Dog's momentum didn't decrease. Instead, it became even faster and more violent. In a blink of an eye, it had reached the city lord. What? The city lord exclaimed in disbelief, but De Huang Dog's speed was just too fast. He didn't even have the time to think. It was already too late for him to use all his strength to block the attack. All he could do was strike out a random attack. Bang. However, such a move was useless. There was a fundamental gap between his combat strength and De Huang Dog's. His attack still couldn't hinder De Huang Dog. The indestructible head of De Huang Dog collided with the city lord's chest. Ka-cha. A cracking sound was heard. The city lord was sent flying away. A large part of his chest was caved in and blood was spurting out from his mouth. At this time, the city lord finally felt the threat of death. He knew what a huge mistake he had made. Previously, he only saw Lu Xing and didn't put De Huang Dog in his eyes. Now he finally knew that this dog was the one that could truly kill him. De Huang Dog roared once more. The light wings on his back flashed. In a blink of an eye, he caught up with the city lord, opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the city lord's head. No, the city lord let out a blood-curdling scream. From his scream one could sense his fear and despair. It was a bone-chilling feeling. Kacha. Along with a cracking sound, the city lord's wail came to an abrupt end. The Huang dog was incomparably ferocious. With a single bite, the city lord's head was bitten off. A mid-divine immortal expert died tragically on the spot. Just like that, he was killed by the Huang dog so easily. The rest of the early divine immortal experts hadn't recovered from the ridicule towards the Huang dog. They were completely dumbfounded. The scene of the Huang dog killing their city lord was clear to them. That kind of bloodiness, brutality and cruelty had torn their guts apart. Impossible. How could this be possible? How can this dog be so powerful? They were shocked and frightened. At this moment they knew that they had made a mistake. Didn't you bastards want to stew Master Dog? Big Yellow bared his fangs and approached them step by step. Feeling the pressure from Big Yellow, the faces of these men turned extremely pale, without any trace of blood. Master Dog, we are willing to surrender. Please don't kill us. Someone begged for mercy. After witnessing the brutality of the Huang dog, it was impossible for them not to be afraid. Damn it. It's too late. Chapter 1245. Blood mist pervaded the air. The air above the city was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The people below the city shuddered with fear. To them, it didn't matter who was the ruler of this city, but such a battle was something they had rarely seen even in a place like the evil abyss. It could be said that it was their first time witnessing such a battle. The Huang dog was just too ferocious. This battle had left an indelible shadow in everyone's heart. They were glad that their cultivation base wasn't high, especially those heaven immortal experts of the prefecture. They were glad that they weren't qualified to participate in such a battle. Otherwise they were afraid that there would only be one outcome for them, death. However, they had also recognized the fact that from now on, the name of this city would be changed to Fragrant Sky City. They even had a feeling that after today most of the cities in the outer region would become Fragrant Sky City, becoming the unique symbol of Jiangchen. Lu Sheng hung the sign of the Fragrant Sky City outside the gate of this city, and then reorganized the city lord's mansion. Then he continued to fly towards the other cities at a high speed. Today was bound to be an irresistible force, and the entire periphery was bound to fall into unprecedented turmoil. Waves of wind began to set off in the outer region. It was a gloomy wind, which added a sense of desolation to the already cold place. The air was filled with the smell of blood and remnant souls. That was the qi of death. Wherever Jiangchen went, there would be blood everywhere. Death shrouded the place. Many people were destined to die today, and those who died were all experts and famous figures in the outer region. In the next city there were 8 cities that had joined forces. It could be said that there were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. However, under the attack of Jiangchen's camp, there was no difference between 8 cities and 6 cities. The battle was still very fierce, but it ended very quickly. This time Jiangchen launched an attack. In less than 3 minutes, 5 of the 8 mid-divine immortal city lords were killed, leaving the remaining 3 shivering in fear. Their faces were filled with fear. They had never imagined that Jiangchen would be so powerful, and Jiangchen's courage was beyond their imagination. Don't kill us, we surrender, we are willing to surrender. There was no one who wasn't afraid of death, especially after witnessing the tragic death of their companions. That kind of fear was unimaginable. It was a fear that came from the depths of their souls, an instinctive fear of death. It was like 2 people who knew that they were going to die together. The one who died first would also be afraid, but the one who died last would definitely be more afraid, because he had witnessed the death of his companion with his own eyes, and his heart had suffered greater torment. Jiangchen didn't waste any time. The heavenly saint's sword slashed out sharply, beheading 3 people. The last 3 city lords died tragically in his hands. There was no mercy in this place. Jiangchen had once given them a chance, and it was already considered merciful. If they didn't cherish it, then they were courting death. Jiangchen wouldn't give them a second chance, because a person who wasn't ruthless enough wouldn't be able to establish a foothold in the Nifa's abyss. If they weren't strong enough and were defeated by their opponents would never give them the chance to beg for mercy, and they might even die a more miserable death. After killing 8 city lords in one fell swoop, all the early divine immortal experts in the 8 cities were paralyzed with fear. Just like before, none of them dared to resist Jiangchen anymore. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Jiangchen didn't kill them. Killing those city lords was enough to establish his prestige. Furthermore, after occupying so many cities, he would need people to take care of them, and these people would be useful. Up until now, there were already 19 cities in the outer region with the signboard of Fragrant Sky City, which occupied more than half of the cities. Such a scene had never happened in the entire Evil Abyss, let alone in the outer region. There were still 17 cities left. Excluding the 4 super cities, there were still 13 cities that had yet to be conquered. Jiangchen would never stop here. Reporting to City Lord, there are only 13 cities left in the outer region that are controlled by intermediate divine immortal experts. City Lord, there are only 13 cities that are controlled by intermediate divine immortal experts in the outer region. Big Yellow and Lu Sheng have already killed one of them. According to Lu Sheng's investigation, there are a total of 3 cities in the outer region that haven't allied with the other cities. It's only a matter of time before Big Yellow kills the other 2. There are still 11 cities that we need to deal with. There's also a big city not far from here. It's the place where the experts of 7 cities have united. Our next target is them, Xuanhuan said. He had already thoroughly investigated the situation of the entire periphery. Let's kill them. A cold light flickered in Jiangchen's eyes. He would never change his decision. Since he was already here, he had to achieve something great. More importantly, every decision Jiangchen made had a purpose. To Jiangchen and the others, the alliance of the 7 cities was still too weak. In just a short period of time, all of them were eliminated. All the city lords died tragically. None of them survived. When Jiangchen and the others annihilated the 7 cities, De Huangdog and Lu Sheng had already eliminated the other 3 cities and came to join them. They were already very close to the middle region. Kaka. This is so cool. Master Dog has killed to my heart's content today. De Huangdog was incomparably excited, wagging his thick tail constantly. Congratulations, Master. Under Master's strong attack, we have taken less than half a day to conquer a total of 28 cities in the outer region. Now, all of these cities have been hung with the symbol of Fragrant Sky City. Such a grand occasion has never happened in the outer region before. Lu Sheng clasped his fists at Jiangchen and said, "There are only 8 cities left." Jiangchen said in a casual manner, "Yes, City Lord. Excluding the 4 cities that have late divine immortal experts, there are only 4 ordinary cities left. These 4 cities have joined forces, but I'm afraid that they have already known about the situation in the other cities. If I'm not mistaken, they will definitely seek help from the late divine immortal experts. What should we do now?" "Yes, City Lord. But I don't think so," Xuanhuan said. "Do what you need to do. Don't stop the plan. Continue to attack. Today we must conquer the entire outer region." Chapter 1246. The Anyang city was currently in a state of chaos. All the experts of the 4 cities had gathered here. Just like the other cities, they had joined forces to fight against the demon-like Jiangchen. However, their confidence had been mercilessly destroyed. At this time, everyone's face was filled with panic. They already knew what had happened to the other cities. They would never have thought that Jiangchen would be this powerful. The whole process was like a hot knife cutting through butter, and he didn't meet any resistance. What made them even more depressed was that Jiangchen actually dared to do this. In the beginning, they were also certain that Jiangchen wouldn't dare to launch a large-scale attack. At most, he would destroy a few cities symbolically. The place where they were at was originally very far from the Fragrant Sky City, so it should be the safest place. Unfortunately, Jiangchen was far more ferocious than they had imagined. It seemed that he was really going to destroy the entire periphery. Moreover, those cities were too vulnerable and couldn't pose any hindrance to Jiangchen. In less than half a day, all of them were destroyed. To them, this was like a dream. If it didn't happen, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. What should we do? I'm afraid that Jiangchen will come to kill us soon. We will be his next target. With our current strength, we won't be able to resist him at all. It's almost certain that we will die." Someone said in panic. "Damn it, that Jiangchen is too ferocious. He doesn't even care about the rules of the periphery. He doesn't put the evil lord in his eyes at all. He's so insane. We are also going to die. If we can't do it, why don't we surrender? We can't take our lives as a joke." No, Jiangchen gave us a chance to surrender. Unfortunately, we didn't go to the Fragrant Sky City to surrender. It's over now. Jiangchen won't let any of us go. This can be seen from the fact that all the other city lords have died. Jiangchen is extremely cruel and merciless. However, only people like him can live long in the evil abyss. It's too late for us to surrender now. We must think of another way. At this moment, no one could remain calm. They had to think of a solution as soon as possible. If this dragged on and Jiangchen arrived, none of them would be able to survive. We have to seek help from the 4 cities in the central region. Only late divine immortal experts can save us. That's right. I believe that they won't just stand by and watch. After all, they don't want to see the periphery fall into the hands of Jiangchen alone. They aren't fools. They know that once Jiangchen rises, it will seriously threaten their position in the periphery. There's no time to lose. I'm going to the neighboring city to seek help. As long as there are late divine immortal experts here, we won't have to fear that Jiangchen anymore. To them, time was too tight. They had to seek help from late divine immortal experts as soon as possible because Jiangchen could arrive at any time. If they were too late, the consequences wouldn't be something that they could bear. It was precisely because they knew the consequences too well that they were even more afraid. The nearest city to Anyang City didn't have a name, but it was guarded by a late divine immortal expert. At this moment, there was another late divine immortal expert in the city. He was the city lord of the neighboring city. Obviously, they had already heard about what happened to Jiangchen and knew that the periphery would be in chaos today. That was why they came here to discuss a solution. At this time, the city lord of Anyang City arrived. His name was Mao Sheng. He looked flustered. After seeing the 2 late divine immortal experts, he immediately clasped his fists and saluted. Masters, please lend us a hand. That Jiangchen is insane and arrogant. The city lord's facial expression was incomparably unsightly. Although he wasn't injured, the shock brought by the demonic leader's punch was enough to make him suffer. Wah! The scene caused an uproar. Not only was the city lord shocked, even the divine immortal experts of Fragrant Sky City had their mouths wide open. As the people of Evil Abyss, they weren't unfamiliar with the demonic devils of the evil clan. They had more or less interacted or fought with demonic devils. Therefore, they could tell from the chi emitted by the demonic leader that this powerful late divine immortal expert was an expert of the evil clan. My God! It's a demonic devil of the evil clan, a powerful late divine immortal demonic devil. But why would this demonic devil obey the city lord? The city lord must have used some kind of method to subdue this demonic devil. Otherwise, given the ferocious nature of demonic devils, they would never submit to a human for no reason. It seems like the reason why the city lord left for 2 days was to subdue this big guy of the evil clan. I really didn't expect the city lord to have such a method. I really admire him. It turns out that the city lord still has such a powerful trump card. No wonder he was so calm just now. Not even 2 human divine immortals are a match for a late divine immortal demonic devil. Chen Hui and the others were shocked speechless. In just a split second, the way they looked at Jiangchen had changed. The admiration in their eyes had reached an unparalleled level. It was precisely because they knew how powerful the evil clan was that they admired Jiangchen even more. The demonic devils of the evil clan were ferocious by nature and considered themselves to be noble. They would never lower their heads to a human even if they had to die. Therefore, no matter how powerful a human was, it was impossible for him to subdue a powerful demonic devil. However, Jiangchen had done it. If they didn't witness such a shocking scene with their own eyes, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. Each and every one of the experts of Dark Yang City had a change of expression. They could recognize the origin of the big guy at first glance. Without a doubt, it was the demonic devil of the evil clan. Because of this, they were terrified because they knew very well that no one on the scene was a match for this demonic devil. It turned out to be a powerful demonic devil of the evil clan. In the evil abyss, the evil clan and the human race are absolutely irreconcilable. Why would this demonic devil help Jiangchen? Damn it! Could it be that this Jiangchen has the means to subdue a powerful demonic devil? Mao Sheng and the others had the urge to cough up blood. The hope that had just risen was extinguished in an instant. If Jiangchen had the help of such a demonic devil, their ending today was imaginable. Just like what Jiangchen had said, even the 2 mighty late divine immortal experts wouldn't be able to defeat them. They were afraid that the 2 great experts would have to face the threat of death. Jiangchen, how dare you collude with a demonic devil of the evil clan? Don't you know that the evil clan and us are absolutely irreconcilable? Chapter 1248. Although the late divine immortal city lord was roaring, it was obvious that he was lacking in confidence. It was hard for him to be confident in the face of a powerful demonic devil leader. At this time, all of them had lost their previous chi and confidence. The appearance of the demonic devil leader had dealt them a fatal blow. At this moment, there was only fear in their hearts, the fear of death. Colluding with the demonic devil? What a joke. Even a fool can see that this demonic chief is just a slave of mine, a killing tool. In my eyes, all the evil clans are just ants. As long as they are subdued by me, they will be completely enslaved by me. If I want them to die, they will die immediately. But now, the ones who are going to die are all of you. But now, the ones who are going to die will be you all. Jiang Qin said lightly, intentionally emphasizing that he had subdued the demonic devil leader. This was the first step for him to get close to the evil lord. He believed that his method of subduing demonic devils would certainly attract the attention of the evil lord and arouse his interest in him. Impossible. The evil clan is extremely ferocious. They will never submit to humans. How can you have the method to subdue them? Mao Xing said aloud. He refused to believe what Jiang Qin had said, but his heart was filled with fear. It didn't matter whether the demonic devil leader had been subdued by Jiang Qin or whether Jiang Qin was colluding with the evil clan. What was important was that Jiang Qin could really control this powerful demonic devil, and this powerful demonic devil was indeed capable of taking their lives. Demonic devil leader, what are you waiting for? Kill them all. Jiang Qin didn't want to waste any more time talking nonsense with Mao Xing, so he gave the order to the demonic devil leader. Yes, master. The demonic devil leader didn't dare to neglect Jiang Qin's order. Immediately, he let out a roar and charged at the demonic devil with boundless chi of slaughter and sin. This demonic devil is too powerful. Let's join hands. The city lord who had just exchanged a blow with the demonic devil leader spoke. The two of them exchanged a glance, then unleashed their immortal weapons at the same time, lunging at the demonic devil leader from the left and right respectively. As someone who had dealt with the evil clan many times, they knew very well how terrifying these demonic devils were. Only the two of them could fight this demonic devil leader. As a matter of fact, they knew very well that even if they joined hands, they still wouldn't be a match for the demonic devil leader. Long. The demonic chief's aura was too strong. His entire body was covered in black devil waves. Countless devil waves roared like a vast ocean. Layers upon layers of black waves converged into a peerless devil. That devil's form was illusory and illusory. Layers upon layers, it carried the momentum of swallowing clouds and spitting out fog, as if it wanted to swallow everything. The demonic devil leader's murderous intent soared to the sky. He launched his strongest attack. Such a violent attack could destroy everything. The two city lords could only clench their teeth and endure, displaying their combat strength to the extreme. One had to admit that the two of them had a certain level of strength to be able to become a city lord. Their immortal weapons slashed out 7 colored rays of light. The dazzling rays of light hovered in the sky, projecting a heavenly river. Its power couldn't be underestimated. The two heavenly rivers fused together and collided with the demonic devil leader's attack in the blink of an eye. Rumble. An earth-shattering boom resounded. The powerful airwaves were enough to destroy everything. The sparks created by the collision formed a sea of fire. The surrounding air was burned and evaporated. The demonic devil leader bellowed unceasingly. His giant palm struck out once more. Boundless energy was unleashed once more. The two city lords couldn't withstand such a powerful attack. Immediately, they were forced back a dozen steps before they could regain their balance. All the divine immortal experts of Dark Yang City had their faces ashen. These two city lords were their only hope and reliance. Initially, they thought that as long as they had two late divine immortal experts, nothing would be a problem. Even if Jiang Qin had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Who would have thought that a powerful demonic chief would appear out of nowhere? The two city lords were still no match for the demonic chief. If the battle continued on like this, it was imaginable what would happen to them today. They were afraid that death would be the only thing that awaited them. The demonic devil leader roared once more. He had already received the order from Jiang Qin. Before Jiang Qin gave the next order, he wouldn't stop. Fortunately, the two city lords had a tacit understanding with each other. They were able to fight against the demonic devil leader, but it was hard to say whether Jiang Qin would give them the chance to do so. Ada and Air, attack now. Jiang Qin gave the order to Lung Lung. He didn't want to waste any more time. Given the current situation, it would be best to end the battle as soon as possible. Yes, master. Ada and Air had the same status as the demonic devil leader. They were Jiang Chen's slaves. They would absolutely obey any order given by Jiang Chen. The two heavenly devil barbaric bulls also attacked. Their goal was very simple: to entangle one of the late divine immortal experts. The current situation was very obvious. As long as the two of them could temporarily pin down one of the late divine immortal experts, the other one would be killed by the demonic devil leader. You two dead bulls, get lost. When one of them saw Ada and Air rushing towards him, he immediately bellowed and slashed at Ada with his immortal weapon. He didn't put two mid-divine immortal demonic beasts in his eyes at all. Given his strength, he believed that it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill one of them. However, this wasn't the case. The combination of Ada and Air was equivalent to a late divine immortal expert. It might be a little difficult for them to kill a late divine immortal expert, but it wouldn't be a problem for them to entangle the demonic devil. As a matter of fact, Ada and Air successfully entangled one of the demonic devils while the other one fought the demonic devil leader alone. Under the frenzied attacks of the demonic devil, he was injured almost immediately. Jiang Chen stood at the back with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the battle unhurriedly. He didn't even have the slightest intention to join the battle. Given the current situation, there was no need for him to do anything. It's over. It's all over. Chapter 1249. That's right. At this point in time, all they could do was despair. Today was the first time they met Jiang Chen, but they were incomparably clear about Jiang Chen's character and means. Everything that happened in the periphery today was enough to prove it. The outcome has been decided. They are finished. Chen Hui burst into laughter, feeling incomparably refreshed. It was a kind of carefree feeling that he had never felt before. After staying in Evil Abyss for so long, today was the happiest and most satisfying day for him. Fighting alongside Jiang Chen was a very exciting thing, because he didn't need to think about anything else. All he needed to do was to attack when needed. As for the overall situation, it would be completely under Jiang Chen's control. De Huang, don't just stand there. Let's get down to business. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head. Alrighty. De Huang Dog stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, then turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Mao Sheng and the others. Let's attack too. Chen Hui's chi was like a rainbow as he followed closely behind. Li Si and Lu Sheng also made their move. Their targets were Mao Sheng and the other two mid-divine immortal city lords. De Huang Dog could basically deal with the four of them by himself, let alone the fact that it was 4 against 4. It was imaginable what would happen to the four of them. Judging from the current situation, Mao Sheng and the others had completely lost their will to fight. They had completely lost their morale. Even without De Huang Dog's help, they wouldn't be a match for them. Chen Hui and the other two were more than enough to deal with them. Stop fighting. We surrender. Mao Sheng was completely scared out of his wits. He no longer had the slightest desire to fight. Seeing De Huang Dog rushing towards him, he immediately raised his hands and surrendered. Surrender my ass. How could De Huang Dog give him the chance to surrender? He moved at extreme speed and arrived above Mao Sheng's head in a blink. He opened his bloody mouth and bit off Mao Sheng's head in the most brutal way. Blood spurted out wildly. A mid-divine immortal city lord was killed on the spot in an instant. The scene was extremely bloody. The people of Darkyang City, who were already scared out of their wits, were now in despair. The shadow of death had completely enveloped them. They didn't even have the chance to surrender. Kill. Chen Hui laughed heartily and charged into the crowd with Li Si and Lu Sheng as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were so excited that they had never been so passionate before. In just an instant, the place had turned into a reign of terror. Screams lingered in the ears and blood gushed out crazily. Chen Hui and the other two were in a frenzy of killing. They didn't even let the early divine immortal experts off. Chen Hui and the others couldn't. Surrender. We're willing to surrender. Those early divine immortal experts were in complete despair. They roared to surrender and submit. They knew very well of Jiang Chen's means. Normally, city lords would die without any exception, but these early divine immortal subordinates were qualified to surrender. This was their last hope of survival. Make them surrender. Jiang Chen said faintly. His words had given them infinite hope. Those early divine immortal cultivators were moved to tears. Initially they thought that they were dead for sure. Initially they hated Jiang Chen to the core, but a single sentence from Jiang Chen had made them feel grateful to Jiang Chen. The remaining 3 mid-divine immortal city lords were already covered with injuries. Surrounded by Chen Hui and the others, their faces were pale to the extreme. Don't talk nonsense with them. Follow Master's order and kill them. Lu Sheng was incomparably ferocious. The immortal weapon in his hand pierced through one of the city lords' chests. City Lord, we have already occupied 34 of the 36 cities in the outer region. There are only 2 cities left. They didn't attack us together, said Chen Hui. He was the clearest about the situation in the outer region. Keep attacking. Jiang Chen had no intention of stopping. The matter had already been blown out of proportion. He didn't mind making it worse. There were only 2 cities left. He had no intention of stopping. Today he was determined to hang the signboard of Fragrant Sky City on all the cities in the outer region. Chapter 1250. In everyone's opinion, it was inevitable that the last 2 cities would fall into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen's means weren't something they could resist. At this time, the last 2 cities could no longer remain calm. At the beginning, no matter how much trouble Jiang Chen caused in the outer region, they didn't care about it at all. They didn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes at all. But now, 2 late divine immortal experts had died in Jiang Chen's hands, and Jiang Chen was able to control a powerful late divine immortal demonic devil. This situation had far exceeded their expectations. I never thought that Jiang Chen would be so terrifying. We have to think of a way to deal with him. Otherwise we will end up the same as them. That late divine immortal demonic devil isn't a match for the 2 of us even if we join hands. In Emo City, a late divine immortal city lord was pacing back and forth restlessly. They were well informed and had already known everything. Those 2 bastards are fools. They should have joined hands with us. If the 4 of us had joined hands, Jiang Chen wouldn't have stood a chance at all. Now they have undoubtedly given Jiang Chen a chance to defeat us one by one, putting us on the edge of danger. Another said. Actually, we can't blame them for this. The 4 of us have been friends for a long time, but there has always been a grudge between us. Our relationship isn't harmonious, so it's normal that they didn't look for us to join forces. However, it's useless to talk about this now. That Jiang Chen will be here soon. With his ferocious nature, I'm afraid he won't let us go. The city lord spoke, his tone was filled with worry. No one was afraid of death. Don't worry. Don't forget that Jiang Chen's actions will cause public indignation sooner or later. No one has ever dared to do such a thing in Evil Abyss. Only the evil lord has the sole authority in this place. Anyone who does such a thing is considered as blasphemy and disrespect to the evil lord. I have a signaling spirit talisman from the Middle Region. I will send it out now to inform the experts of the Middle Region about what happened here. I believe there will be experts from the Middle Region coming to help us eliminate Jiang Chen. He seemed a little calm, at least much calmer than the other city lord. Since things have come to this, we can only do this. The city lord of Emo City sighed. As the city lords of the outer region, they were high and mighty. Their lives were extremely comfortable. Therefore, unless it was a critical moment, they would not be willing to deal with the Middle Region. After all, the Middle Region's forces were much stronger than them. If they were to deal with the Middle Region's experts, they would have to lower their heads. Hence, even though they had message talismans that could communicate with the major forces in the middle area, they were unwilling to use them. However, at this critical juncture, it was clear that they had no choice but to seek help from experts. If no one from the middle area appeared, they could only wait to be killed by Jiang Chen. In reality, they did not care whether the outer region would be completely integrated or not. However, they had to care about their own lives. In this world, there was no one who was not afraid of death. The better the life of a person, the more afraid they were of death. This was the law. The other city lord flipped his palm and a light yellow spirit talisman appeared. The spirit talisman gave off a deathly light and looked somewhat mystical. This was a relatively simple message talisman. It could only be used in a certain area. The location of Emo City was very close to the Middle Region. Therefore, as long as the message talisman was sent out, the other side would receive the news very quickly. A divine sense was instilled into the message talisman. The talisman shattered with a paw and turned into a light yellow flowing light, disappearing into the void. After the message talisman was sent out, the 2 city lords looked at each other and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least they were not as worried as before. In their opinion, as long as the Middle Region's experts were willing to help, there was nothing to be afraid of about Jiangchen. Rumble. Not long after their message talisman was sent out, a loud explosion was heard outside the city. The two city lords' facial expression changed instantly. They stood up from their seats. Given their experience, it wasn't difficult for them to tell that someone had launched an attack. Jiangchen is really fast. The city lord of Emo City said in a trembling voice. Almost without thinking, he knew that Jiangchen had attacked. Apart from Jiangchen, there was no other person who could attack Emo City at this time. Plus, in the entire outer region, only Jiangchen would dare to attack Emo City in such a barbaric manner. Let's go out and have a look. Judging from the time, the experts of the middle region should be arriving soon. As the city lord spoke, he led a large number of experts from the city lord mansion and flew out. These two cities were the most powerful cities in the outer region. They were incomparable to those cities that only had intermediate divine immortal experts, because they had plenty of intermediate divine immortal experts as their subordinates. However, in a battle like this, intermediate divine immortal experts were obviously not enough. Outside Emo City, Jiangchen was wearing a white robe. He didn't look like a killing maniac at all. However, the outstanding aura radiating from his body was something that no one could compare with. He was the true dragon son of heaven. That invisible aura of a king made him stand out from the rest. No matter where he went, he would always be the center of attention. Not far from Jiangchen's left and right were the enormous demonic chief and the ferocious Ada and Air. Their killing intent soared to the sky. They were fully prepared for battle and were only waiting for Jiangchen's order to flatten the city. Jiangchen, you insane bastard! Do you know what you are doing? The city lord of Emo City shouted at Jiangchen. His behavior was the same as the previous city lord, berating Jiangchen, but it was completely useless. Cut the crap. Kill him. The Huang dog said in an incomparably arrogant manner. Jiangchen, don't be so arrogant. You have offended the evil lord. You will die sooner or later. You won't be able to be arrogant for long. Besides, we have already sent a distress signal to the middle region. Experts from the middle region will be coming to our aid soon. Another city lord said loudly. Chen Hui and the others couldn't help but shiver when they heard about the experts from the middle region. They had stayed in the evil abyss for a long time and knew that the big cities in the middle region were incomparable to those in the outer region. City lord, I'm afraid that we will be in big trouble if the experts from the middle region come. Chen Hui said with a frown, seemingly a little worried. Leader of the fiendish demons, Ada and Air, go kill them. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.